I stole someone else's reincarnation ticket. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226: Borrowing Money to Invest. Li Yang has been paying attention to the market situation. After discovering this strange situation, he can understand it. If he can understand it, Jiang Bangshi can understand it. It seems that the risk is indeed not small, but it is also accompanied by opportunities. As long as Jiang Bangshi can survive, those institutions will not be able to hold on for long because there is no profit. Holding on to some small cap stocks, they cannot accommodate too much funds. There are some large cap stocks with too many bottom chips, and they dare not hold on too deep, fearing that they will make wedding clothes for others. Unless they hold on to the group, they will attract funds from the market. If Jiang Bangshi cannot stabilize, there is a high probability that he will be sucked dry. Even if he gets back on track later, he will miss the opportunity. In this wave of market, the net value of the two funds of One Liu Capital must at least double 1.5 times, which is the accumulation of the original funds in the first battle of One Liu Capital. From the perspective of funds, those institutions will definitely return to the blue chip stocks after a while, and they still retain enough bottom positions. It's like an excellent student and an ordinary student. The exam is easy, and the scores are not much different. What can really make the difference is the difficult questions. One Liu Capital is solving difficult problems at this time. As long as the difficult problems are solved, the gap will be very large. A few months later, all funds will gather together in blue chip stocks, and everyone will earn about the same. Only by widening the gap at this stage can the results be expanded. Li Yang spent several days with Qi Jialian, the general manager of Green Water World, mainly to exchange business ideas, which can be summed up in one sentence: spend money clearly. Li Yang is mainly responsible for marketing. Qi Jialian, 43 years old, has an impeccable resume. He has been the vice president of Walmart for several years and is also in his prime age. For various reasons, there is not much room for him in Walmart, so he simply resigned. Foreign companies are like this. If you have the ability, you can get to the middle level. As for the senior and top levels, it is not enough to rely on ability alone. They are quite exclusive. Li Yang's salary is the highest, plus the incentive bonus. It is easy to make more than 10 million a year, which can help him achieve a leap in income. Qi Jialian sent Li Yang away, knowing that Li Yang was going to find the purchasing manager. At present, there are only 2 employees in this supermarket. Li Yang is not included. He is just a coordinator of the head office and does not even have a position in the head office. He is just a college student. He was very serious about this job. An annual salary of 10 million was a high he had never thought of, although more than 4 million of it was an incentive. It was just that he did not understand Li Yang's requirements. The quality requirements were not low, which was understandable. In large supermarkets, the quality was generally not bad. But according to Li Yang's requirements, the purchase cost must be written on the item label, and the selling price must not exceed 10% of the cost price. This was very unscientific. Generally speaking, at least 30% should be added to the cost price to be a normal selling price. Only some agricultural products with timeliness were sold at a premium of 10% or 20%. If only 10% profit was made, the rent, water, electricity and labor would not be enough. He had worked in a large supermarket and knew very well that these basic costs accounted for 10% of the profit of high-quality products. According to Li Yang's requirements, if all the goods were sold out, there would be no profit or loss. If there was a little more inventory, the supermarket would lose money. If the company did not make money, could his position last? He would consider Li Yang's requirements, and similarly, he had to consider his own future. He was extremely satisfied with his current position and salary, but he was a little unconfident about the future. He had studied Li Yang and knew that he was a man who spent money without blinking an eye. After thinking about it, he could only think of one possibility, that is, Li Yang was just playing around. He took billions to play around, and within a year, he would have to leave in disgrace. That's okay? At least he wouldn't lose his own money. He lost billions, and he still cared about his millions of incentive bonuses. Including the bonuses, working here for a year is equivalent to working in other places for 4 years. This is calculated before tax, and after tax, It is estimated to be only equivalent to 3 years. It's not a loss at all. I know there is no such thing as the best of both worlds. My good days are only this year. Next, contact Green Water Group and set up the framework of the entire supermarket first, especially the Human Resources Department. Time is not abundant. It will be officially opened in November. He had no problem with the opening time. This time was very good. It was not long before the Chinese New Year, and he could take advantage of the traffic during the Chinese New Year. It's just that Green Water World is relatively large in scale, and he may not be able to get it done in more than 3 months. Needless to say, part of the 2 underground floors are used for storage, and the rest are basically parking spaces. There are 6 floors above ground. According to Li Yang's plan, the top floor is for catering, and all of them are required to be self-operated. This alone is enough to give him a headache. It is difficult to invite famous chefs from all over the country to join their catering team. In comparison, commodity shelves are the simplest, and there are ready-made templates to apply. Entertainment and catering are difficult. After all, the 6 floors add up to more than 100,000 square meters, and there are only so many indoor projects that can be thought of. He admires Li Yang's generosity. He has also visited Xingchang Supermarket, the only large supermarket in the county. It has only 4 floors, and each floor is only more than 3,000 square meters, which is not as large as the first floor of Green Water World. In the whole country, Green Water World is not the largest mall, and it is not even ranked. But if it is considered self-operated, few can compare, and the scale is very large. This is also the reason why he can be sure that even if Li Yang invests tens of billions, he will lose it all in a year at most. That's it. On the first day of work, he has to consider the next job. He feels that he has witnessed history. Unconsciously, the time came to July 29th. Green Water Group once again faced the problem of lack of money. There are 2 options. The first is to raise funds from the market. After all, the role of A-shares is to provide financing for enterprises. But a large amount of handling fees will be deducted. It is good to get 1.5 billion from 3 billion in financing, and the bulk will be eaten up by the brokerage platform. Another option is to increase the capital. The difference between the 2 is the same as the difference between public and private offerings. For Green Water Group, as long as the funds are found, the cost of increasing the capital is almost zero. Li Yang has no money now, so he called Song Yu. Sister Song, I have a company in my hand, and I am short of money recently. I want to ask if you are interested in participating in the increase in capital. It may cost more than 10 billion. Ask who is interested around you, more than 10 billion. Then I'll ask and get back to you later. Okay. If Song Yu and others are unwilling to invest, Li Yang will let Convolution Company invest, but it will be a little troublesome. Some chips have to be cleared, which will affect the subsequent income. The current market value of Lifshu Group is stable at around 5 billion yuan. This time, it will still increase its capital by 30%, and the funds will be used for the operation of Lifshu Xiandi. As long as the increase is successful, his shares will be diluted to 17.6%, and the shares of others will be diluted in the same proportion. In this way, the shares held by the county government will be diluted to only 12%, and Jiang Bangsha will hold less than 6%. Bai Qing is still the largest shareholder, and she will hold more than 26%. As for the increase, it will be the same as last time, holding 23%. The algorithm of increase is different from that of financing. The algorithm of financing is 100% of the equity, and 30% of the financing means taking away 30%, and the remaining 70% will be reduced and regularized. After the increase, the equity is 130%. At this time, Song Yu shouted in the group. Liu Ruai immediately chatted with Song Yu privately and asked, how much money does Li Yang want? About 10 billion. I don't have much money. Even if I take out all the money, it will be less than 300 million. What about the others? Not much either. They all spent their money. Basically, it's between 100 million and 200 million. Zhang Yu didn't get any money. They didn't say how much it was. I need to count it, then tell me when you have counted it. Huh? Don't you have no money? Song Yu knew very well how much money Liu Ruai had. She asked Sen Yeming for 100 million yuan, and now she is helping Li Yang stock up on wine, so she probably spent most of it. Even if she asked Jiang Bangsha to pay back part of the money, she wouldn't have much money, not to mention that Ruai Pavilion has been losing money, with a loss of tens to millions every month. Liu Ruai said, I'll try to borrow some money, Song Yu said quickly. Are you crazy? This time we are investing in Lushu Group, which doesn't have a high liquidity, so we can't get the money back. Just take a look at the company's first half financial report and you'll know that the debt is still expanding, and the expenditure is also expanding. Last year, they increased their capital by more than 1 billion yuan, but it failed to alleviate the financial situation of Lushu Group, and it won't happen this time. In her opinion, they have money in their hands, so they can invest in Li Yang, even if they can't get a penny back. Liu Ruiyi actually wanted to borrow money? How could she make money? I'm afraid she can't even pay the interest. Liu Ruiyi said, it's okay, I owe him money anyway. Song Yu said unhappily, he still has Jiang Bangsha, does he need you to pay? In Song Yu's opinion, Li Yang probably really had no money. After all, he invested more than 1 billion yuan here and several billion yuan there. It was normal for the money earned in that bull market to be spent. Anyway, she only kept more than 10 million for pocket money, and invested the rest of the money in Li Yang, which was considered to be a clear conscience. Although the business of the Starry Sky secret room has expanded a lot, the overall profit is quite limited. In the early stage, it was still subsidized by the head office. It was nothing more than more and more users, and the whole plate was getting bigger and bigger. This is not a big project. Even if there is a first mover advantage, it is impossible to take all the market. The entire market scale is not that big. The market of more than 1 billion a year, even if 60% is seized, the revenue is only about 1 billion, and the expenditure cost is probably 900 million. This is the best situation. There is no room for making money. It can only ensure that she will not starve to death. Jiang Bangsha is Jiang Bangsha, you calculate it first, and I will find a way to give you the rest, Liu Ruiyi insisted. Song Yu had nothing to say. Is he crazy? Li Yang already has a girlfriend. In her opinion, even if San Yiming died, Liu Ruiyi's brain has not returned to normal. If she didn't believe in Li Yang, Song Yu would have refused directly. She believed in Li Yang, and if Liu Ruiyi really had something in the future, she would definitely lend a hand. Xiang Yu really has no money to participate now. Almost all the money she has is invested in the live broadcast platform, which has been burning money. Xiumu and the others originally had nearly 300 million, but they couldn't help it. They spent a lot of money in the past year. They chose to keep 20 to 30 million in their hands, and finally each person took out 100 million. Add up to 700 million. Li Yang, how much money do you need? 1.3 billion. Well, okay, after getting this news, Song Yu silently calculated in his heart. The gap this time is not small, a full 600 million. How much money can Liu Ruiyi borrow? She knew that even if she was asked to borrow 600 million, she would probably do it. She first chatted with Xiumu and the others privately, wanting each of them to come up with a little more, and she would also mortgage it, and jointly take out 900 million, and the remaining 400 million would be handed over to Liu Ruiyi. The pressure was great, and Xiumu and the others either sold some things or mortgaged them directly. It was considered empty all at once. She mortgaged the shares of the Starry Sky Secret Room Museum, and mortgaging 100 million was not a big problem. This company has not stepped on a pit from the first day to now. Although it didn't cost much, a total of more than 20 million, the scale is not small. The app has more than 2 million registered users, and the number of daily active users has reached a terrifying 300,000 or 400,000. Last year's revenue was only more than 20 million, but in the first half of this year, the revenue has exceeded 30 million. After confirming it, she sent a message to Liu Ruiyi, is there any problem with you taking 400 million? No problem, on July 30th. The money was in place. No one knows how Liu Ruiyi did it. It is likely that she took out a loan because the yuan she hoarded was not liquidated. Then the company was established and their respective shares were determined. Liu Ruiyi alone accounted for 30%, the same as Liu Ruiyi. Li Yang started the process of private placement. Now everyone is opening the door to convenience for him, and it is estimated that the results will be out within 2 weeks. In Jiangbei, Li Yang asked Zhang Dashan to have a meal together. Zhang Dashan and his group still have a lot of shares in Lushu Group. Even after the current private placement is over, the total share will still exceed 10%. It's just that the holdings are more dispersed, and Zhang Dashan holds less than 2%. Do you regret joining Lushu Group? Of course he regrets it. After all, Lushu Group has nothing so far, and there is no hope of making money. They also helped to lock in some export orders, otherwise the loss would be even greater. The shares that were originally worth 1 billion yuan have recovered a little and are now worth 500 million yuan. While eating, Li Yang talked about the export qualification of medical equipment. Zhang Dashan frowned after hearing it. Mr. Li, this qualification is not easy to get. Well, I know, you have to pay more, Zhang Dashan. Li Yang's words really hit the essence. In Western countries, money is really invincible. In China, you have to save face anyway, and generally you don't dare to accept it unless you are an acquaintance. It's different abroad. You can do things without spending money, no way. They are legal. If you are really willing to spend money, it's not difficult to get a mere medical equipment export qualification. Of course, it would be easier to have a long-term partner, otherwise you would have to spend a lot of money to find a relevant introducer. Zhang Dashan thought about it and said, I estimate that such a qualification will cost at least 6 million euros, and they won't accept much goods. At most, they will accept a few million goods a year, and they will break the contract at any time. Li Yang smiled and said, it's okay, please help me, Mr. Zhang. Li Yang didn't plan to sell goods in the past 2 years, just to get the qualifications first. The reason why Zhang Dashan and others were kept was because of their resources abroad. What can be done with 6 million euros now may not be done with 60 million euros in more than 3 years. If he doesn't make money in China, he must make money abroad. Just one mask is a market of more than 200 billion US dollars in 2 years. Just a mouthful of soup can make a person a big fat man. Germany imports 6 billion euros a year, and they only occupy how much? Not to mention other things. Zhang Dashan sighed. Okay, he knew that Green Water Group was going to increase its shareholding, and he really wanted Li Yang to take over their shares. Unfortunately, he didn't say it. After all, there are quite a lot of people who want to make friends with Li Yang and Zhang Bangshan now. They are lucky and have invested in advance, so they have also gained some extra benefits. In short, the cost performance is still very high, but I am afraid that Li Yang will mess around. Boss Zhang, don't sigh, Jiang automobile will be mass-produced soon, and I will give you one when the time comes, Zhang Dashan hurriedly said. It's okay, I had some problems here, and it affected Boss Li. Sorry, huh? What happened to Boss Zhang? Some small things at home have been almost resolved, Zhang Dashan made an excuse. You can't ask him to stop messing around in front of Li Yang, right? Why should Li Yang listen to him? He is younger and richer than him. That's good, Boss Zhang. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me. We have been cooperating for more than a year, no problem. The production line of Jiang Automobile and Louis are screwing here. He rushed over on the first day of the holiday, thinking that Li Yang would appear, but more than a month passed, and he didn't even see Li Yang. A few days ago, he heard that the company's boss was coming. He waited for a long time and wanted to let Li Yang see him. He really came to work. But Li Yang didn't come to the workshop. It's really tiring to screw in screws, not to mention that it's a low-end process, which is to tie the car wiring harness. Sitting there all day. The salary here is not bad. Even if it's a part-time job during the summer vacation, there are 5,000 yuan a month plus food and accommodation. The serious big work is not for temporary workers like them. Next to him, there's a buddy who is winding coils. He is almost trained to have a unicorn arm during the summer vacation. It's not that he can't endure hardships, but meaningless hardships are a bit too much to wear out his patience. If he is a selected student and assigned to a place where he works every day, he won't complain at all. At this time, his mobile phone lit up. While no one was paying attention, he took it out and took a look. It was a message from Guang Chenlin. I will go to the workshop of Jiang Automobile with the leader to inspect later. Which workshop are you in? Is Li Yang there? Louis instantly perked up. Guang Chenlin replied, he's probably not here. Someone else is with us. The excitement that Li Wei had just ignited disappeared in an instant. What's the point of Li Yang not being here? It's not like he can't see Guang Chenlin. If he wants to meet, he can just find an excuse to take a leave on Saturday or Sunday. They're all in Jiangbei anyway. Only when Li Yang is here can this relationship chain be considered complete. Otherwise, there's no gap and it can't be connected. Chapter 227 1,000 yuan per hour. Li Yang knew that Yu Chang had come, and that Louis was in the workshop. After all, Louis sent him messages every day. But he didn't plan to go there now, he would just invite them to have a meal later. So far, Jiang Automobile has not encountered any troubles. After all, it relies on the powerful domestic industrial system, and any parts can be bought, but some are good and some are inferior. The so-called lack of technology is essentially lack of money. It is 2016, not 2006. In this domestic market, almost everyone pursues cost performance. For example, there is not much difference between Harman Kardon and Edifier and Bowers and Wilkins in audio, but the latter two are extremely cost-effective. A set of Harman Kardon audio is worth tens of thousands of yuan when placed in a luxury car. Jiang Automobile has two series in total, the G series and the Ying series. The Ying series only exists in the planning, and is currently the first car in the G series, a medium to large coupe. All configurations are almost all domestic parts of the ceiling quality. Putting aside other costs, the cost of a car is close to 300,000. If R&D costs, marketing costs, etc. are taken into account, even if 100,000 units are sold, the cost is still around 500,000. In the modern industrial system, it is not difficult to build a car, but it is the most difficult to make money by building a car. Li Yang's only advantage is the new thinking, which is to make the car into an electronic product. It is not very obvious now, because there is no technology that can be updated in the field of traditional fuel vehicles, and everyone is rolling up the engine. Invest billions or even tens of billions of research and development funds to increase the thermal efficiency of the engine by 1%. For example, Geely has to invest a lot of money in this area every year, from 40% thermal efficiency to 46%, which took a total of 6 years and cost more than 30 billion. The current world record for the most efficient internal combustion engine in the world was born in the laboratory and cannot be mass-produced. The internal combustion engine that can be mass-produced can achieve a thermal efficiency of up to 49%. When placed on a fuel vehicle, the output energy loss is very large, and the average is less than 30%. A simple hybrid technology can achieve a thermal efficiency of 45%, and there is almost no loss in output. This is also the reason why electric vehicles are faster than fuel vehicles, and the acceleration from 100 kilometers can easily be within 5 seconds. If a fuel vehicle wants this kind of power output, it must start at the million level. Li Yang has two sports cars, both of which have 12 cylinders and super horsepower. They can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in more than 4 seconds. The first coupe in the G series can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.9 seconds, according to the data from the laboratory. The ultimate acceleration of the Terra S is only 4.5 seconds. It is not difficult to do this, just increase the output power of the motor. Of course, it is related to the power layout of the car, and it must be strictly controlled, otherwise there is no benefit from the high speed. If you want to do it well, you need a lot of experiments, and every experiment costs money. This year, Jiang Automobile recruited a lot of engineers during the graduation season. Whether it is aerodynamics or intelligent algorithms, it is hoarding talents as much as possible. With Yibing Chang's help in getting a loan, there is no shortage of money before the new year. It is nothing more than a debt of more than 10 or 20 billion. When Yibing Chang inspected the workshop, Li Yang also came to the experimental site and drove the car produced by his own company in person. It cannot be mass-produced, strictly speaking, it is a concept car. Li Yang put himself in the shoes of a car owner and drove it for a lap. He did not dare to drive too fast, and it was stable at about 40 miles per hour. If he drove too fast, no one knew what would happen. Anyway, he spent money, so naturally someone would help him test it. The driving experience must be quite good. In terms of power, he looked at the parameters and found it quite powerful. The general manager of Jiang Automobile is Feng Xingli, who is nearly 50 years old and has a worldly manner between his eyebrows. Li Yang just came to test the car, but he insisted on following him, even replacing other people's positions to explain the parameters and functions of various aspects to Li Yang. He is also an old veteran in the automotive industry, older than Li Yang's father, but he has no such awareness at all. An annual salary of tens of millions was something he had never dared to think of before. Even in the entire domestic automotive industry, there are less than 10 people with an annual salary higher than his. In the circle, some people privately laughed at him for being spineless. After all, Jiang Automobile looks like a hobby. Without any preparation, it said it would build a car and everything started from scratch. Any ambitious car person would not choose Jiang Automobile. Feng Xinli laughed. What a bullshit backbone? Is money important? As long as Jiang Automobile lasts for 2 years, he can retire. This year was indeed tiring. Even though he brought a team with him, he had to do a lot of things himself because he had no foundation. Cars are the epitome of industry. Any car has more than 20,000 parts. Being able to assemble a car is an absolute technical job, not to mention independently selecting from the market, setting exclusive parameters, and preparing for mass production. When he saw Li Yang getting out of the car, he ran over immediately and said, "Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the car? If there is anything that needs to be changed, you must point it out. After all, I am old and have poor learning ability." "I may misunderstand your advanced thinking," Li Yang hurriedly said. "Mr. Feng, you are a veteran in the automotive industry. My suggestions are at most icing on the cake and are useless. No, Mr. Li, you let me see what a car is. To put it bluntly, after our car came out, I couldn't wait to drive it. Looking at the cars on the market, to put it bluntly, they are not much better than industrial garbage. All this is due to your advanced thinking, Mr. Li. I have a hunch that after our new car is launched, it will definitely bring subversion to the automotive industry, Li Yang. Even if the car manufacturing fails, these tens of millions will not be wasted. The subversion that Feng Xinli mentioned must be exaggerated. It mainly depends on the price. The interior of this car is better than the traditional fuel vehicles of luxury brands of more than 600,000 yuan, and even many million-dollar luxury cars can't compare. Just like buying a mansion worth tens of millions in Beijing and spending millions on luxurious decoration. No one would think it is extravagant. But if you buy a house worth hundreds of thousands in a county and spend millions on luxurious decoration, people would only call it extravagant. Therefore, in the market, the interiors of cars under 1 million are very ordinary. Even the 56e of 5 or 600,000 has a visible plastic feel, and the so-called atmosphere light is just a bunch of plastic light strips inlaid. Just for color matching, Li Yang spent a lot of thought, either buying or developing it himself. The purpose is to match some high-end colors. Black or white body, gray or black interior, almost do not exist. Although fancy will affect car sales, middle-aged people don't like this stuff. But colorful matching is easier to show personality and will also be easier to attract attention. Li Yang has driven SU7. Apart from other things, the main color is absolutely amazing. Look at those traditional car manufacturers in China. It seems that their brains have lost their imagination, and they are mixed in black, white and gray all day long. Specially launched some models suitable for young people, but the result is gray and shabby. Which young people are willing to buy this thing? So if the first medium and large coupe of the G series is priced at 500,000, it is Xiao Li. Priced at 400,000, it is Li Yang. Priced at 300,000, it is Brother Yang. And priced at 200,000, it is Yangshan. If the price exceeds 500,000, that is Ba Xiaodeng. The chassis is average, the motor and electronic control are first class, and the interior is luxurious. Although they are all assembled with purchased parts, Feng Xinli's team is really capable. At least Li Yang drives it with excellent overall comfort. The Model 3, which is now priced at nearly 500,000, is still a roughhouse. Even if it is rough, it is better than most of the current fuel vehicles. It is conceivable how bad the interior of fuel vehicles is. Some people say that buying a car is not for the interior? Indeed, but it is undeniable that the luxurious interior gives passengers a better experience and can also invisibly improve the driver's driving experience. There are not so many people who really understand cars. People don't care if your gearbox is 5,000 or 6,000 revolutions per minute. It looks like a luxury car on the surface, and the interior also looks like a luxury car, that's all. The question of brand power depends on how it is marketed. Li Yang asked someone to take some photos of him, especially of him sitting in the car. It eventually became a Weibo post. Reporting to everyone on work, our car is working overtime to enter the mass production stage. I test drove it today, and the driving experience was excellent, and the riding experience was excellent. Below are some pictures. I don't know if Zhang Bangsha was lazy at work, but he forwarded this Weibo post as soon as possible. Every time Li Yang posts a Weibo about car manufacturing, it will cause a lot of reposts and discussions. Especially every time he talks to everyone in a tone of reporting work. Over time, a group of people have become his crazy fans. This is a big boss worth billions, and his girlfriend is even more amazing. Now her net worth is heading for 20 billion. Wanli Capital is now 140 billion in size, and management fees can collect more than 2 billion every year. With a pay of 10 times, his net worth exceeds 20 billion. Boss Ma's net worth comes from Alibaba, which has a pay of 26 times. If Zhang Bangsha has a pay ratio of 26 times, his net worth is definitely more than 50 billion. How can you not feel involved when two big guys report to you? However, if there are people who like you, there will naturally be people who dislike you. Li Yang can't please everyone. After seeing Zhang Bangsha repost his Weibo, Li Yang privately chatted with him, "Are you slacking off at work? I'm taking a break. By the way, Wu Daoyao is in Jiangbei. Please treat him to a meal for me." Why didn't that guy tell me? He didn't tell me either, but I saw his circle of friends. It was in the mall we went to. After seeing it, Li Yang immediately went to check Wu Xiangqi's circle of friends. There was indeed a photo in the mall. But what can you tell from such a photo? But he did want to treat Wu Xiangqi to a meal. He helped so much last time, and there was no chance to find him later. I just don't know what this guy is doing in Jiangbei. Is he still looking for Yang Shamshan? He called Wu Xiangqi directly. "Are you in Jiangbei? If so, let's have dinner together tonight." He already had an appointment for lunch, so it could only be scheduled in the evening. Wu Xiangqi said, "Can we have lunch at noon?" "What's wrong? I'm hungry and have no money to eat." "Damn. Where are you?" "Shangmao City." "Wait, I'll be there soon." Li Yang hung up the phone and contacted the driver. Although it was almost 12 o'clock, Wu Xiangqi, that bastard, said something like that, which made people feel uneasy. Anyway, lunch was scheduled for 12:30, so he just pulled Wu Xiangqi over to eat together. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Yang arrived at Shangmao City. The place agreed with Wu Xiangqi, and recognized the abstract guy in the crowd at a glance. He lowered the window and shouted, and Wu Xiangqi came over happily. "Get in the car and go to the restaurant." On the way, Li Yang saw that Wu Xiangqi, who couldn't even afford to eat, was actually very happy. He said unhappily, "You have no money on you." Wu Xiangqi nodded. "Yeah, did you forget to bring it with you or was it stolen?" "Ah, I spent it." "What the hell did you spend?" "You're empty-handed." "Where did you spend it?" "Did you go to the foot massage shop to buy a set meal?" Wu Xiangqi said awkwardly. "I asked Yang Shanshan to chat with me for a while." "Huh? Chatting costs money too." "It's not expensive, 1,000 yuan an hour, and we chatted for 4 hours. It's a pity that I didn't bring enough money, otherwise." When Li Yang heard this, he really wanted to punch this bastard to death. "What the hell are you looking for? Did the koala team assign him a beautiful assistant? What can't you do with someone who's close to you? The woman also knows that you are a relative of the boss of the koala team. If you put in a little effort, is it difficult to deal with her? 1,000 yuan an hour to chat with Yang Shamshan? It's this kind of guy who is driving up the price." Li Yang asked, "How did you find Yang Shamshan?" "She works here, selling cosmetics. If it weren't for a fellow Taoist Zhang and my aunt not using those things, I would definitely buy some for them." "You wanted to give them gifts? You wanted to take care of their business. Damn it, it's all Bai Qing's fault. Forget it, blame yourself. Think about how to deal with it. In his previous life, this guy said he wanted a divorce and divorced, and I didn't realize he was a romantic. In this life, I haven't influenced him at all, so he shouldn't have gone astray so much, right? That Yang Shanshan, apart from having longer legs and being prettier, what other advantages does she have?" Wu Xiangqi didn't say anything. He really wanted to take care of Yang Shanshan's business. After a while, the car arrived at the restaurant. Li Yang didn't even go to the front desk to ask, and he Lui from the living room lounge ran over. "Dad Yang, I finally waited for you." Guang Chenlin next to him also stood up silently and walked towards this side. Li Yang glanced at Lui, then at Wu Xiangqi, and said directly, "You two go together. These two guys are birds of a feather to some extent." Lui had begged Gong Chenlin for so long to help her get familiar with the boss. But at least Gong Chenlin is with Lui. Even if they are not together in the future, the efforts in the dating stage are worth it. But Wu Xiangqi is a bastard. People don't even talk to him about love. They only talk about money. It's not as good as Wang Manqi in his previous life. Although Wang Manqi kept making excuses in his previous life, at least the first blood is hers, and she can find 1 or 2 opportunities every few months. Wu Xiangqi and Lui are also acquaintances. The two greeted each other and walked towards the box with Li Yang. Li Yang is very familiar with this restaurant. It belongs to Zhang Dashan. In the box, Zhang Dashan was chatting with Yi Bingcheng. When they saw Li Yang coming, they immediately greeted each other. But Yi Bingcheng was a little surprised when he saw the people behind Li Yang. Li Yang said, "Let me introduce you two brothers. This guy is a bit abstract. He is my high school classmate. The other two are my college classmates. One is my roommate and Li Wei, and the other is my senior sister Gong Chenlin. We just happened to get together today, so let them meet the boss." Yi Bingcheng didn't say anything. He must be familiar with Gong Chenlin. Zhang Dashan said with a smile, "Who dares to say that he is a boss when he's with you, Mr. Li? It is said that birds of a feather flock together. I think Mr. Li's classmates are all outstanding people. I should be happy to meet such an outstanding young man." Yi Bingcheng spoke at this time. Mr. Zhang is right. People like us should collide with the ideas of young people more, otherwise we may be eliminated by the times. He didn't care about anything. Originally, he didn't plan to talk about anything important at this dinner. There was nothing important to talk about between him and Li Yang. Everyone could do it on their own. It would be bad to talk about it in private. Gong Chenlin came over to say hello to him, and he responded with a smile. At the dinner, they talked about Jiang automobile. Li Yang also invited them to try it out when they were free, but they didn't talk much about anything else. Only with Li Wei, this guy, it was lively, because he wanted to improve so much. Yi Bingcheng is not an ordinary person. Once he makes the right bet on Li Yang, he will soar to the sky. The sky in the true sense. After dinner, Li Yang took 5,000 yuan in cash from the front desk of the restaurant and stuffed it into Wu Xianqi's hand. "Take the flowers first. I have something to do this afternoon. I'll call you for dinner in the evening, okay? Then I'll leave first." Wu Xianqi left happily, and Li Yang started to see others off. Li was the last to leave. After Yi Bingcheng left, he walked up to Li Yang and said, "Brother Yang, I was right about you. You are a person who cherishes old times." Li Yang said helplessly, "Just based on the way you acted like a lickspittle at the dinner table today, I feel that your life is over. Damn, I'm the weakest person here." "No, Wu Xianqi is a little worse than me, but he has no demands. When I was weak, what's wrong with being a lickspittle? How can I make progress if I can't be a good lickspittle? Okay, I really have something to do in the afternoon. You go to the workshop to work first. I'll call you for dinner in 2 days. I have to go back. I'm ready to run away. Do you still want to make progress?" Li Yang was busy until 7 in the evening before he had time. He was mainly busy with some algorithms, especially determining the collision algorithm judgment of Jiang automobile, which is one of the most basic intelligent driving functions. At this time, he thought of Wu Xianqi. "Friend Wu, have you eaten yet?" "No, I'm starving. I have no money to eat. Damn. Where's the 5,000 yuan I gave you? I spent it." Chapter 228. Am I the only clown? Li Yang drove himself to the trade city. It was past 7 o'clock, which was the busy time in the trade city. After he parked the car in the garage, he didn't get out for a long time. The reason was that he didn't know what to do. He could only say that he was sorry for bringing Wu Xianqi into this pit. Just like Wu Xianqi blamed himself in his previous life, saying that he shouldn't let Li Yang and Wang Manqi know each other. He decided to call Bai Qing first. "Wife, do you have Yang Shanshan's contact information?" "Give it to me," Bai Qing asked. "What's wrong?" "Talk to her. She hooked my brother into a black base." What's the matter?" "I know Shanshan is in a bad mood recently, so I gave him the contact information and wanted him to try it." Li Yang couldn't blame Yang Shanshan, because Yang Shanshan didn't give Wu Xianqi any chance after she left, and now Wu Xianqi took the initiative to approach him. At this time, Wu Xianqi probably just felt that he didn't have enough money. If he had money, he could let Yang Shanshan accompany him every day. He called Wu Xianqi and asked Wu Xianqi to come to the garage to find him. He hadn't figured out how to tell Yang Shanshan yet, so he decided to wait. As a result, when Wu Xianqi came, Yang Shanshan followed him. Those long legs were really eye-catching, and he looked good, and his clothes were well matched. With his mature temperament, it was understandable that Wu Xianqi was hooked to a blacksmith. He turned on the double flash, and Wu Xianqi came over quickly. "You two sit in the back," Wu Xianqi responded silently, and opened the door for Yang Shanshan, and blocked the roof with his hand to prevent Yang Shanshan from hitting her head. After Yang Shanshan sat down, he went in and closed the door. Li Yang stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Wu Shianqi in the back seat asked, "Li Yang, where are we going?" Li Yang frowned. The address was wrong. This guy is a fanatic fan of Zeuxin, and even Jiang Bangsha is now used to calling him Dao Yao. Can you still expect me to treat you to a big meal? Just find a roadside stall to make do. Li Yang was expressing his dissatisfaction, and it was also said to Yang Shanshan. It's better to stop while you're ahead. Bai Qing gave her 7 million yuan before, so why should she hook Wu Shianqi for that little pocket money now? Yang Shanshan said, I know a very good barbecue restaurant, how about I take you there? I don't eat barbecue. Li Yang refused directly. Then I know a very good crayfish restaurant. I don't eat crayfish. What about stir-fry? No, Western food, you wish, until Wu Shianqi said, let's eat crayfish, I'll treat you. Li Yang said, okay, if I don't have money later, I'll bet you there. Okay. 10 minutes later, Li Yang found a gap and parked the car on the side of the road. A signature restaurant with crayfish is very popular. There are no private rooms inside, and even the open-air seats at the door are full of people. Jiangbei can be regarded as a city of foodies. They can only choose a place in the corner, close to the wall. After sitting down and ordering, Li Yang looked at Yang Shanshan and asked, Ms. Yang, you are a rich woman now, why don't you treat me to this meal? Yang Shanshan said, no matter how rich you are not as rich as Mr. Li. You want me to pay for your meal. Isn't it looking down on you? Haha, I heard that Miss Yang is still working at the counter in the trade city. You are so frugal. No wonder my brother likes you so much. Yang Shanshan smiled and said, same here. Mr. Li, don't you drive a taxi after work? Drive your sister's taxi. Yang Shanshan was as sharp as ever. Wu Shianqi on the side hurriedly said, Li Yang, Shanshan is broke now. She opened a coffee shop with a friend and was cheated by her friend. I will treat you to this meal. Where did you get the money? Wu Shianqi took out his mobile phone, called up a HP Finance page, and said, I can borrow it. Damn, during this period, P2P was booming, and all kinds of campus loans emerged like mushrooms after rain, and there were even naked loans. He patted Wu Shianqi on the shoulder, sighed and said, fellow Taoist Wu, you are invincible. At this point, Li Yang had no choice. He never cared about that little money, even in his previous life, he didn't care about treating Wu Shianqi to a few meals. He took out a bank card, handed it to Wu Shianqi, and said, go find an ATM and withdraw 20,000 yuan for your own use. The password is my birthday, forget it, forget it. Lend me a few hundred yuan tomorrow and I'll buy a ticket back. Wu Shianqi was embarrassed to take Li Yang's money again. As a result, Li Yang directly stuffed the card into his hand, go if I ask you to go. If you want to stay here for 2 more days, just think of it as Jiang Bangsha giving it to you. You will feel bad if you don't accept it. Wu Shianqi, who heard this, laughed immediately, I will thank her tomorrow. After that, he took the bank card and went to find an ATM. Li Yang didn't want to transfer money. How could transferring money get him out of the way? Now that Wu Shianqi has left, he looked at Yang Shanshan again. Miss Yang, let me say something a little presumptuous. Actually, I like you very much. You see, Wu Shianqi is a guy who has nothing. How about we talk about someone? Yang Shanshan said with a smile. Why? King is pregnant, so you are so desperate. Li Yang, he couldn't help but said directly, what the hell are you looking for? Nothing, he came here on his own. What does it have to do with me? I took a special leave to accompany him. Shouldn't I get back the lost salary? Li Yang, your fucking salary is 10,000 yuan a day, can't it be compensation for mental damage? Li Yang gave a thumbs up, you are awesome. I haven't been broken in a long time. Just tell me what you want and I will give it to you now. If you want money, just tell me the amount, just don't give him any more chances, you are worthy of being a big boss. How about 100,000 yuan? It's a small amount of money for you, okay. Li Yang took out his mobile phone and transferred the money to Yang Shanshan. He had her mobile phone number and the Alipay verification matched. The next second, Yang Shanshan received a notification on her phone. She smiled, picked up her bag, and left. Before leaving, she turned around and said, remember to call me next time you have such business. She smiled happily, and this matter itself was something worth being happy about. As soon as Yang Shanshan left, Wu Shianqi came back, but he didn't withdraw the money, so he handed the card to Li Yang directly. He said calmly, Dao Ali, Why are you doing this? Li Yang glanced at him. Why did you change the address? Wu Shianqi sat down. I know calling you Daoyao is a stupid thing. You and Jiang Bangsha treat me as a friend, so you tolerate me. In front of her, I want to be more formal. Why should I be formal? You paid her to chat with you. No matter what you do, it's your job. You don't have to consider her thoughts, Wu Shianqi retorted. It's not me who asked her out, it's her who is willing to give me a chance. You're not done yet, are you? I'm ashamed of you for being such a licking dog. These words were very heavy, and Li Yang didn't think it was appropriate. It's just that today there was indeed a little bit of a break in the defense. Yang Shanshan was almost writing the words "I just want money" on her face, and Wu Shianqi couldn't fail to see it. He thought Wu Shianqi would get angry, but Wu Shianqi said calmly, "What can I do? With me, no matter who I'm with, I'm always a licker. At least Yang Shanshan is prettier than those girls I've had the chance to be a licker. I dare to say that Yang Shanshan is the most innocent so far. Can other girls be innocent? Since I'm going to be a licker anyway, why shouldn't I find someone who makes me feel most comfortable? Brother Li, don't you think that my next girlfriend will appreciate my looks and personality?" Li Yang, he didn't dare to think so, even if he was beaten to death. Li Yang asked, "But you can't catch her. Even if other girls have other purposes, at least they are willing to be with you. After a long time, feelings will emerge, but I just like beautiful ones." Wu Shianqi's reason was simple and plain. Li Yang thought of his first wife. Logically, Wu Shianqi should be able to find her problem since he was with her all day. Although lupus erythematosus seems to have no symptoms, it is actually a big problem. Maybe if you eat a little salty food, your body will break down, or you may have to be hospitalized for a small cold. As a result, it was discovered 3 years later. That woman is indeed very beautiful, not much worse than Yang Shanshan. It is very likely that Wu Shianqi concealed it. Wu Shianqi continued, "Friend Li, my desire is worthy of my current suffering, so you don't have to sympathize with me. I will go to her for dinner, and I will ask her to return the 100,000 yuan to you. If she doesn't return it, I will slowly return it to you in the future." After saying that, he stood up and chased in the direction where Yang Shanshan left. Li Yang took the bank card and knew that Wu Shianqi did not go to withdraw money, otherwise he would not know about the 100,000 yuan. He was probably watching secretly nearby just now. Just damn. Am I eating alone? Boss, pack my share. Have you eaten? I packed a portion of crayfish. Let's go to your place to eat together. 20 minutes later, Li Yang came to Xiangnu's residence with a packed crayfish. It's not that he doesn't want to go home, but why bring crayfish back? My mother won't let me eat. She's worried about the food outside, and Zuning is greedy. So let's just eat outside. After thinking about it, only Xiangnu's place is okay. Just as I walked to the door, I received a message. Yang Shanshan transferred the 100,000 yuan back. Li Yang knew that Yang Shanshan was always successful in hooking Wu Shianqi. With this trick, Wu Shianqi can't get away. It's really amazing. After pressing the doorbell, Xiangnu came over and opened the door. Li Yang's eyes were attracted by the pair of long legs. Compared with Yang Shanshan, Xiangnu's legs are the best. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall. With a height of 1.78, if she wears a pair of high heels, she will be taller than Li Yang. In the middle of summer, she wore a pair of super short hip-hugging hot pants, and her height and body proportions were exaggerated and scary. Xiangnu asked, "Why did you think of inviting me to dinner today? And you brought me here in person?" Li Yang walked in and said, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that you have such a good figure. I was stunned just now. I don't know what I missed before." "No, don't flatter me. I'm still far behind Jiang Bangsha. It's okay, it's okay. Even if she is here, I dare to say it." Li Yang walked to the dining table and put down the crayfish in his hand when he saw a tablet next to him. And this tablet was playing a video. Not surprisingly, the video was of Jiang Bangsha. At this time, Jiang Bangsha was like a cute little panda, tilting her head and looking at Li Yang. As for Xiangnu, who was not far away, he held his hands in front of his chest, squeezed out an exaggerated arc, and looked at Li Yang with a smile. "Master Li, how here I am, wife, I miss you." "Were you in the video?" Jiang Bangsha lifted his leg and asked. "Master Li, are my legs ugly?" Li Yang hurriedly said seriously, "Who dares to say they are not good looking? Just look at this pair of legs. Can you find a second pair in the world? Bah, can you find a third pair?" This is simply the most beautiful work of art in the world. When God created this pair of legs, he must have chosen the most beautiful jade and invited the best carving master. After carefully carving it, he killed the master. From then on, this pair of legs is the only one in the world that is flawless. Did you use all the vocabulary you learned in Chinese? Thank you for your hard work. No, I've only used half of it. I'll tell you about the other half when I go to Beijing. I'll be working on a draft during this time. Oh, then I won't delay you from eating crayfish. After that, Jiang Bangsha hung up the video. Li Yang looked at Xiang Yu with resentment and said unhappily, I said, do you really need to? Although it's not nice to come to your place for dinner so late at night, you don't have to set a trap for me, right? You're wearing hot pants specifically. Li Yang had never seen Xiang Yu dressed like this before. It can only be said that the beautiful legs affected his thinking, and he didn't notice that it was a trap. Xiang Yu came over and opened the lunchbox while saying, do I need to set a trap for you? I was originally on the video with Xia, and she heard it when I answered your call. I was practicing body shaping at the time and didn't plan to eat, then I'll go to another restaurant. Since I'm here, I'm hungry too, but I haven't had dinner for a long time. Why? To keep in shape. I'm not married and I don't have a partner. What if I ruin my figure? Li Yang looked at Xiang Yu from head to toe. The good figure is indeed the result of management. Any posture is so tempting. Jiang Bangsha is much simpler, but she is naturally good, not much worse than Xiang Yu. You are so determined. If anyone doesn't let me have dinner, I will fight him to the death. Li Yang handed the gloves to Xiang Yu and began to eat heartily. To eat this, there must be someone around, it's too boring to eat alone. Xiang Yu sat down, put on his gloves, and said, I want to eat it too, but there is no way. If I had Xia's strength, I wouldn't care if I became fat like a pig. This is not the only capital I have, and I must maintain it. In that case, I should exercise too, after all. My only capital is this handsome face with no dead angles. It would be great if you only had this one capital. In Xiang Yu's opinion, Li Yang's personality is not pleasing, but after getting along for a long time, he feels that this guy is very safe. It can be seen from the trust Xiang Yu and others have in Li Yang that they have to spend all their money to raise money for Li Yang this time. Li Yang never mentioned the risks and benefits to them from beginning to end. Li Yang glanced at Xiang Yu. I still have one more advantage. You know everything that is hidden so deeply? Do you have X-ray vision? Xiang Yu rolled his eyes. Yes, I have X-ray vision. Hurry up and eat. I see your stomach is deflated, then I'll block it so you can't see it. After Li Yang finished speaking, he put his legs together. Xiang Yu, after the meal, Li Yang left and took away the garbage for Xiang Yu. This meal was definitely a loss. As soon as he got in the car, Li Yang called Jiang Bangsha on video. After the video was connected, he immediately said, it was 20 minutes in total. Wife, you should believe in my ability. I definitely didn't do anything, Jiang Bangsha said somewhat unnaturally. Yeah, I believe you. I'm going to sleep. No, you have to watch me go back. I want to kiss you after I go back, but I'm a little sleepy, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Are you unhappy? I feel something is wrong with you. Are you starting to doubt me? No, I'm really sleepy. No. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it's easy for something to go wrong. Let's talk for a while and I'll prove my innocence. I believe Master Li is innocent. It's just a meal. I won't think too much about it, but I think you look like you're thinking too much now. No, then kiss me. More than let me have another bite. You see you don't want to, and you still say you didn't think too much? You used to give me food and put it to my mouth. After Li Yang finished speaking, he saw Jiang Bangsha lowered his head and silently moved the camera. Then Li Yang found that Dao Ying was right next to Jiang Bangsha. He enlarged his lips in front of the camera, still in a kissing posture. In an instant, Li Yang was quick to hang up the video. At this time, he was so embarrassed that he could dig a hole in the chassis of the car. Today, Yang Shanshan made me a little upset and made me embarrassed one after another. Yes, it was all Yang Shanshan's fault. He transferred 2,000 yuan to Wu Shianqi and said, find a hotel to stay, don't sleep on the street. As a result, the next second, Wu Shianqi sent a photo back. He and Yang Shanshan were eating crayfish. In the photo, Yang Shanshan peeled a shrimp to feed him. After sending the photo, Wu Shianqi received the transfer without even saying thank you. Damn, I am the clown today, right? In the photo, Wu Xiangqi's face is still abstract, and Yang Shanshan's face is still beautiful. When feeding the shrimp, Yang Shanshan herself smiled happily, as if her eyes were full of love. Who can bear such a play? He was wrong, really. He only knew that being baited would lead to no results, and that he would lose both money and life, but he didn't know that some people were willing to enjoy the process. He was wrong, really. He only knew that being a licker had no future, but he forgot that being a licker was not a fool, and that he would not persist in something that was not truly attractive. Chapter 229 Asking and for Help. Li Yang gradually understood some of Bai Qing's practices. Bai Qing understood Yang Shanshan too well and knew that Yang Shanshan would do things as long as she was paid. Bai Qing didn't consider what was good and bad at all, because there was no good or bad in her concept. If it was him in his previous life, he would definitely not be able to get through this. Back home, Zuning hadn't slept yet. She was sitting on the sofa eating fruit and watching TV. When she saw Li Yang coming back, she blinked and showed off what she had in her hand. Li Yang had never eaten fruit that his parents had peeled and cut into pieces in his life. When he was a child, he didn't like eating apple peels, so his father would just bite them with his teeth and then hand him a weird-shaped apple without skin. He must have really disappointed his parents in his previous life. Take a shower and go to bed. He is very satisfied with his current living environment. Everyone is happy, and he is happy too. Lying on the bed, he took a look at the situation of Wanliu Capital, which was very strange. From the position, it can be seen that Jiang Bangsha has been increasing the chips and the blue chip stocks and barely stabilized the situation. But those blue chip stocks are basically falling, 1 point or 2 points, and there are very few stocks that have risen. That means those institutions are still dumping stocks. Among the dozens of stocks held by Wanliu Linghang Select, less than 1/5 have risen, and the increase is pitifully low. But the net value of this fund has risen by 0.08%. Even if it is insignificant, it has risen. Therefore, through the implementation of holdings, it is impossible to tell how Jiang Bangsha is operating. The market of blue-chip stocks has almost fallen to the extreme. Last year, the lowest price of Maute was 500 yuan, and it once rose to 700 in the first half of the year, but now it has fallen to around 600. Jiang Bangsha can still hold steady under the siege. There must be some operations during the trading session, otherwise the net value should fall by 1 point or so. I chatted with Bai Qing for a while, and then browsed Weibo for a while, and took a look at the comments of netizens. Some said that the interior is beautiful, some said that the car model is beautiful, and some said that they are students and hope that Li Yang will give it to them. Of course, he didn't read the bad reviews. Instead of reading the bad reviews, he might as well read the submissions given to him by netizens. From the beginning, Jiang Automobile opened a channel for netizens to submit their works. The appearance of the car adopted part of the design and paid more than 5 million for it. Some other aspects were also adopted. After all, the imagination of netizens is really invincible, much better than those pedantic designers. It's nothing more than that netizens are not very professional and don't consider aerodynamics much. Just like writing novels, the imagination of great authors is not necessarily good, but great authors are relatively professional and can write plain stories well. But in terms of imagination, some failed authors may be better than them. Li Yang has been hanging out on the internet for many years, and he still has a certain level of appreciation. It was more than 11 o'clock before he fell asleep. He didn't go to Zhu Ning's place because he was too tired during the day. The next day, he came to the Jiang Automobile Service Training Center to experience the results of the training. It was better than expected. After more than a month of training, everyone could put themselves in their own shoes. It is not necessary to treat customers as gods, because China does not talk about this, but at least treat customers as leaders. Isn't the value of service here? Li Yang still values this department very much, because in 2 months, Love Shu Xiandi will need it. It just so happens that the internship period of this batch of trainees has ended, so they can just ask Love Shu Group to come and sign people, and give them a symbolic amount of money. No one will say anything, anyway, he has the final say in Jiang Automobile. If Jiang Automobile goes public or has other shareholders, it will not be good. He still spends most of his time on the first generation of intelligent driving algorithms of Jiang Automobile. The team reorganized at the beginning of the year is now on the right track. The overall progress is okay. After all, it is impossible to achieve L3 level autonomous driving for the time being. It is enough to have some L2 level assisted driving capabilities. Especially the anti-collision system, the algorithm has been changed on the original basis, and the car is pre-installed with laser radar, which has strong perception. It's just that the algorithm is more complicated than the same type of system on the market. The relevant systems on the market have not made much progress. At least Li Yang dares to say that Jiang Automobile is far ahead in this function. Li Yang brought more advanced algorithm judgment, which can be regarded as leading for several years. The progress of software is much simpler than hardware. As we all know, the bottleneck software is not that difficult, but mainly because of patents. Patents can be good or bad. If you have a good background, patents are a killing weapon. If you don't have enough background, patents are the graveyard of doom. Just like hydrogen energy, the small book has eaten up 80% of the basic patents, which is also the easiest. The most difficult storage of liquid hydrogen is handed over to others safely, and they want to wait for this technology to mature with peace of mind. With a large number of basic patents, they are full of oil. Then, they forgot that they didn't even have sovereignty, so everyone didn't play with them. As a result, they ran on the wrong track, and the world became the world of lithium batteries. In this way, Li Yang stayed in Zhangbei for more than 20 days and didn't return to his hometown until August 27th. During this period, he rarely went to Zhu Ning's bedroom. Anyway, Zhu Ning didn't need it now. He put most of his energy on the company, and several slow-progressing projects were accelerated by him. Feng Xinli is also seriously mobilizing resources. At the latest in February next year, Jiang Automobile will enter the mass production stage. Lushu Group completed the fixed increase process a few days ago, and its market value reached 5.6 billion. Li Yang came back for no other reason than to take Bai Qing to Zhangbei. Her due date is very near. Li Yang thought that the county town was not bad before. No matter which hospital in China, the obstetrics and gynecology departments should not be too bad. But after hearing what Li Liqin said, he gave up. It's troublesome, but safety is more important than anything else. He doesn't have to worry about Zhu Ning. His parents have already made arrangements. Even when they were shopping in the mall recently, they wanted to buy baby clothes in advance. Before coming back, Li Yang had asked Zhang Dashan for help and arranged 2 senior caregivers. The house was also a large flat that was bought recently, and it was renovated more than 2 years ago and had not been occupied yet. Even the car was equipped. With the 2 nannies around Bai Qing, 4 people took care of her, which was generally reassuring. After all, he had to go to school. Even if he rushed back when giving birth, he didn't know how many days he could stay. Fortunately, he didn't fail any courses last semester, so it was highly likely that no teacher would find fault with him because he missed a few classes. When he met Bai Qing, he was particularly satisfied. He has even mastered the skill of applying oil, because Bai Qing said that stretch marks would be ugly. But in fact, Li Yang didn't see any at all. I don't know if applying oil has any effect. Anyway, the doctor said it is useful, but not much. On the 29th, Li Yang took Bai Qing to Zhangbei, went to the hospital for a checkup first, and lived in the new house in Zhangbei that night. The 2 nannies will come tomorrow, and the caregivers will come when the baby is about to give birth. Everything went well and there were no problems with the checkup. On the 31st, Li Yang said goodbye to his family and came to Beijing. A summer vacation, spent in a busy and pleasant way. On this Saturday, Zhang Bangshi picked him up at the high-speed rail station. Unknowingly, I haven't seen Zhang Bangshi for almost 2 months, starting from July 4th when I sent Zhang Bangshi away. Today, Zhang Bangshi wore a light green long skirt, with fluffy hair spread on her shoulders, less mature and more peaceful. Even with a mask, Li Yang could recognize her from a distance. He was too familiar. They were so familiar with each other that they held hands at the exit without saying a word. They didn't doubt that they were holding the wrong person, even though they were both wearing masks. Woo, I finally see Master Zhang. I missed you so much. Come and give me a kiss. After getting in the car, Li Yang didn't drive, but decided to enjoy himself first. Zhang Bangshi closed her eyes and moved her face closer. Her mood at the moment could be seen from her squinting eyes. She just wanted to taste it briefly, but Zhang Bangshi suddenly hugged his neck. Hey, little bitch. Yet it wasn't until Li Yang drove her back to her residence that Zhang Bangshi found a way to vent the feelings she had accumulated for 2 months. In fact, it wasn't easy for both of them. After they comforted each other, Li Yang whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, Master Zhang Bangsha said weakly, I'm fine, what's good? The two domestic funds of Wanliu Capital have closed negative for 9 consecutive trading days, which is enough to show that you don't have enough energy. It's normal to lose money. After all, Zhang Bangsha can't really go against so many institutions. Zhang Bangsha also knew that those institutions would return to the big white horse sooner or later, but the problem was that they didn't know when they would return. Just like when the market was at 2,500 points, everyone believed that the market would definitely return to 3,000 points one day. But no one dared to buy it because of the uncertainty factor. Zhang Bangsha could only hold on every day and make intraday arbitrage with high-frequency trading, otherwise the two funds would have fallen so much that they would not recognize their own mothers. The simplest thing is that Maute has fallen from 700 yuan at the beginning of the year to 530 yuan now, approaching the lowest point of last year. This is a market that has never appeared in the previous life, and it is also the butterfly effect brought about by Li Yang's rebirth. It is possible that those institutions really go all the way to the end. At worst, no one will make money. Although the probability of this happening is small, it is not impossible. Zhang Bangsha hugged Li Yang tightly. I'm sorry, I didn't make any money. Even though she had a large wave of dividends from the military industry sector, Zhang Bangsha still didn't make any money in the past 2 months. She was hit too hard. If she hadn't recovered some losses with high-intensity trading, the net value would have fallen by more than 10 points now, and there would be a chain reaction. What do you want to do with the money? Aren't you going to donate 10 billion? I don't have enough now. I've prepared the money. You don't have to pay for it. Zhang Bangsha suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Li Yang, only to see Li Yang with a smile on his face. Then, Li Yang said, those bastards are shameless. Huh? What are you going to do? We are now considered as persons acting in concert, even between lovers. As long as the transaction is communicated, it is considered as persons acting in concert. It's just that the funds are small, and no one will care. So Li Yang's previous recommendation of stocks was considered a violation of regulations. If the stocks were manipulated, it would be illegal. Brother will not do anything illegal, but Master Zhang, you are still too conservative. Zhang Bangsha was called conservative for the first time. She has already been killing in the A-share market. Does being conservative have anything to do with her? Raise the placard, raise it hard. Raise the placard? After raising the placard, the position will be locked. If others continue to smash it, there will be no room for operation. If it is not pulled back, the market may collapse, and Wanliu Capital will need to face large-scale redemption. But the position is locked, and the chips cannot be sold. How to give money to others? Li Yang pinched Zhang Bangsha's face, and her skin was still as tender as ever. After raising the placard, let them smash it, don't worry about it. Anyway, keep 60% of the position flexibility. If someone is willing to redeem it, give it. I am not afraid of smashing it myself. At worst, I can withdraw from some stocks. Zhang Bangsha nodded. Li Yang is good at this kind of suicide attack. Once she raises the placard, it is equivalent to telling those institutions that you better not come to play. It is equivalent to completely tearing each other apart. Although the restricted period after raising the placard is 6 months, 6 months as a cycle is still too short compared to the entire market. After Zhang Bangsha raised the placard, there are only 2 results. Either they continue to smash it and make Zhang Bangsha lose all his money, or they pull it up wildly, use 6 months to eat up the market, and withdraw safely before Zhang Bangsha's chips are released. The former will make them unable to make money for half a year or even more than a year. And they cannot control the latter. Either the market crashes or Zhang Bangsha makes money, because once it starts to rise, the emotions are not under their control. Generally speaking, such a market will last for 2 years, and it is impossible to control it perfectly in 6 months. In short, the latter has less risk and there is still hope of making money. Zhang Bangsha is used to high-frequency trading. Although Wanliu Capital is now worth hundreds of billions, it actually does not have much control in A shares. The chips can be in and out at any time without much pressure. But it is different for those institutions. The most typical example is the group market from 20 to 21. As a result, in 21, a public fund boss did not want to group anymore, and directly cash out at a high point, eating up the fat profits. Then, that fund manager was blacklisted by the industry from then on. No matter which fund he joined, he would be smashed to pieces. After the institutions group together, whoever runs away will die. Not to mention that there is only a mere 6 months, there is no time to divide the benefits. Now both sides are at the most awkward point. Institutions have gathered a bunch of junk stocks. It is not right to run away, nor to stay. Once Jiang Bangsha raises the placard, this balance will definitely be broken. It is not that Jiang Bangsha did not expect it, but she is worried that the consequences will be unbearable. Since Li Yang has said it, she will definitely make up her mind quickly. Let me eat it quickly. I didn't eat it in the last video, no, Master Li Him. I thought about it a little bit more on September 1st, Li Yang reported to the school. There are many new students in the school. In a days, he is already an old senior. Unknowingly, he has been in Beijing for 2 years and officially entered the 3rd year. It seems that a lot of things have happened, but it seems that nothing has happened. When he walks on campus, the rate of turning back is still very high, and many strangers will greet him. Of course, the chance of meeting acquaintances is also relatively high. He basically knows all the 3rd-year students in Guangzhou School of Management, and can even call out their names. In fact, this school did not leave a deep impression on him. It is more like a passerby. How can a social person integrate into students' life? Especially since he is surrounded by material desires. Li Yang thought, if he only made a few hundred million yuan from stock trading in 2014 and 2015, his life would definitely be different from now, and he would most likely integrate into campus life. He would pretend to be cool in front of his classmates, check in with Jiang Bangsha on campus, take photos, and confess his love at the graduation ceremony. It was all Bai Qing's fault. She pushed him to a height that did not belong to him. Who wants to be down to earth with 700 to 800 million yuan in his hands? Who is willing to pretend not to see a master who plays with A-shares around him? With more money, the nature of things changes. He can only push forward and try to clear obstacles. Don't say that he can't control his desires. Boss Ma, who is worth 200 billion yuan, can't control his desires. Others have worked so hard, what qualifications does he have not to climb up? In the dormitory, he and Li Wei gained weight. Chen Weixing was very surprised. Lao Hui, didn't you enter the venue? Everyone else who entered was thin. Why are you fat? Li Yang, who had just entered the door, said. This guy said that his salary was too low, and he wanted to eat in the cafeteria to make up for the money. He ate the amount of 3 people. After that, he patted He Lui on the shoulder and said, Lao He, eat less in the future. If you're fat, your chicken will be small. Ho ha ho ha. I believe this. Lao Li got full marks in biology in the college entrance examination. He Lui probably wanted to make an excuse, but found that he had no way to start. Because there's indeed that possibility, especially obesity in youth, which will affect the secretion of male hormones. He could only walk to Li Yang and said, Brother Yang, let's have lunch together at noon? I'll treat you. No, wait until Friday, I'll bring my girlfriend, otherwise I'll suffer a loss. After all, he only invited He Lui and Gong Chenlin and Zhang Bei. No class party on Friday, then it must be Saturday. Anyway, it must be a holiday, and you can't take advantage of this guy. After that, Li Yang started to busy himself. Today is Sunday, and they don't have classes. The main thing is to report and prepare for the start of school. As for him, he had to prepare some money. What's illegal or not? They were bullied to their faces, but no one said they violated the rules. Are all those institutions twins? Can they be in sync instantly? No, there are so many institutions in China, and 1,000 babies are not enough. He originally thought that those institutions would just give it a courtesy. It was impossible for Jiang Bangsha to have an abortion, so he just had to accept it. After all, even his father-in-law has accepted it now, so what are these institutions supposed to be reserved about? Just be honest and make money together. Since they don't want to make money, then I will make money. He found a number that he hadn't contacted for a long time and went to the balcony to call it. Is your aunt there? I'm Li Yang. I have something to tell you. King is due in mid-October. Do you want to come back to see her? That's great. I'll pick you up then. By the way, I want to give King a gift recently, and I need your help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Beauty, Who Are You Looking For? September 2nd, Monday. After the A-share market opened, a big event happened. Wanli Capital raised its stake in Pianzhehuang. At this time, the market value of Pianzhehuang was 34 billion yuan. The stake represented that Wanli Capital's holdings reached 1.7 billion yuan. Compared with a scale of more than 100 billion yuan, this position is not large. At the same time, after the stake was raised, a large amount of funds immediately poured into Pianzhehuang, directly pulling the daily limit, and the board closing funds were 600 million yuan, with an attitude that whoever dared to smash it would dare to take it. Many domestic institutions were stunned. This was just the beginning. At 10:30, Wanli Capital raised its stake again. This time, the stock it raised was very scary, Wuliangai. The market value of Wuliangai was more than 80 billion yuan, and the stake represented that Wanli Capital's holdings had reached 4 billion yuan. Is Zhang Bangsha crazy? Dare to raise a stake for such a large cap stock? Who gave her the courage? In the current environment of A-shares, a stock with a market value of more than 80 billion yuan is considered a large cap stock. Who dares to raise a stake for such a stock will be messed with. Just like the previous Pianzhehuang, after Wanli Capital raised its placard, a huge amount of funds immediately rushed out to start pushing up the stock, regardless of the pressure from above. Wanli Capital itself was not far from raising its placard, so it did not eat up many chips. The new funds that came in were the main force for today's pull-up, with a turnover of more than 1 billion in a short period of time, and it was still taking chips after the daily limit. For those institutions that have reached a tacit understanding, they must make a choice in this situation. They must still have a lot of chips in their hands, especially Zhang Bangsha's placards are all consumer blue-chip stocks. Whether it is Pianzhehuang or Wuliangai, they all have senior business moats. For such stocks, even if the price-earnings ratio is a little higher, everyone is not afraid, and the performance in the next 10 years will be relatively stable. Unlike other companies, this year's performance is good, but next year it may lose money. The overall A-share market is still controlled by institutions. For Wanli Capital, it is the political correctness between institutions. Institutions don't mind having masters, nor do they mind adding a partner. But you can't be too good. If you are too good, it will make everyone look stupid. And Wanli Capital is exactly that kind. Not only did they suddenly announce that there would be no quota, but their holdings were all blue-chip stocks, and these stocks were the home turf of these institutions. They had been preparing for nearly a year, and were ready to take advantage of the market to recover their losses. Therefore, it was obvious to the naked eye that Wanli Capital wanted to take advantage of it. Wanli Capital was already extremely popular, and what would happen if they were allowed to take advantage of it? Who knows? After this wave, the scale of Wanli Capital's management could exceed 1 trillion. How many companies in the country have a trillion scale? The funds in the entire financial circle are limited. Without a big bull market, the increase and decrease of funds are infinitely close to balance. Wanli Capital took trillions of funds and sucked blood from them. They were not afraid of Wanli Capital, which was worth tens of billions. They could tolerate a 100 billion scale, just as it was the bonus that a genius should have. But a trillion? Absolutely not. If Zhang Bangsha had honestly abided by the previous rules and limited the quota to 100,000 yuan, the scale of Wanli Capital would have been more than 100 billion at most, but now it is not certain. In just 2 months, the Wanli Pilot Select Fund has absorbed nearly 80 billion yuan in funds in China, which is very, very scary. A single fund with a scale of over 100 billion? There is no such fund in China at present. Once she sets a record, it will be out of control. Zhang Bangsha should not live in this era. Unknowingly, another behemoth was also pulled up. That is Maute, which has fallen to more than 500 yuan. The current market value is close to 700 billion. When the market closed, Maute rose by 6%, and this kind of increase has not been seen for more than a year. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that someone found that Wanli Capital was frantically increasing its holdings of Maute. Wanli Capital is crazy. Zhang Bangsha is also crazy. Isn't she going to raise a stake in Maute? Wanli Capital now holds a total of 15 million shares of Maute, accounting for 1.25% of the total share capital, worth 8.5 billion. There are even more funds involved in this stock. However, in theory, Wanli Capital is not qualified to raise a stake, because the scale of Wanli Capital is only more than 140 billion in total. According to the requirements of public funds for positions, individual stock holdings cannot exceed 10% of the total position, which means that under the extreme conditions, one Liu Capital can only buy Maute stocks worth 14 billion yuan. According to the current price, it accounts for 2% of the total share capital, which is still far from the point of raising the placard. But who dares to smash it? Smashing the market will certainly not make money, but at least it can be controlled. At the beginning, these institutions tended to smash the market and trap one Liu Capital in it. The effect is very fast. Basically, in 1 or 2 months, facing a large number of redemptions, one Liu Capital will default or clear other positions to deal with it, and it is impossible to make money. Now Jiang Bangsha is crazy. What if the market value of Maute is smashed down, and Jiang Bangsha can raise the placard? As long as the market value is smashed to 300 billion, Jiang Bangsha will have the possibility of raising the placard. Therefore, there is only one way left, that is to pull it up. Try to complete the market within half a year as much as possible, and then leave the mess to Jiang Bangsha. It is very difficult, but there is no choice. Starting from September 3rd, one Liu Capital continued its path of raising the placard. Every time one Liu Capital raised its stake, the stock would close in a very short time, as if some kind of tacit agreement had been reached, and everyone was scrambling to buy. Jiang Bangsha was very relaxed, and every day he only needed to consider which position to adjust to enter the market and raise the stake. On September 2nd, the net value of both funds rose by 1 point. On September 3rd, the net value of both funds rose further, by 2 points. On September 4th, the two funds rose by 3 points. On September 5th, breaking through the new high, the net value of both funds rose by 4 points. And compared with 2 months ago, the net value officially surpassed. On September 6th, it reached an unprecedented height, and both funds created the largest single-day increase, by 5 points. This week, one Liu Capital raised its stake in 24 stocks, and under the premise of stable subscription, the total fund size exceeded 160 billion. However, the position restriction was also further restricted, with more than 70 billion worth of funds restricted. So much restricted funds is a very scary number, and the internet soon publicized the risks involved. On Friday night, Jiang Bangsha reviewed the market in his study. She found that the same fund appeared in all the stocks she had raised. Of course, this fund had no specific identity, only a code name. Hong Kong City Settlement Center. In fact, it means foreign capital, because foreign capital wants to enter the market, mostly through the Hong Kong City Settlement Center. Although the financial attributes of Hong Kong City are not as strong as before, it still has a great influence. The Hong Kong dollar, as a voucher, perfectly resolves the problem of RMB being restricted globally. Without any exception, the holdings of all the stocks raised by the Hong Kong City Settlement Center will soar. Some soared by 1 or 2 points, some soared by 2 or 3 points, or even 4 points. Jiang Bangsha thought that this was all Li Yang's funds. But where did Li Yang get so much money? She combined all the data and found that in these more than 20 stocks, the Hong Kong City Settlement Center increased its holdings by nearly 40 billion. Even if half of them were Li Yang's funds, it also means that Li Yang has more than 20 billion assets overseas. This is the most conservative calculation. The first few stocks she raised must have been Li Yang's funds, and those added up to more than 5 billion. After a while, she heard the door open, and when she came out, she saw Li Yang. He smelled faintly of cigarettes and alcohol. Jiang Bangsha walked over, brought him a pair of slippers, and asked, "Are there any activities today?" Yes, a class party. I cheated that guy Li Wei for 2 bottles of Maute. Did you make your money back? Of course. Can we lose money on eating? Let's cheat that guy again tomorrow, both of us together, Jiang Bangsha said with a smile. Okay, I won't eat lunch tomorrow. Ha, I'm going to take a shower first. The cigarette smell on my body is not from me, but from that bastard Chen Weixing. He sat next to me and drank some alcohol. He smoked one cigarette after another and almost smoked me into bacon. Then just throw your clothes into the washing machine. Jiang Bangsha didn't feel anything about herself turning into Li Yang's shape. No, she did feel something. She wasn't as embarrassed as she was 2 months ago. Sometimes, she even embarrassed Li Yang. But in other things, Li Yang always acted so confident. For example, there is another thing that has been fermenting these days, that is, Penguin sued Aurora Studio for plagiarism. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been on the market for 4 months, and it has been extremely popular since the beginning. Many people think that the beginning is the peak of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, because there are too many people who have been waiting for it during that period. It is also a free game, so it is normal for everyone to try it out. Unexpectedly, after 4 months, not only can there be a stable online population of 2 million people every day, but a few days ago it was announced that the number of users who logged into the game in a single day exceeded 15 million. This game has become a phenomenon in the past 4 years. The last phenomenon was League of Legends, but League of Legends is not so popular in China, and it has entered the phenomenon level little by little. At present, this game has also landed on Steam, and it is also completely free. For this, Aurora Studio has to pay $6 million in advertising fees every year. A large number of low-quality games of the same type have appeared on the internet, which has cultivated a large number of users for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but now PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is facing a life and death crisis. Penguin is already warming up for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and the number of reservations has exceeded 20 million. Once Penguin wins the lawsuit, it will be a fatal blow to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Not only will they be labeled as plagiarists, they may also face huge compensations and even be forced to modify the game mechanism. As of September 2016, the game League of Legends has created a global value of $130 billion, and Riot Games has earned more than $5 billion in fees. Penguin holds 100% of Riot Games, and it only cost less than $700 million at the beginning. With the lessons learned from the past, Penguin will definitely not let go this time. It is clear to the naked eye that this is a game that can bring 10 times or even more profits. With its home court in Shenzhen, Penguin is known as the Pizza Hut of Nanshan. No one thinks that Aurora Studio can win this lawsuit. The first trial of this lawsuit was scheduled for October 8, which is still a month away. Li Yang asked about some things about Wanliu Capital and told Zhang Bangsha not to be too tired. He should teach others a lesson, not be soft-hearted, and not worry about the consequences. Zhang Bangsha wanted to help Li Yang share some of the pressure, but Li Yang didn't say a word about his own affairs. Master Li, the court hearing of the matter between Penguin and Aurora Studio is about to begin. She took the initiative to ask. Li Yang was surprised. Li Yang asked, when? Zhang Bangsha, you didn't pay attention to this, did you? Li Yang smiled and said, what's there to pay attention to? Justice is in the hearts of the people. How can anyone treat me unfairly? Zhang Bangsha was anxious, but this matter is different from the previous one. This time we have to sue in Shenzhen, and the target is Penguin, which they have never lost. Who said they haven't lost? They have lost a lot, but there is no hot topic. Anyway, Li Yang is not afraid. If it can be handled smoothly, then it's fine. If it doesn't go smoothly and the lawsuit is really lost, he will kneel down and surrender immediately. Anyway, he is not the one who is embarrassed. Zhang Bangsha asked in confusion, you really don't care? This game may bring you unexpected benefits. How about Master Zhang invest in it? Then Master Li wants to invest in Wanliu Capital. No, I have already invested in other shares on October 8th. That should be fine. While Zhang Bangsha was asleep, Li Yang took out his mobile phone and took a look at the relevant news. He has a lot of things to do recently. He has to ask Bai Qing about the situation every day. And he also pays attention to the high-speed rail tickets every day. After all, the high-speed rail arrives in more than 3 hours, which is faster than the plane. The plane seems to be only an hour and a half away, but in fact, the security check, standby and so on add up to almost 4 hours. Zhang Bangsha, who fell asleep, said in a daze, Master Li, when can I help you? Hey Saturday, Ruai Pavilion. Zhang Bangsha did what he said. He really only ate 2 small bites at noon, just for this dinner in the evening. As for Sunday, it must be happy, looking for fun. Fun for 2 people. On Monday, the stocks held by Wanliu Capital basically opened 7 or 8 points higher, and then fluctuated during the day, and only fluctuated by 5 points at the close. It has almost become a habit, because the high opening and fluctuation can eat a large amplitude. Anyway, Wanliu Capital has no room for operation, and they can do whatever they want. The funds inside are extremely tacit. For retail investors, 5 points at the end of the day will definitely make a lot of money, and there will not be much tossing during the day. And those active funds may miss any opportunity at any time. For example, After opening 7 points higher, they sold and wanted to take back the chips at the end of the trading day. As a result, after opening high for a period of time, the market was directly pulled up, not giving them the opportunity to enter the market. When the market opened 7 or 8 points higher again the next day, even if it fell back at the end of the trading day, the funds that left yesterday would come in. Back and forth, it was a reverse T, and the cost of 8 yuan and a half was reduced to 9 yuan. But it must also rush in, just for the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. The essence of making money is to buy low and sell high, and the essence of losing money is to buy high and sell low. It is a very simple logic that even elementary school students understand. However, there are not many people who are really proficient in these two rules. A shares seem to have a bull market. In just 2 weeks, the market index has dropped from 2,600 points to 2,900 points, which is unprecedentedly fierce. After all, the weight of blue-chip stocks is relatively large, and the feedback to the index is more obvious. Of course, if the bank stocks are pulled up, the index will be more obvious. Unfortunately, except for China Merchants Bank, the increase in other bank stocks is average. Wanli Capital has always been heavily invested in China Merchants Bank, but it is not easy to raise a stake. Now the market value of China Merchants Bank is close to 500 billion yuan, and the capital required to raise a stake is 25 billion yuan. Wanli Capital does not have such a large position. In the second week of September, the overall net value of the two funds of Wanli Capital increased by 20% again compared with the first week. At this time, the subscription funds are also increasing, and the overall scale has exceeded 210 billion yuan. The scale of Wanli pilot selection has skyrocketed this week, from more than 90 billion yuan last Friday, directly soaring to 120 billion yuan, becoming the first fund in China to exceed 100 billion yuan in scale. And another limited Wanli mixed selection has quietly reached a scale of 90 billion yuan, very close to 100 billion yuan. This is a stock with a limit of 100,000 yuan, but Zhang Bangsha has a lot of money in it. In general, there are at least 400,000 users in it. Zhang Bangsha is running all the way on the road to becoming a god. It is very comfortable for Li Yang, who can enjoy the bonus brought by this reputation without being noticed by so many people. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to hide his reputation as a scumbag. Netizens cannot be underestimated. To survive on the internet, one cannot have too many moral flaws, and he still needs the internet to do things for the time being. Unknowingly, 3 weeks have passed since the start of the school year. Li Yang feels that the courses for his junior year have become much more difficult. He asked his class teacher Lei Yiming to get a few copies of this year's graduation thesis, and planned to start preparing based on those topics. Even if he asks someone else to help him, when it comes to the actual defense, he has to speak on his own, and he must understand it thoroughly. The early bird catches the worm. Li Yang plans to stay here with Zhang Bangsha during the National Day holiday, and go directly back to Jiangbei after the holiday. He has already planned to go shopping with Zhang Bangsha, rent a big villa in the mountain resort, and admire Zhang Bangsha's clothes. But before that, he needs to pick someone up at the airport, strictly speaking, a young woman. On September 26th, he parked his car in the airport garage. I'm on the 3rd floor below ground in parking lot number 2, license plate number. I won't wait for you at the airport entrance, after all, I'm a celebrity. Soon, the other party replied, you're just a name, haha, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you've met King, so just don't say anything. Don't make everyone unhappy in the end. The person he was going to pick up was Bai Qingzand, the woman who sold the shares of Green Water Group and went abroad. In Li Yang's opinion, Chen Pipai should be in her 30s, and no more than 45 years old at most. About 20 minutes later, a woman in a beige dress came over and knocked on the car window. The woman's wavy curls looked sexy, and she was wearing sunglasses, but she had a good figure, tall and elegant. But she was not very old, and looked to be in her 20s, so Li Yang didn't care at first. Beauty, who are you looking for? Li Yang asked as he lowered the car window. Chapter 231 Songs Ayali's Choice. Chen Pipai felt that Li Yang was a bit rude to her. It wasn't really rude, but he didn't treat her as an elder. Although she was forced to sell the Green Water Group stocks under pressure, she gave all the profits to Bai Qing, a full $30 million. She sat in the co-pilot seat and said to Li Yang, who was driving, although I am abroad, I have read your news a lot. Are you and Zhang Bangsha in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Li Yang looked ahead without even looking at Chen Pipei. This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Chen Pipei said. I am King King's and, even if you are her mother, it has nothing to do with you. I came to pick you up with good intentions, please don't let me leave you halfway. Li Yang can chat with Chen Pipei about other topics, but this topic cannot be discussed. Chen Pipei glanced at Li Yang. You are so nice. King is such a good girl. Li Yang slammed on the road. Get off. Chen Pipei recovered from the slam, and couldn't help saying, are you crazy? What's wrong with saying a few words to you? King suffered such a great injustice, isn't it your problem? What do you think of her? What does it have to do with you? I warn you, don't bring up these topics to me when you go to Jiangbei. I respect you as her aunt, and you are also her only relative now. Don't make things out of control. Li Yang didn't want to change the status quo, and didn't know how to change it. The only thing he could do was to let it go, and he didn't want to make any choices now. Choices. This was the first time Chen Pipei met someone like Li Yang, who was so shameless and so confident. Isn't it just a little money? It seems to be a bit too much. Seeing that Li Yang stopped the car, Chen Pipei said hurriedly, okay, I won't say these words, but I want to ask you, are you really giving that money to King? How else can I let you know? Li Yang started the car and sent Chen Pipei to the hotel. The room had been booked long ago. She rested for a night and took the high-speed rail to Jiangbei tomorrow. He let Chen Pipei deal with the money outside now, according to his requirements. As for the ownership of the funds, it has never been in his hands. It has always been in Bai Qing's name, but Bai Qing has no right to touch the money in 10 years. Only he can. The funds are originally a multi-layered structure, and basically no one can trace him. If there's any accident, he can transfer the money to his own account at any time within 10 years. He just came back to Zhang Bangsha, and Zhang Bangsha said softly, Li Yang, you can't smell it right away, can you? I just picked up someone, and he sat in the car for a while. No, I just wondered why you didn't change your clothes for several days, Zhang Bangsha said with a smile, with a hint of self-confession. When facing this kind of situation, Li Yang often doesn't explain, because actions can prove everything. Master Li, I didn't think of anything else. I gave you a chance before, but you insisted on bumping into me. It's too late to regret now. Is it really too late, huh? No matter what happens, you won't abandon me, is that what you mean? Yes, but what if I become someone you hate very much? I will bully you. Well, then please bully me severely, Master Li. The next day, Li Yang didn't go to see Chen Pipei off. The main reason was that she sat on a 12-hour flight yesterday and was a little tired. Bai Qing was also worried about her, so he went to pick her up. After a night's rest, there was no need for him to care about her. He came to school for classes, while Zhang Bangsha went to the company. It was not the time for them to meet last night, but Li Yang was too lazy to go back to the dormitory. In the afternoon class, Bai Qing sent a message. Husband, I heard from my aunt that you went to the airport to pick her up yesterday. Yes, she has already gone to your place. Yes, she came at 1 o'clock. How is it? Is my aunt very beautiful? Not as beautiful as a leg hair of yours. Hey, then doesn't your husband want to Ms. Bai, please stop your little notebook thinking. Wait, I will definitely go back a few days in advance to accompany you. Bai Qing always chatted with him in a big way. It was just that she was pregnant recently, so she restrained a little. Jiangbei, Xianlan Villa. Chen Pipei had been at Bai Qing's place for an hour and was eating. Bai Qing sat on the sofa and watched. There were only 10 days left before the due date. Although she was still able to move well, she still wanted to sit or lie down most of the time. Chen Pipei is considered a wealthy person, but even in China, she had never hired 4 people to take care of herself. She only had an auntie who cooked, and her cooking skills were very average. She had been here for only an hour, and 7 or 8 dishes were served. After tasting a few bites, the food was very delicious. In fact, the real rich people with a net worth of tens of millions or hundreds of millions are not so extravagant. The monthly salary of nannies and caregivers of this quality is not low. The annual expenditure for 4 people is about 1 or 2 million. Because of the nanny and caregiver, other aspects will definitely improve. The cost of 3 meals a day is at least a few thousand yuan, and more than 1 million yuan a year. Families with assets of hundreds of millions, unless they are particularly stable, can't play so big if they only spend and don't earn. King, he treats you well, she said casually. Bai Qing smiled and said, of course he is good. After mom and dad left, he was the best person in the world to me. Chen Pei didn't like what she said. When I went abroad before, I left you $30 million. Yes, Auntie is good to me too, but you and him are not on the same dimension of comparison. Chen Pei, why are you not in the same dimension? Bai Qing said seriously, Auntie, you will eventually need others to love you, but I only have him to love me, so I must put him first. After all, I'm counting on her for the rest of my life, and I want to be a parasite by his side. What is a parasite? It's the kind of person who only eats and doesn't work. Chen Pei said unhappily, you are a billionaire lady after all. Do you have to position yourself as a parasite? There are so many people in the world who want to marry you. With Bai Qing's looks and figure, even if she puts aside her identity as a rich second generation, she would be fought over by others. Bai Qing has a different view. Being pursued by others only shows that I have some charm, but pursuing others means that their charm has surpassed material things. I must find someone I like, even if it means having a baby. Well, I insisted on having a baby, and it has nothing to do with him. I thought he would be angry, but he seemed quite happy. Chen Pei. She felt that Bai Qing was confused. By the way, do you know about the $30 million? Yes, he told me last year, but I didn't want it. Chen Pei heard this and suddenly became anxious. Why not? This silly girl. Do you know how much that money is now? That is a number that would make the world's richest man excited. She didn't know how Li Yang did it. Anyway, it was less than 2 years. Bai Qing spread her hands. There's no use for me to ask for money. I have quite a bit of money in my own account. He has arranged many things for me, so I don't have to worry about it. Even the jewelry was given to me by him, so I don't have to spend money. What about the child? Well, if he is willing to give it to the child, it's fine. If not, I will definitely leave some for the child. If I save a little, it will be enough for a lifetime. When she was the poorest, she could only eat in the company cafeteria. She sold her car and house and rented a house for 300 yuan a month. Houses in the county are cheap. Chen Pei glanced at the site and said nothing in the end. She didn't mention Li Yang's name just now, so as not to let the nanny know. After dinner, when they came to Bai Qing's bedroom, she asked seriously, King, he made a lot of money with the $30 million. Even if you don't want all of it, you can take back part of it, right? And, you know my situation. What should I do with it? It's better to keep it in his hands and continue to make money. How can it be the same? Aren't you afraid that you won't have the chance to take it in the future? It's not a small amount of money, really. Chen Pei couldn't say the specific amount, and what she could see might only be a part of it. She really hoped that Bai Qing would ask how much money it was. Once she asked, it meant that there was still a chance to persuade Bai Qing. But Bai Qing smiled and said, okay, don't worry about my affairs, and it's not easy to return to China, so stay with me for a few more days. And you have been single for so many years, do you want him to introduce you to a boyfriend? He knows a lot of handsome guys. What do you really think of him that fascinates you so much? Chen Pei said helplessly. Bai Qing whispered in her ear, he is so good. Chen Pei, what a bastard. Chatting with Bai Qing broke her heart. Very strange. Li Yang, that guy, was weird everywhere. Bai Qing was not like a normal person either. Li Yang had known this for a long time. Not only Bai Qing, but also Zuning and Zhang Bangsha. Zuning was simply stupid, easy to fool, and happened to have a mentality that was easy to satisfy. Bai Qing and Zhang Bangsha were closer to the same type. They both had psychological weaknesses, which happened to be made up by Li Yang. After a normal person found out that she was pregnant, the first thing she would do was to find a man to break up with other women and prepare to marry her. Bai Qing, on the other hand, became cautious because of her pregnancy, fearing that Li Yang would be angry. Just like netizens often joked, no one would listen to second-hand roses without a little mental illness. Bai Qing and Zhang Bangsha did not have some psychological defects, and it was impossible for them to maintain this relationship carefully, fearing that each other would know the existence of each other, and no one took the initiative to test these. And Liu Yuhang, who tried to take the initiative to expose this matter, was squatting in the call center. At this time, Liu Yuhang met Song Xiaoli. He looked haggard. He had gone through the first and second trials in the past few months. But the result did not change anything. 25 years without probation. All the funds in his hands have been confiscated. The house where Liu Hangshan lives now will expire in half a year. By then, Liu Hangshan will have no place to live. Song Xiaoli has visited Liu Yuhang several times. At first, she really thought it was Li Yang's revenge and it was not a big deal. But the more she learned, the more shocked she was. Li Yang did not do anything at all. It was Liu Yuhang who committed the crime himself. Money laundering, framing, finding someone to take the blame, and even involving a murder case. All the charges and evidence are complete. This is also the reason why the second trial upheld the original verdict. After these months, Liu Yuhang's spirit has been worn out. Seeing that Song Xiaoli was still willing to come to see him at this time, he couldn't help crying. Song Xiaoli's delicate face showed a trace of reluctance, and he comforted her. "Junior, don't be sad. Although I can't help you with this matter, there is still a chance for everything. You are in there, strive for a reduction in sentence. I have specifically asked, and you can come out in 13 years at the earliest. 13 years later, you will be in your 30s and can still change your destiny." Liu Yuhang choked up a little. Song Xiaoli was so beautiful in his eyes at this time. It's a pity that he has no chance. But he still wants some fantasy after all. "Xiaoli, will you wait for me?" Song Xiaoli's expression changed slightly, but he soon said, "If possible, I will wait for my junior as much as possible." It was an ambiguous sentence, but for Liu Yuhang at this time, it was equivalent to hope. Even if the hope was slim. "I will definitely strive to come out as soon as possible and not let my senior sister wait for a long time." "Well, okay. By the way, don't worry about your uncle, I will take good care of him." After Song Xiaoli said this, Liu Yuhang choked up again. Thank you," he held his hands and made a gesture of gratitude. Song Xiaoli glanced at the time and said, "Junior, I don't have much time here. You should call your uncle more often when you are free in the future, so that he won't be too lonely. I will come to see you when I am free in the future." After that, Song Xiaoli left, leaving only Liu Yuhang who was full of hope. The moment he walked out of the visiting room, Song Xiaoli's face changed. "How dare this bastard tell me to wait for him? Do you want me to wait for more than 10 years? What if he comes out?" She has only been impulsive twice in her life. Once was in the Starry Sky secret room, deliberately showing goodwill to Xiang Batao and leading Xiang Batao to embarrass Li Yang. The other time was when she met Li Yang on campus, stood on Liu Yuhang's side, and Loki retorted to Li Yang. But at that time, she didn't know that Li Yang would be so strong. At that time, she didn't know that something had happened in Liu Yuhang's family, and thought it was just a trivial matter. Of course, she could even perfunctorily deal with Liu Yuhang who was in prison, and she certainly wouldn't deliberately say bad things to others. The reason for her attitude towards Li Yang was jealousy. She didn't understand why Li Yang had such a good relationship with her sister Songyu. They could talk about anything. But when facing her, Li Yang looked cold. Although she had interviewed Li Yang several times, they were not even friends. Li Yang helped her sister open a store and made money for them. An escape room can open nearly 200 branches across the country. Every day, a lot of people line up to play and make a fortune. She didn't know how much money she made, but Song Yu was now respected as Mr. Song by too many people. An app that was only used to grab tickets and queue up could actually achieve hundreds of thousands of online active users every day, and the capital market was willing to give a valuation of several hundred million. Not to mention that Li Yang made hundreds of millions of dollars with him. It seemed that all the good things in the world fell on her sister's head. Why didn't he give her a little? The selected student was sent to a broken county town. She couldn't compare with her roommate Gong Chenlin. She wanted to find a boyfriend who could help her, but the other party was sentenced to 25 years in prison. The whole family was broken up, and even all the company shares were lost, and she was in debt. She was upset when she thought about having to deal with Liu Hangshan. In general, Liu Yuhang had treated her to many meals, and she had also had a meal at the Liu family. At that time, the Liu family entertained her very grandly. Although she had never accepted any gifts from Liu Yuhang, even if they were only worth a few dozen yuan, she had taken advantage of him after all. If the Liu family was still as powerful as before, this would not be a big deal. But the Liu family was completely hopeless, and she didn't want to leave any handle. She was going to return the money Liu Yuhang had paid for the meals to the Liu family, and they would have nothing to do with each other from then on. It was just that the meals were not cheap, and all of them might add up to 100,000 yuan. And she had no money. When she was in college, her family would give her several thousand or occasionally over 10,000 yuan for living expenses every month. After graduation, the expenses were even greater, and her salary was only 2,000 yuan, but her family gave her even less. Therefore, she had never saved any money. She thought about it and called home. Half an hour later, her face was gloomy because she had been scolded by her family and had not received the money yet. Finding another number, she sorted out her emotions, and said with a light tone, "Sister, can you do me a favor? I want to borrow 100,000 yuan from you." "Okay, I know, thank you sister." After hanging up the phone, Song Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. However, the jealousy of Song Yu did not diminish at all. 100,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for herself, but for Song Yu, it is as simple as having a meal. She gave 500,000 yuan directly. No matter what, make a complete break with the Liu family. She went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash and brought it to the house rented by Liu Zhengshan. Liu Zhengshan looked much older. He knew that Liu Yuheng had been arrested a few months ago, and all the funds he left were confiscated. He knew what this meant. "Uncle Liu, I hope you can be more open-minded about my junior brother's affairs. I have visited my junior brother before, and my junior brother asked me to take good care of you." As Song Xiaoli spoke, he took out 100,000 yuan from his bag. Liu Zhengshan looked at Song Xiaoli and said nothing. After Song Xiaoli put down the money, he said, "Take this money and use it for living. I'll leave you a phone number. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can contact me directly. By the way, I will come to visit you when I am free. I have asked for leave today. It is getting late. You must take care of yourself." After leaving a note, Song Xiaoli left. After walking out of the old gate of the community, she immediately took out her mobile phone card and threw it into the sewer. She must give a real number. But the phone is just lost. Chapter 232. Why are you wearing this? The National Day holiday is here. Zhang Bangsha is in a very good mental state. For the past half-month, she has hardly worried about work. She just follows the routine and raises some stocks every day. She doesn't have to do anything later, so she is very energetic. Wanli Capital easily broke through the scale of 200 billion. Zhang Bangsha didn't dare to think that a company of this level would appear in her hands before. Li Yang marketed her too well. What a genius stock god, a 19-year-old billionaire girl, the first billionaire fund manager, the second billionaire fund manager, and the youngest billionaire woman. If the scale of Wanli Capital breaks through 500 billion, then her net worth may exceed 100 billion, and she will become the second billionaire woman in China. She almost monopolizes various firsts in China. With the blessing of these titles, new investors will hardly choose other companies. She has cut off 80% of the incremental funds in the market. Even if she has nothing now, her name is worth 1 billion. In the summer resort, Li Yang directly booked a manor covering an area of 3,000 square meters. In the gym of the manor, Zhang Bangsha was wearing a jersey, holding a basketball, and standing under the basket. Li Yang stood at the top of the arc at the three-point line, waiting for Zhang Bangsha to pass him the basketball. The two had been working out all day. Zhang Bangsha threw the basketball to Li Yang, clapped his hands, and said, "Come on, it's already 9-0, you still want to struggle, what's the matter? It's normal to lose to you. If I win, you will be so embarrassed. Bah, you are just being stubborn." Li Yang dribbled the ball and rushed over directly. Even though Zhang Bangsha fouled and pulled, he still put the basketball into the basket. Zhang Bangsha was so tired that he lay directly on the floor, and Li Yang sat next to him. Zhang Bangsha was panting heavily, and his body was obviously up and down. Li Yang came over and kissed him. The next day, after the two finished working out, they went to the badminton court again. Li Yang was not very good at this, but Zhang Bangsha was even worse. The two practiced a little bit, and the overall game was back and forth. Li Yang must have deliberately let her go. After all, she could see it in basketball. Badminton is different. Everyone is relatively inexperienced. Until the last round, Li Yang was ready to kill Zhang Bangsha. As Zhang Bangsha hit the ball high, he jumped up and decided to do a slam dunk. Just as he jumped up, Zhang Bangsha suddenly pulled open a corner of his jersey and shouted, "Master Li, look!" Li Yang's attention was immediately attracted. The badminton fell to the ground. I won. Zhang Bangsha laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Li Yang said helplessly, "You actually used such a dirty trick. It's good to win, But I'm very happy that I can still attract you at this time. What are you talking about? In another 50 years, even if you become a 70-year-old old woman, you can still attract me. Let's go. Let's take a shower and eat. After taking a shower, they both changed their clothes. Jiang Bangsha changed into a college-style pleated short skirt, and under Li Yang's guidance, she filmed a turn and hip twist. Send it to my mom to see. After seeing the video, Jiang Bangsha immediately forwarded it. Li Yang asked, "Where are our parents? Did they come to Beijing this year?" "No. They went to Jiangbei Normal University. After all, that's my dad's alma mater. I donated some money last year and named a garden for him. I found that live broadcast rewards came from here. Doesn't your live broadcast platform also do naming all the time?" Haha, yes, many models are actually about changing a mindset. For example, for novelists, doomsday zombies and immortal cultivation are popular now. If a guy who cultivates magic travels to the zombie world, wouldn't it be particularly interesting? Jiang Bangsha thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He is obviously a big devil, but he is full of merits. Yes, 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 yes. Then do you want to write another novel? Huh? Why do you use again? Li Yang realized the problem, even if Jiang Bangsha didn't answer. He has indeed played many roles in the past 2 years. From an online author to a professional player, from a lyricist to an online celebrity anchor, and now an entrepreneur. Master Jiang, which identity of mine do you like the most? All, everything. I like them all. If I have to say what I look forward to the most, it must be the lyricist. You still owe me a song, okay? I will definitely not let you down. He would definitely not refuse such a small request, and he was already preparing. For those who pay attention to funds, the topic of discussion this month is inseparable from One Liu Capital. Because the net value of One Liu Capital has increased by 60 points this month, even the net value of One Liu Pilot Selection, which was opened the latest, has exceeded 1.5, which means that those who bought from the beginning have earned 50 points. If you bought at the lowest point of the net value, you have now earned 60%. According to the data I calculated one by one, One Liu Capital currently holds 36 stocks, and the largest market value is BID, with a total of 6 billion funds. However, the largest position is still Maute, with a position of nearly 20 billion so far. Next, I want to say something very important to the majority of investors. First of all, One Liu Capital's position has reached 120 billion. These positions are not allowed to be traded within half a year. Once the stock market changes, One Liu Capital will cause a serious stampede. Listen to my advice, run as soon as you can, otherwise you may be trampled to death. These analytical data are quite convincing. Many bigwigs left messages below, saying what risks there are, and that One Liu Capital has done something that no one dared to do before, and no one dared to think about it, and violated various rules. In short, in one sentence, Jiang Bangsha is playing with investors' money. Financial bloggers and some industry bigwigs have forwarded and recognized it, and it has even been pushed to the top of the hot search, although it is not ranked high. But as the saying goes, spreading rumors is fun for a while, but refuting them is a disaster. The power of rumors is very terrible. Li Yang forwarded it as soon as he saw it. And he wrote, "Idiot, people like you are the greatest when you collect other people's black money. You think about the investors all day long. You used to recommend investors to buy funds, but when you lost all your money, why did you become a turtle? Follow whoever makes money. There is no need for idiots like you to lead the rhythm. You talk about conspiracy theories all day long. It's wrong for others to make money, but it's right to lose money with you." Li Yang, a keyboard warrior, will not lose to anyone. He is not the kind of person who can tolerate it, and he will not let this rhythm spread endlessly. If you don't kill it at the first time, will you keep it for the new year? After he sent these words, he was soon besieged. Regardless of whether they were water troops or not, Li Yang responded one by one. Until the end, he really couldn't respond, so he posted a separate Weibo. As I said, except for One Liu Capital, all other domestic funds are idiots, and they are all money-sucking things. Don't accept it? If you don't accept it, just hold it in. It's so cool to fire a map cannon. He was too lazy to use dirty tricks. For a group, it's more fun to hand over a bright knife. If you have the ability, just encircle and destroy One Liu Capital. If they really have that strength and courage, Li Yang will be convinced by them. He has never thought of cooperating with those people. They are on different paths. Those people just want One Liu Capital to die. He might as well let them add a little more chips, and maybe they can raise the price a little. This way, he can also make more money. When the avalanche comes, let them fight each other. Jiang Bangsha was watching from the side. She wanted to say that she was powerless in this situation. But seeing Li Yang's confident look, she didn't say it in the end. Her life principle is, never doubt Li Yang's ability at any time. She might ask Li Yang for his opinion on things within her ability. This matter is far beyond her ability. There is no need to ask, and she will never learn it in her life. The games she participated in were all small scale, and Li Yang usually stood at a higher position to play with the other party. Maybe sometimes it seems that Li Yang's methods are rough, but that is the optimal solution given according to his own ability. The serious game of big forces is very rough. There are also people throwing shoes at the United Nations General Assembly. At least Li Yang did not shout to their faces. Li Yang had a very happy time during the entire National Day holiday. Although Jiang Bangsha is more or less restrained, she has made great progress. She dared to lift clothes on the badminton court. On October 8th, there are still 6 days before Bai Qing's due date. There are still 10 days before Zhu Ning's due date. After a day of class, Li Yang took the high-speed rail directly back to Jiangbei. He didn't go to his parents, but came directly to Bai Qing. As for Chen Pipei, he pretended not to see it. Bai Qing decided to give birth naturally first, and if natural birth is not possible, she will have a cesarean section. The overall plan has been completed long ago, and even the children's clothes have been bought back. At night, Li Yang coaxed Bai Qing to sleep. When he came to the living room, he found Chen Pipei sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating fruit. Seeing Li Yang coming, she immediately adjusted her posture, put her legs down from the sofa, and put them together. From Bai Qing's genes, it can be seen that the Chen family's genes must be good. After all, Bai Jingxun is just that kind of guy, and he definitely didn't inherit the Bai family's looks. Chen Pipei has an excellent figure and face. After seeing Li Yang coming, he asked, "Li Yang, I'm curious about one thing. How do you make money? Is it the same as this time?" "It's about the same. After all, doing industry is so troublesome, and it's far from making money as fast as finance." Li Yang just took a few big waves. If he can remember more detailed information and operate it a little, it is estimated that he can triple it on the current basis. At the financial level, as long as there is fluctuation, there are huge benefits. Chen Pipei, I also know some financial knowledge, but aren't your returns too outrageous? How can you be sure of the market every time? No need to be sure, just bet. It's just that I'm lucky and I bet right every time. Li Yang's current scale has almost reached the limit. Without a big market, it is difficult to make money. It is impossible to imagine pulling a tenfold leverage and going all in like before. There is no carrier in the world that can accommodate his current funds for leverage, and no financial institution is willing to guarantee him. The more money you have, the harder it is to make money. It means making big money, not small money. It is easy to make tens of millions with 10 billion. But it is harder to make 2 billion with 10 billion than to make 50,000 with 10,000. For example, now, Maute is more than 800 yuan, Wu Liangai's stock price has doubled, and Jiang Bangsha's fund's net value has only increased by 60 points, earning 50 points. If it is a small fund, it will definitely double. Even if it is operated well, it is possible to double it by half. Chen Pipei could not accept Li Yang's explanation. More than a month, huge capital, more than 60 points of profit, where can you find it in the world? You are actually cooperating with Jiang Bangsha, right? Let Jiang Bangsha help you raise the stock price. Li Yang interrupted her before she finished speaking. Ms. Chen, please respect other people's professions. Jiang Bangsha doesn't need me to do these, and I don't need to do anything illegal. You can think whatever you want, don't talk nonsense, it will hurt others and yourself in the end. That's King's money. Will I hurt her? Li Yang waved his hand. Who knows? The jealousy between women, no one can predict. What if you envy King for having such a good husband like me, and then you think you are still a bachelor? Chen Pipei immediately stood up from the sofa. Who is a bachelor? I have been abroad for so long, am I not happier than you? Haha. Usually when someone says I am ugly, I admit with a smile that I am indeed ugly. What do you mean? Li Yang continued. If someone says I am shameless, I will definitely get angry with the other party, because I am really shameless. Chen Pipei was stunned. Li Yang smiled and said, if I'm wrong, why are you so anxious? Humph, what kind of bullshit theory is this, Li Yang? but it seems to be quite accurate. She was too lazy to say anything to Li Yang and walked straight to her bedroom. Li Yang sat on the sofa and relaxed for a while. Bai Qing has been very nervous recently. The closer it gets to the due date, the more nervous she gets. It's the first time, it's inevitable. Not to mention giving birth, she didn't act so naturally when she first entered elementary school, no better than Jiang Bangsha. Thinking that she would have a baby in a few days, she was inexplicably excited. Then she didn't fall asleep until after 2 o'clock. Until he heard the noise. Bai Qing, who was pregnant, was standing in the corridor. The two looked at each other, and Bai Qing said a little embarrassedly, "My husband is not here, I can't sleep, here I come." Unknowingly, time came to mid-October. On Friday night, Jiang Bangsha sent a message. "I miss you." He replied, "I will go to see you when I'm done with my work in a while." Okay, she didn't ask anything else. At this time, Wang Qiping was also facing a tangled problem. Should I inform Zhang Yaoding's family? She was about to give birth. She found Zhu Ning and asked, "Ning Ning, do you want to inform your teacher? After all, they care about you too." Zhu Ning immediately said, "No, we can't let them know about this, it will embarrass them." "What's so embarrassing about this? You've been wronged. They will only feel sorry for you." But Zhu Ning still shook her head, her face full of reluctance. Wang Qiping had no choice but to feel that it was a bit unreasonable not to tell Zhang Yaoding's family. But at this time, Zhu Ning's opinion must be the main one. She can only wait until the baby is born. "Husband, I feel like I may be giving birth." "What? I'll call the doctor right away." "Well, you can't leave me, you have to stay with me." "Okay." Li Yang spent a lot of money, so he could stay in the delivery room. He has never been so nervous, even at the moment of rebirth. But at that time he had heat stroke and didn't have the energy to be nervous. October 14th. After more than 2 hours of hard work, she finally gave birth smoothly without surgery. She didn't want to have surgery either, but the price was that she lost strength several times. When the nurse handed the baby to him, he felt very strange and stared at it for more than 10 minutes. Bai Qing woke up slowly. She fell into coma when she gave birth to the baby and only took a look at the baby. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "I haven't seen it yet." "Let me see." The doctor seemed to have said it just now, but Li Yang's attention was on Bai Qing at that time and he didn't pay much attention. Bai Qing said helplessly, "How can you be a father? It's been so long since the baby was born, and you still don't know whether it is a boy or a girl. Didn't I tell you to? I remember the doctor held the baby and took a look at it for you first." "I forgot, we are the same." Li Yang took away the blanket and took a look. "Oh, it's a brother." Bai Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "Not bad." It's a son." "My wife, you are obviously a person of the new era. How can you still have those old feudal ideas?" "I'm afraid you won't be satisfied." "I am satisfied, I am very satisfied. As long as it is my child, no matter the gender, beauty or ugliness, I will be very satisfied. After all, they have no choice. If there's anything wrong, it can only be that I didn't do it well." Bai Qing's eyes were full of smiles. Li Yang was still the same as before. Chen Pipi hurriedly walked in. "Where is the child?" "Let me see." She came over, took a look, and couldn't help saying, "Why does it look like a little monkey?" Li Yang glared at her. "Who is not a little monkey when they are just born? At least wait for 2 days and let it grow up slowly. Even if it is a monkey, our own cub is definitely the best looking monkey. It's the genes of the parents." The next day, the little monkey was given a bath, and its skin gradually grew up. When Chen Pipi saw it again, it seemed to be a different attitude. Li Yang still spent more time with Bai Qing, and he hardly did anything else. On the third day, he was busy running some procedures. When he was about to go to another window, he was suddenly stopped. "Yang, why are you here?" Li Yang looked back and quickly reacted and asked, "Dad, is Sister Ning here?" Only his own father could recognize him at this time. He wore a mask and protective clothing the whole time, with only his eyes and ears exposed. He felt that it would be difficult for Jiang Bangsha to recognize him, but his father called out so confidently after seeing his back. Li Liqin said in surprise, "You came back specially? Why didn't you say hello to your family in advance?" "I'm busy with classes, and I finally asked for leave." "I was just about to ask where you are, then why are you wearing this?" Chapter 233 Master Li, you are too careless. Li Yang's clothes did not look like she had just arrived. "I heard from others that ordinary people are not allowed to enter the delivery room. You have to get a set of protective clothing. I bought it specially. Do you want me to get you one too? Li Liqin didn't doubt Li Yang's words, but said seriously, you want to go in? There is no door. We all have to wait outside, and your mother has to be outside. Well, I'll go ask about the situation. When did Sister Ning come to the hospital? She just came and suddenly said she wanted to eat something. I'll go downstairs to buy it. Oh, then I'll talk to the doctor about the situation and see if I can let the family accompany her. Li Yang thought that his parents had already arranged it, but now it seems a little different. My parents will definitely not save money on this matter, it's just that they don't have the channels to spend money at all. Some high-end medical resources cannot be used by ordinary people even if they have some money. You have to have connections and channels in all aspects, and many people don't even know about those things. For example, if an ordinary person goes to the hotel front desk to ask about a hotel suite that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan a night, will the front desk tell them? Not at all. Ordinary people can only get presidential suites that cost a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. Li Yang accompanied Li Liqin to Zhu Ning's delivery room, calling to inquire about the situation. When he arrived at the delivery room, he saw Wen Qiping taking care of her, and Zhu Ning was feasting on a pile of food next to her. After entering this delivery room, Li Yang can take off his mask because his identity is established. Zhu Ning's eyes widened when she saw Li Yang coming in. Why are you here? Li Yang said, how could I not come when our family has a new member? How do you feel now? Zhu Ning smiled and said, everything is normal, please rest assured, leader, Li Yang. About 20 minutes later, the doctors and nurses in the delivery room were called out. About half an hour later, a group of people were replaced. Li Yang put on a mask because this group of people was the one who delivered Bai Qing. Then, the delivery room was changed. The delivery room was changed from dozens of square meters to more than 100 square meters. Both the cleanliness and the facilities of the entire delivery room were far superior to the previous one. There are 2 lounges, with food and drinks, and even a kitchen. It's almost like being at home. After everything was done, Li Liqin pulled Li Yang and asked, I asked the hospital before, why didn't the hospital tell me? Maybe the resources are limited. The hospital has to reserve some resources to deal with situations that may arise at any time. Those resources would rather be wasted than given away casually. Classes exist everywhere in the world. China is better, at least there is the college entrance examination. In other places, you won't be able to take the college entrance examination, and a college loan will make you unable to hold your head up for the rest of your life. In comparison, mortgages have become more amiable. He and Zhang Bangxia still have a mortgage, and they have to pay about 3,000 yuan every month. Li Liqin sighed, it's better to have money, the hospital is like your own home, Li Yang thought, and said, Dad, why don't we move to Zhengbei? We won't live in the county anymore. The medical resources here are better, many times better than in a small county. He really didn't want his father to get entangled with those relatives. Now those relatives didn't dare to look for him, but they didn't bother Li Liqin a lot in private. Li Liqin was also happy to help. For example, he would take the good wine that Li Yang bought for him to the village for his 2 brothers and some relatives to drink. These were all small matters, and Li Yang would not care. He was afraid that his father would spoil those people and might put forward some excessive conditions later. Hearing this, Li Liqin obviously hesitated, and finally said with a smile, let's talk about it later. Anyway, if you live here, I will definitely agree. Well, okay. Li Yang occasionally found an excuse to go out. Bai Qing's delivery room was not far from here, one on the south side of the corridor and the other on the north side. A few hours later, Zhu Ning responded, and then there was a war. Due to various reasons, Li Yang and Li Liqin stayed at the door. He could hear the screams coming from inside, and Li Liqin was anxious. Although Li Yang appeared calm on the surface, he was also very worried. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Wang Qiping, with a worried face, said through the crack of the door, Yang Gang, come in for a moment, Ning Ning is looking for you. Ah. Okay. Li Yang walked in. Seeing Zhu Ning sweating profusely, her facial features were a little distorted. For someone with a thin body like her, it is indeed more difficult to give birth. The anesthetics are ready next to her, and the operation can be performed at any time. However, Zhu Ning seemed reluctant. After seeing Li Yang coming in, Zhu Ning immediately stretched out her hand. Li Yang grabbed her hand and could feel an unprecedented burst of strength from her body. At this time, Zhu Ning seemed to care about nothing. Looking at Li Yang, her eyes were full of desire and said, "Yang Gang, I feel like I'm going to die. Can you help me take care of the baby? Don't worry, it will definitely be okay. I'll ask the doctor to apply anesthetic to you, and you should rest for a while now. I'll try it one last time." Zuning knew that Li Yang liked her little belly very much. If she left a scar, who knows if that guy would like it anymore? Okay, Li Yang agreed. Anyway, it's not a big deal. The technology of obstetrics and gynecology in China is absolutely top-notch. No matter what happens this time, Zuning's life will not be in danger. This time, Zuning is going all out. Li Yang only felt that she was holding his hand, getting tighter and tighter, and even pinching him so hard that it hurt. Zuning didn't have this kind of strength in the past. His hand is one size bigger than hers. Anyone who has studied physics knows that the strength of his palm can easily crush Zuning. Wang Qiping next to him was even more distressed. It was more difficult for Zuning to give birth than she had imagined. She had tried several times before but failed, but this time, she didn't know what happened, and suddenly she had a desperate posture. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. According to the previous situation, she would have given up at this time because she had no strength at all. But this time, she still insisted. Until 15 minutes later, Zuning groaned, accompanied by the sound of the baby's birth. Li Yang didn't care about anything else. He found that Zuning had fainted. Doctor, hello, your family is fine, they just fainted due to exhaustion. They should be able to wake up within half an hour, okay, thank you for your hard work." At this time, Wang Qiping looked at the child while looking at Zuning. After hearing the doctor say this, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then focused all her attention on the child. "Congratulations, it's a girl," Wang Qiping smiled and said, thank you, girls are good." She was actually afraid of giving birth to a boy. If it was her own family, it would be better to have a boy as the first child, and a girl as the second child would be alright. But for Zuning's current situation, the pressure of giving birth to a girl is much less. Even if Li Yang doesn't care about it in the future, the old couple can raise a little girl well. Raising a boy is hard, and they have to buy a house for him and marry him off. Where can they earn money to buy a house? Everything is going well now. Looking at the newborn monkey, Wang Qiping didn't feel hungry at all even though she didn't eat lunch. Children are so interesting. Li Liqin couldn't wait any longer, and after a doctor came out to say that a mother and daughter were safe, he also got permission to go in. He even held the child in front of Li Yang and said, "Yang Gang, look at this little guy. He is so cute. He looks like you when you were a kid." "Li Yang, what can you tell when he is just born?" Li Liqin just said that casually. After all, how can you praise a child? If the parents are good, they will be like the parents. If the parents are not good, then just saying that they are better than the parents at a glance is a panacea answer. "Dad, what name are you going to give the child?" "We have to wait until Ningning wakes up before we can talk about it." Wang Qiping, who was standing by, couldn't help but pinch Li Liqin. Li Liqin immediately said, "Why are you pinching me?" Wang Qiping said unhappily, "What's wrong with you, the grandfather?" Naming the child, Li Liqin, "I'm the grandfather then." He was pinched again. Wang Qiping already had an idea about whether the child should have the surname Zhu or Li. But Li Liqin obviously didn't think that way. If the surname is Zhu, can they be a family? It must be Li. Zuning has no ability to support the child, so Li Yang has to help. After a while, Zuning woke up, and Wang Qiping held the child to her and placed it beside her. She asked Li Yang to accompany her, and she went out with Li Liqin. After leaving the delivery room, Wang Qiping said, "Li Liqin, are you confused? Yang Gang asked you to name the child, so just name it. If you name it, the child will be closely related to our family. Can Yang Gang not take care of the child in the future? If Ningning is given the child, what if Yang Gang doesn't care about it in the future? Ningning is not our child, it's just a formal relationship," Li Liqin said in embarrassment. "We should always respect Ningning's opinion, right?" "What, does Ningning have any opinion?" Li Liqin, he felt that Wang Qiping wanted to snatch the child. It is indeed worth being happy to have a child, but Wang Qiping shouldn't be so crazy, right? "Yang Gang, I feel like I died once. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zhu. It's your fault. Who told you to do it secretly?" Zuning looked at the door, afraid that Li Liqin and others would come in. Li Yang said angrily, "Now you know you are afraid. Why weren't you afraid when you held my hand and said those words before?" Zuning said cautiously, "It shouldn't be seen, right?" It's okay, everyone was nervous at that time, and they wouldn't care about these things. What about you? I'm not nervous. The child's surname is not Lee. Pup. It must be surnamed Lee. What's the future with my surname? I'm the only poor guy in the Zhu family. If I take your surname Lee, will the child still lack money in the future? Li Yang was relieved when he heard this. He originally wanted to test it, because he could see from his mother's eyes and some actions that his mother was still very persistent about the child's surname. Of course, if Zuning didn't want to, persistence would be useless, and he would take Zuning as the main thing. I'll call my parents to come in to help you take care of the child and arrange meals by the way, then kiss me. Li Yang smiled and kissed Zuning on the mouth, which scared Zuning. You are really brave, you are crazy. Go quickly. Zuning was afraid of being seen, but she was a little eager in her heart. She had thought before that if she gave birth to the child alone, she would have someone to accompany her in the future. But she didn't expect Li Yang to bring his parents over. She licked her lips and felt at ease. She was not despised. After Li Liqin and Wang Qiping came in, they sat next to Zuning, one on each side, and put a pillow under Zuning so that she could sit up. After asking Zuning a few questions about her feelings, Wang Qiping asked, Ning, the child needs to get a birth certificate and register the household registration. Have you thought of a name for the child? I have thought of it. How about Li Yuqing? Li Liqin was very surprised, but Wang Qiping was very satisfied. For Zuning, this name has a unique meaning. Only if the child has the surname Li can the sun come out after the rain. If the child has her surname, who knows what unpredictable things will happen in the future. It is unknown where she will stop next. When Li Yang arranged everything and returned to the delivery room, Wang Qiping handed the child to him and said, the child's name has been chosen. It's Li Yuqing. As an uncle, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Yes, of course I should express my gratitude. Isn't this year the year of the monkey? I have asked someone to use 5 kilograms of gold to make a little monkey. It will be delivered in a few days. Zuning didn't lack these, but his parents did. What they needed most was all kinds of psychological advantages, otherwise they would feel useless at home. Therefore, even if it was a small matter, he would take it seriously. He couldn't think about things with his mindset. His parents were in a different position from him. Wang Qiping was satisfied. It meant that her son was not opposed to this child, so it would be much easier to get along with him in the future. The Li family has a new member. After get off work, Zhang Bangsha returned to his residence. Dao Ying called. Mom, why are you calling? Zhang Bangsha rarely received calls from Dao Ying. Most of the time, they would chat first and then turn on the voice chat. Direct calls are generally urgent. Dao Ying on the other end of the phone said, Xia, did you know that Zuning gave birth to a child? Dao Ying obviously felt that she was deceived. Zuning had clearly promised her. But she didn't draw a clear line with Li Yang at all. She simply told Zhang Bangsha directly, that child is Li Yang's. Zhang Bangsha hurriedly said, Mom, what are you thinking about? Li Yang has always been with me. I didn't think too much about it. I knew about the relationship between Li Yang and her last year, and I talked to Zuning specifically during the Chinese New Year. I didn't want to talk about this matter at first. After all, you like Li Yang, and I don't need to bring up Li Yang's previous mistakes. But now it's not possible. Since they dare to have a child, they don't take you seriously. In short, I don't agree with your relationship with Li Yang, and it doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your mother. Dao Ying's way of addressing Zuning has changed now. She just found out about this matter. Li Liqin called to inform her. The child has been born for 4 days. Then she calculated that Zuning got pregnant around the Chinese New Year. It was impossible for her to find a boyfriend right after leaving the Li family and get pregnant right away, right? So, there is only one possibility. It is normal for Li Liqin and his wife to be kept in the dark. Zhang Yaoding still doesn't know about it. After hearing about it, he scolded the unfaithful man while feeling sorry for Zuning. He even called his unit to ask for leave and went to Zhang Bei to see her immediately. Zhang Bangsha asked helplessly, Mom, how can you be so sure? Zuning asked me to open a securities account for her before. She has been making money all the time. With a capital of 100,000 yuan, she made more than 8 million yuan in a year. Later, she closed the margin trading, and I don't know how much money she has left. And the IP address of that account has been following Li Yang. When Li Yang played in South Korea, the IP address also appeared in South Korea. When Li Yang went to Beijing to study, The IP address also appeared in Beijing. And that account belongs to Zhu Ning's boyfriend. Mom, maybe Sister Ning is not convenient to say. There is no problem for Li Yang to borrow her account, right? It's not that complicated, Dao Ying. She is an experienced person. When she talked to Zhu Ning about her boyfriend, her expression could not deceive people. It's just a guess, Mom, don't take it to heart. The child is definitely not Li Yang's. I can guarantee this. Dao Ying didn't expect Zhang Bangsha to be so persistent, and asked directly, Xia, if the child is really Li Yang's, will you leave him? Yes, definitely. He already has a child, what else do you need me for? Okay. This is what you said. I will go there tomorrow and find a way to get a hair from the child. You also send me a hair from Li Yang. I will do a paternity test and show you the results when the time comes. Zhang Bangsha, Mom, it's not a good idea for you to pull the hair of a newborn child? What if it causes folliculitis? The child is too young? Wait until the child is older. It's okay. You don't have to touch the hair. Get some saliva, and send Li Yang's hair as soon as possible. Pull out a strand, preferably with some hair follicles. Okay then, Zhang Bangsha could only agree. This matter was a reverse scale for her parents, and they would never accept it in their lifetime. After hanging up Dao Ying's phone, she sent a message to Li Yang. Master Li, did you know that Sister Ning gave birth to a child, soon? Li Yang replied, yes, I know. I've been busy with this these 2 days. I heard that her boyfriend dumped her. Yeah, that's right, Alice. Sister Ning will have a hard time raising a child alone in the future. But my mother already knows about it. She also said that she has met Sister Ning's boyfriend and is going to collect some biological samples of the child and then find a way to get Sister Ning's boyfriend's hair to do a paternity test. With a paternity test, we can ask the child's father for child support. What can Zhang Bangsha do? She can only secretly inform. She has already thought of what to do with Li Yang's hair. Chapter 234 Zhang Bangsha's Weibo. When Dao Ying's family went to Jiangbei, Li Yang left there in advance and returned to Beijing. It was best not to meet Dao Ying. If they met at this time, Dao Ying might get angry. It would be fine after a while. Let's see if the paternity test can dispel her doubts. It was already the end of October before she knew it. The weather in Beijing began to turn cold. Li Yang was still a little uncomfortable after returning. It was still 30 degrees in Jiangbei, but only 23 degrees in Beijing, and it would drop to about 10 degrees at night. He came to Zhang Bangsha's place to change into long sleeves, and then went to school. The classes that should be taken still had to be taken. After Zhang Bangsha came back, she saw the clothes hanging on the balcony and knew that Li Yang had come back. She breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yang came back as soon as possible, which meant that he was still thinking about his face and was happy. Otherwise, once Li Yang and Dao Ying had a conflict, and the contradictions between the two sides could not be reconciled, it would be difficult for her to do it. Although it did not affect the final decision, between an easy decision and a decision under great pressure, a fool would choose the former. At first, Li Yang said he had something to do. She thought it was the lawsuit between Penguin and Aurora Studios, and Li Yang went to Shenzhen in person. She also followed it for several days, wanting to see the final result of the lawsuit. But on the 9th, news suddenly came out on the internet that the entire case was dismissed because of non-compliant procedures. It was dismissed on the day of the trial, which was very dramatic. It was like the food had been served, and when you wanted to go over to eat, you were suddenly told that it was not a meal and could not be eaten yet. The specific reason was not clear at the time. But with the fermentation of the internet, everything became clear. Lottie in South Korea provided a deployment site for SD, and even the Lottie supermarket in China was boycotted. At this time, the ban on South Korea was about to fall. Who dared to file such a lawsuit? This matter itself was not considered plagiarism. Can the game industry be considered plagiarism? What is 30% similarity in mechanism? No one said anything about 60% similarity in mechanism. A case that should not have been accepted was accepted because of the intervention of capital. Once the lawsuit is filed, it will prove that the judicial process has determined that Aurora Studio is suspected of plagiarism. If the lawsuit is lost again, it will be a slap in the face of their own country. Simply start the self-destruct program directly, as if this incident has never happened. When Penguin found out, they didn't say a word. For Penguin, this incident is not just as simple as not winning the lawsuit. There are many other things, such as they were delayed for several months. If Bluehole hadn't appeared, they would have set up a project for this kind of chicken-eating game, just because they had fantasies about Bluehole. After acquiring it, they felt that it was better than setting up a project by themselves. Now there is no way to leave. In the past few months, they have been promoting Bluehole's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and introduced it to China. They only need to wait for the review to be released directly. As a result, the previous process went well. But in October they were suddenly informed that the game did not pass the review. The reason was that the picture was too bloody. The person in charge of Penguin Games was about to swear on the spot, "Damn, isn't Aurora Studios' PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds bloody?" Blood spurts out with one shot, but they can't do anything, and they know what the underlying reason is. Even if they hate it, they will never open their mouths at this time. For Aurora Studio, this is a win-win situation. It has successfully delayed the progress of the Penguin Chicken game project. By the time they start the project again, it is too late. Aurora Studio's position in the gaming industry has become increasingly strong over time. After Li Yang came back, he learned about the situation of Aurora Studio and everything went well. The more Penguin Games had promoted PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds before, the more backlash it is facing now. More and more players are pouring into PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The number of registered users has soared from more than 20 million in September to more than 30 million now. Although this game is free, it requires real name registration and a mobile phone number. The hidden cost of a game account is not low. Aurora Studio did not directly license it to all live streaming platforms for free like Penguin Games did. Now, fewer and fewer live streaming platforms broadcast League of Legends. Because there is no traffic, there is nothing to watch, and they are being abused by others. This was the case last year, and this year's World Championship is already halfway through, but there is no LPL team. Li Yang can even be sure that there will be no LPL team in the next few years. LPL's championship in 2018 is no longer possible. Li Yang dismantled the team and asked EDG to buy a core player. This is business war. What if Law wins the championship again and attracts the popularity of domestic players? It's best to die like this. Maybe Law will not be given enough status in history, because it was popular for too short a time. It's not as good as Crossfire. At most, it was popular for 2.5 years. This year, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has started to take over. After class, he came to the Aurora Studio, and Wang Jing came to report the situation to him. "Boss, according to the news we received, Penguin Games has not given up and is preparing to operate the overseas version of Bluehole PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is expected to be officially launched in December this year." Li Yang asked, "What about our overseas version?" "Currently, Hoyo is the agent. We promised to give them 70% of the overseas props fee. They are wholeheartedly helping us promote the game to the world. Although their channels are not as powerful as Penguin Games, the current effect is good. In addition to China, there are now more than 15 million registered users overseas, and the maximum number of simultaneous online users exceeds 1.2 million. For a game that has only been released for a few months, this result is definitely impressive enough. Especially the overseas version, which has only been released for more than 3 months. Wang Jing hesitated and said again, "Boss, the company has no money, server bandwidth is particularly expensive. At the beginning, it only cost about 10 million per month. With more and more data and more user game time, a patrol system and detection system have been developed, which has led to a surge in costs. The cost of overseas servers is about $10 million a year, and the cost of domestic servers is probably close to 300 million a year. At present, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds does not have a paid project, and the entire project research and development cost nearly 200 million. Adding various activities and the cost of Li Yang's promotion of this game, he may have to pay 1 billion this year. It's okay, we'll have money soon, wait until January, okay? The money for the server can be owed first. Generally it will be no problem to owe it for 2 or 3 months." Wang Jing also knew that Li Yang was poor now, but no matter how poor he was, Zhang Bangsha would back him up, and now Zhang Bangsha was very rich. Li Yang just came to check on the situation, and there were a few documents that needed his signature. After he was done, he returned to the dormitory. While there was no one in the dormitory, he took out 2 paternity test reports, took another look, and tore them up directly. Although he had never doubted it, he had to do it. Facts have proved that it was indeed his seed. Bai Qing and Zhu Ning were not aware of this matter, he did it privately. It is highly likely that they will not say it in the future, and saying it will create estrangement. I'm afraid they never thought about proving anything at all, because they have never done anything to let Li Yang down. Soon, it was Friday. After Jiang Bangsha got off work, she called Wu Xianqi on her way home. Fellow Taoist Wu, please help me. Fellow Taoist Jiang, you can say whatever you want. I will do anything for you, then give me 2 hairs, and they must have hair follicles. What? No. The hair on your body is from your parents. Hadi, I know you have a girlfriend and need money, right? Wu Xianqi was silent. After a while, he said, then I want 200 yuan. Okay, I'll give you 20,000 yuan, send it to me as soon as possible. Wu Xianqi said, you are not practicing some evil magic and want to use my hair to curse me, right? Fellow Taoist Jiang, you and I have been classmates for so many years. If you know this trick, can you teach it to me? It would be best if it could make others fall in love with me. If there is, I want it myself. Jiang Bangsha felt that it would be reassuring to put a gu on Li Yang. When she returned to her residence and opened the door, she smelled the delicious aroma of food. The food cooked by Li Yang was actually average, but she thought it was more delicious than any other food. My good day is coming, Master Li. I haven't had a good meal since you left. The food you cooked is so delicious, Li Yang said with a smile. That's perfect. Let's talk about salary. How much salary are you going to give me? Let's not talk about salary tonight. I'll reward you with myself first, okay? You must call me for such good things in the future. I can only call you. That night, there were a lot of words, and they didn't stop until 1 o'clock in the morning. With a showdown in early September, now we are about to enter November, and the white horse stocks have gone out of the supermarket. The next day, Jiang Bangsha was reviewing the market in the study. The super large cap stock Maute successfully climbed to a price of 1,000 yuan, and the total market value exceeded 1.2 trillion yuan, and it was still moving towards 1.3 trillion yuan. This market is abnormal and too violent. The market has gone from 2,500 points to the current 3,100 points, and countless people are shouting that the bull market is coming. Only those who really participate in the capital game know that this is not a so-called bull market at all, but that many domestic institutions have accelerated the pace. They will definitely harvest all the shares before March next year and lower the stock price, thus killing one Liu capital in one fell swoop. Jiang Bangsha didn't know how to solve this situation. His restricted chips reached 160 billion. Of course, the total scale also exceeded 280 billion. Although there were 5 fewer trading days this month, she still made more than 30 points of floating profit. She didn't raise her hand anymore, but the value of restricted chips was rising, so the restricted funds also increased. Because she didn't raise her hand, the super large cap stock of Maute didn't increase much. On the contrary, some stocks worth tens of billions or more than 100 billion basically doubled in 2 months, and some even doubled by 1.5 times. For example, Wuliangai. From more than 30 yuan, it rose to more than 80 yuan. Jiang Bangsha also knew the courage of that group of people. They really didn't care about their lives to pull it up. Faced with this unsolvable situation, she had already admitted defeat. After watching for 2 hours, she found that there was no way out. It would be better to be with Li Yang. She hadn't been tired of it yet. If you don't get tired of it when you are young, you can't wait until you are old. It just so happens that the early autumn in Beijing is very beautiful. She called Li Yang and drove to the suburbs of Beijing. Climb the mountains and look at the fallen leaves. When the market was clamoring about the bull market, many people smelled the smell because it was not long since the bull market in 2015. Li Yang also knew that this was the butterfly effect, which brought forward what would have happened next year in the previous life. In 2016 and 2017, the white horse stock market in the past 2 years was essentially a huge opportunity brought by industrial transformation, so companies with good performance in large scale were sought after. Of course, there is another core point, that is, market needs. If stocks don't rise, how can capital make money? Since it has to rise, it must choose a good direction to rise. It is impossible to rise in all directions like in 2014 and 2015. They can't get meat from the general rise, and the final market situation is not something they can control. This time one Liu Capital gave them a direction, and they also needed it, so they rushed in, and they could kill one Liu Capital by the way, and they were very satisfied. Time slowly came to late November. Li Yang had a very easy life. Although he did not attend the full moon banquets for his 2 children, he sent gifts. In addition to attending classes, he kept an eye on the stock market every day. Blue chip stocks have basically been trading sideways at high levels for half a month, and countless funds have changed hands. It is likely that they are trying to pull up the last wave and end at the end of December. After all, there will be holidays during the Chinese New Year, and most of February's holidays are weekends. The time left for them to smash the market is only January. If the market is not ended by the end of December, they will be very passive and will leave a loophole for Wanliu Capital. This is a large-scale action of trillions of funds. Every step must be cautious, otherwise they will be caught as a typical example. They also know where the village chief's reverse scale is. If you want to make money, you must make it honestly. If you dare to maliciously smash the market, no one will have a good time. And at this time, the chips on the market suddenly increased. It was not very obvious in early December. In mid-December, many institutions found that it was becoming more and more difficult to pull up. Basically, every time they pulled up, they exceeded the expected funds by 20%. By the end of the month, the situation was far beyond expectations. They have too many chips in their hands. So many that it is a bit scary, 10% more than previously expected. This 10% is tens of billions. The original plan was to sell chips starting in January. They already had a lot of chips, and now they have tens of billions more. The cost of selling chips is something they cannot afford. Although the big white horses have basically doubled, and even Wuliangai has broken through from 34 yuan to 93 yuan, the actual situation is that they did not make that much money at all. They have funds involved in every stage of the market, resulting in their high costs. Especially this wave in December, their holding costs were directly averaged to more than 50 yuan. This is still the stock with the most floating profits. For many white horse stocks, the floating profits are only 40 points for them. Can the space of 40 points support their shipments? They are different from Wanliu Capital. Although Wanliu Capital has been subject to various restrictions after the placard, its operations are limited. But it also means that the expenditure costs are fixed, and the net value of Wanliu Capital's 2 funds have doubled. Wanliu Pilot Selection, with a scale of 230 billion, has a net value of 2.24 in 4 months. The bull market atmosphere has indeed attracted a lot of funds, but the time is too short to support enough bottom-up buying. In the last round of stock market crash, many people have not recovered their losses, and they are powerless to participate this time. In addition, the two-way financing has been tightened, and off-site financing has been severely cracked down. They didn't know why such a change happened at first, even if they noticed that foreign capital was flowing out. Now they have to wonder whether foreign capital is running away on a large scale and throwing chips into their hands. At the same time, Li Yang used Jiang Bangshi's account to post a long Weibo. The title is, "The Imperial Army Has Worked Hard." Text, I just noticed something and shared it with you. I am also a little qualified to express my opinions in the financial circle, right? If you think I am not qualified, I can show my professional qualification certificate. To be honest, I think it's a bit funny. When Wanliu Capital was established last year, many fans believed in me and put their funds in Wanliu Capital and let us take care of it. Many families benefited from this, and my office was presented with several silk banners. Their idea of sending silk banners was actually very simple, that is, buying the fund of Wanliu Capital saved their lives. Some people work hard to earn money, but after a year, they can only save 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. They want to make some investments and give themselves some hope for the future. However, things did not go as planned. Some people have managed their finances for more than 10 years. Not only did they not make a penny, but they also lost money in the bull market. Indeed, you can say that they do not understand financial management, and they should run away after making money instead of staying in the fund. If so, why do they buy funds? What is the purpose of buying funds? Fund companies do not explicitly require that they be responsible for profits and losses, but what about people's hearts? I dare say that all the silk banners I received were sent by investors from the bottom of their hearts and willingly. I would like to ask my colleagues, how many of the silk banners in your office are not bought by your own people for show? I was deeply touched by the silk banners. I think we should work hard to make more products and serve more people. After all, everyone knows that the Wanliu Mixed Select Fund has a quota, and each ID card has only a quota of 100,000 yuan. In this society, what can 100,000 yuan do? It is not enough for a serious illness, let alone buying a car or a house. So I applied for another fund product, One Liu Pilot Select. Although this fund has no quota, the scale of purchase is not large, basically hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and occasionally there are customers with 300,000 or 500,000. They are not rich people, right? Can't you be a little more promising? Why do you have to think about my little money? At first, I didn't know why I was targeted, why any stock I bought would start to fall. I am not a stockholder, and I can't use metaphysics to describe it. I am also an institution. I have a scale of hundreds of billions, and my holdings cover 80% of the mainstream stocks in A shares. Except for those that I trade with high frequency, everything else is falling. It just so happens that some unpopular stocks that can't be more unpopular have been continuously rising, without any logic, and large institutions directly enter the market. When did you take a fancy to those small shrimps? Later I found out that it was not that you were attracted to those small shrimps, but that you simply didn't like me. I had more and more funds on my side, and finally I had no choice but to raise my placard. If I didn't raise my placard, I would have to give up those funds. Those funds of several thousand or tens of thousands of yuan. But I took a look at the banner. What if they need this money in the future? They are just ordinary families. At present, One Liu Capital serves more than 1.2 million users, and less than 1% of individual users have subscribed for more than 500,000 yuan. 99% of them are ordinary people, ordinary as can be. I don't want to disappoint them, so I can only take it. After taking it, there are no stocks to buy, so I can only raise my placard. What happened after I raised my placard? Those stocks rose desperately, even stocks with a market value of tens of billions, even stocks with a market value of hundreds of billions, even stocks with a market value of trillions, all started a desperate upward trend. There is a prerequisite, that is, the stocks I raised my placard. You said earlier that my placard had this power. I just picked a junk stock to raise my placard and see if I can create a stock market miracle. What I said before can be regarded as nonsense. I don't care if you are willing to push up the stocks I hold. Even if I end up with nothing, I believe that with my ability, I will not let the investors suffer too much. The worst case scenario is that I will be a little tired. I can make 200 to 300 million yuan with high frequency trading every day, and slowly fill this hole. I never thought about making hundreds of thousands or millions for the investors at once. It would be a huge surprise for them to make thousands or tens of thousands of yuan a year. They will smile more during the Chinese New Year. But when I observed the market recently, I was shocked. The net outflow of foreign capital is more than 70 billion, and this is just 1 month. I specifically checked the inflow of foreign capital in the past 4 months. The net inflow is only about 50 billion. And now 70 billion has flowed out at once. If you don't like me, you can say it openly, or even find someone to kill me in private. But why are you kidding with the investors' money? In order to support foreign capital, have you become so unscrupulous? No wonder you pushed up the price and took chips from the market at the cost of your life last month. Don't you know the risks? Would you rather use all your positions to get chips at a high position? You are not unaware of the risks, you know them better than anyone else. It's just that is the money of your foreign masters, and you have to protect your foreign masters even if you risk your life. What are domestic investors? In your eyes, they are nothing. You share the profits, and you ask for management fees and handling fees when you lose money. But do you know what this 70 billion represents? It represents hundreds of thousands of families. That is their hard-earned money. Here, I solemnly congratulate you. Under your cover, your master successfully cashed out at a high position and left. Imperial Army, you have worked hard. After this Weibo was posted, many people had just finished reading it, and Zhang Bangsha posted another Weibo. One Liu Capital will not accept subscriptions from today. I will try my best to protect everyone's funds until this matter has a satisfactory result for everyone. When I think I have explained to all those who trust me, I will quit the financial circle and have children with my boyfriend. That's it. I will no longer post on Weibo. Chapter 235. You finally admitted that the money is in your hands, right? Zhang Bangsha's Weibo post can be said to be a perfect match for netizens, and they may even be deeply involved in it. The frustrations, pressures, and grievances in life can all be explained by this reason. Someone is bullying them. The boss is a piece of shit, working them to death, and finding all kinds of excuses to deduct their wages. Relatives and friends are shit, bullying and taking advantage of them. Even when going out to buy vegetables, they are cheated by the ghost scale. As soon as I sat in the sales office and left my contact information, my phone was immediately bombarded with calls. I bought insurance for my car, and it was obviously not an accident, but it became more and more expensive every year. It was not just one insurance company, but all insurance companies seemed to have agreed to raise the price collectively. It was harder every year, but the money I saved was getting less and less. Financial management? That's giving money to others. Who would care about your money? If you buy someone else's fund, it's their money. Look at it now, foreign capital has made $70 billion. In just 4 months. Is this a domestic institution? This article was forwarded millions of times on the entire internet half an hour after it was published, and then it was deleted. Jiang Bangsha's account was directly banned for violating community regulations. However, the spread of the message not only did not decrease, but intensified. At Wanliu Capital, Jiang Bangsha had just got off work, and at the company gate, a car was already waiting for her there. The second Weibo post was posted by her personally, and the first one was posted by Li Yang. She was also off work at that time. After seeing it, she logged into her account and posted the second Weibo. She must have been nervous because Li Yang's method was too rough. After that article was posted, you can imagine what will happen in the future. Seeing the black car at the door, she knew that it was for her. She was about to walk over when another car stopped and she saw Li Yang. Then, Li Yang took her hand and walked towards his car. The black car got anxious, and someone got out immediately, shouting, "Mr. Li, Ms. Jiang, our leader wants to talk to you too," Li Yang said directly. "What's there to talk about? There's nothing to say to you, just do whatever you want." Jiang Bangsha, she still doesn't know what confidence Master Li has to say such a thing. It's obvious that he wants to settle accounts with you. After all, every word of those words is very heartbreaking. It even directly denies the entire A share market. The adverse impact caused is really too great. Anyway, she doesn't understand, just be obedient. Is this probably rebellion? Why is it that I feel inexplicably refreshed? Li Yang drove and took Jiang Bangsha back to his residence. In the car, Jiang Bangsha didn't ask. After returning home, Jiang Bangsha had no worries and asked directly, "Master Li, do you know who that person was just now?" "I know, he is from the China Securities Regulatory Commission. He should be the village chief." Jiang Bangsha was confused. "Why don't you pay attention to him?" "Don't worry, they will be here soon." "Huh?" Jiang Bangsha's surprise was not over yet, and she heard the doorbell. Jiang Bangsha walked over and opened the door. Anyway, Li Yang was there, so she was not worried about any danger. Li Yang was very strong, and it was no problem for him to beat 3 or 5 people alone. After she opened the door, she saw only a middle-aged man with a kind face. And the other party immediately greeted him. "Hello, classmate Jiang Bangsha." "Oh, hello, please come in." Jiang Bangsha recognized the other party. It was the same as what Li Yang said. Huh? She felt very nervous. She never thought that she would be able to stand with such a person one day. Jiang Baichuan was the same. 2 young people in their 20s overturned the entire A share market. If they didn't show up, it was hard to say how far things would develop. Jiang Bangsha, this girl, looks simple and honest no matter how you look at her. She definitely doesn't look like someone who can do such a dirty trick. After he came in, he saw Li Yang still sitting on the sofa, and he immediately knew what was going on. It was this guy who instigated him. Jiang Bangsha is a student at Beijing University with a promising future, but this guy tricked her into dropping out of school to trade stocks. Now he is using Jiang Bangsha's name to do dirty tricks on all kinds of people. He is simply not a good person. He felt a kind of underworld atmosphere from Li Yang, but it was different from the previous underworld atmosphere. Judging from Li Yang's methods, this guy is very courageous. Of course, with Li Yang's background, if he is not very courageous, it is easy for him to disappear inexplicably. After all, no one can guarantee that those who have conflicts with him can abide by the rules. Those big guys all came from the grassroots era. Even if they are much more restrained now, it is not surprising that they will do anything if they are really forced into a corner. Didn't Sen Yiming get sacrificed? The life of his own son can be used as a bargaining chip. Li Yang stood up after he walked to the sofa, and said with a smile, "You are here, please take a seat." Jiang Baichuan looked at Li Yang sternly, and then sat on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Bangsha standing cautiously beside him, he was very satisfied. A simple-minded girl. When he saw Li Yang standing beside him with a nonchalant look, he felt a nameless fire in his heart. This scene was like his precious daughter coming back with a yellow-haired boyfriend. He slowly said, "Young people, don't be so rude. If you have any difficulties, we can discuss it properly. If you do this, how can there be room for negotiation?" Zhang Bangsha nodded quickly. Yes, we were wrong, sorry." Zhang Beichuan liked Zhang Bangsha more and more. Li Yang immediately asked, "Who wants to negotiate with them?" At this point, whoever retreats will die. Negotiate? You are so old, how can you say such a muddled thing? No wonder there are so many monsters in the A-share market and no one cares about them. You are so confused. Zhang Beichuan was so angry that he almost had high blood pressure. What the hell is this? I told you not to fight back. I said you have to negotiate at this time. Why don't you negotiate in advance? Besides, how can it be too late now? Isn't it just that one Liu Capital has raised hundreds of billions? With his identity, what's so difficult about solving this matter? Zhang Bangsha quietly pulled Li Yang's hand. Li Yang sat straight on the sofa. Don't think I'm being harsh. A-shares are such a big deal. I don't believe you don't know. In fact, you know it better than anyone else. You just don't want to manage it, Zhang Beichuan said seriously. As long as it is against the rules, we dare to manage it. Then collusion between institutions, isn't it against the rules? Is it against the rules? But do you have evidence? Haha, evidence? Their changes in positions are evidence. Do you need evidence for this? What evidence do you want for something that even a fool can see clearly? Zhang Beichuan said leisurely. I also suspect that someone is doing insider trading, and I also suspect that someone is not qualified to recommend stocks privately. But I have no evidence, so even if I knew it a long time ago, I didn't pursue it. If you do things based on your feelings, you will inevitably wrongly accuse many people. Li Yang smiled and said, "Are you talking about me? You can go and investigate. If you really want to commit a crime, just arrest me. I have always been a person who stands at attention when I am beaten. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about others," Zhang Beichuan said unhappily. This guy is so shameless. Don't you know what you have done? Of course, Zhang Beichuan didn't know about it a long time ago, but only found out today. Even if the evidence was collected, it would not be a problem for Li Yang, as he should have evasive means. There was no point in pursuing this trivial matter. He came here this time with only one purpose, to recover a sum of money. That sum of money was in Li Yang's hands. If Li Yang kept that money abroad forever, the loss to A-shares would be too great. So great that it was unimaginable. Li Yang smiled and said, "It's not me. I thought there was something wrong with bringing classmates to invest in stocks. In this case, do you have something to do with us? If you are looking for my girlfriend, then I will step aside." "No need to step aside. I'm looking for you." What can Zhang Beichuan talk about with Zhang Bangsha? I guess this girl will agree to anything he says. But what about the money? Who should he ask for that money? Zhang Bangsha's money is all in one Liu Capital, and that money is not going away. Li Yang hurriedly explained, "I am just a junior student. I did talk to my girlfriend about the stock market on weekdays, but I don't trade stocks with my personal account anymore, and I don't take anyone else to trade stocks. I am under the management of Beijing University, not you." "Then listen here," Zhang Beichuan said seriously, and then smiled and said to Zhang Bangsha, "Student Zhang Bangsha, you sit down too. Let's just have a simple chat today. If you feel that you have been wronged, just tell me. I will also leave my contact information with you later. If anyone has trouble with one Liu Capital in the future, you can call me," Zhang Bangsha hurriedly said. No, I haven't been wronged." Li Yang was speechless. But he didn't say anything. Zhang Beichuan continued to ask, "What about your Weibo? This may be a little bit, but you also said that I have no evidence, so it doesn't count. Just think of it as me being under too much pressure and venting my emotions. If there are any consequences, I am willing to bear them." Zhang Bangsha couldn't give Li Yang away. If he really pursued it, Li Yang might get into trouble. Zhang Beichuan said immediately, It's okay. Even if you have any suspicions, you can tell me and I will arrange for someone to investigate." Li Yang on the side, "Who just told me that we can just ignore it without evidence? Now we have to investigate just because we have suspicions?" Hearing this, Zhang Bangsha felt relieved and sat on the sofa. She said seriously, "I know that you maintain a loose market, which is conducive to expanding the scale of A-shares. After all, the financial industry can maximize the circulation of funds. As long as the funds circulate, it will have an effect on promoting the entire economy. But don't you think that those funds will eventually flow into the hands of big capital? It has become a trend for institutions to form groups. In a few years, A-shares will be similar to US stocks and become a pure capital harvesting market. Zhang Beichuan, please continue. Take this incident as an example. The total market value of the stocks I hold is more than 6 trillion, which means that they can easily manipulate a market of 6 trillion. If it weren't for the fact that the power of retail investors in A-shares cannot be underestimated, they could manipulate even more. The entire A-share market is only 50 trillion in scale, and the core financial products are only about 20 trillion. Zhang Bangsha listed a bunch of numbers. Zhang Beichuan nodded and motioned Zhang Bangsha to continue. Zhang Bangsha, this time I am going to withdraw a sum of money in a few days to prepare for redemption. In the Wanliu Capital account, I have about 16 billion yuan of my own funds. I can guarantee that I will not withdraw that money until the last minute. The company's profits are legal income, and I promised to donate 10 billion yuan before, so I can't give in on this point. You also know that the scale of my placards exceeds 100 billion yuan. I just hope that those stocks will not fall too sharply in March next year. If the money falls to only 20 to 30 billion yuan, then Wanliu Capital will not be able to cash it out to users. Since you are here, please tell those institutions to keep 60 billion yuan for me. In March, I will enter the liquidation process. After the liquidation is completed, I will cancel Wanliu Capital and will not cause trouble to everyone in the future. Zhang Bangsha always puts herself in a very low posture. She just wants those institutions to let her go. Next Monday, she will start to clear out her positions, which can almost last until March next year. There are only 2 months left, and she can clear out tens of billions of funds next Monday. These words made Zhang Beichuan feel very uncomfortable. Just what Zhang Bangsha said just now was enough to prove that her understanding of the market was not much different from that of many bigwigs in the financial industry. She was only 20 years old. Wanliu Capital was formerly a private equity firm and had made very brilliant achievements. Later, it switched to public equity and made great progress. Zhang Bangsha's financial talent was the first time Zhang Beichuan had seen it in his life. Her rhythm was so good. And he also liked Zhang Bangsha's personality. She was obviously wronged, but she was so humble. Who wouldn't feel sorry for such a person? It's just that she doesn't have a good eye for people and found Li Yang as her boyfriend. Zhang Beichuan sighed and said, "Classmate Zhang Bangsha, I will find a way to deal with this matter. After all, Wanliu Capital has 1.2 million investors. In your words, there are 1.2 million families behind it. There are indeed many coincidences in this matter. I will call them to a meeting in the next 2 days to ensure that they will not crash the market. In any case, they must persist until Wanliu Capital's positions are released." What do you think? That's great. Zhang Bangsha was very surprised. She didn't expect such a good result. But Li Yang, who was standing aside, took over before she finished speaking. "I don't think it's good." Zhang Beichuan looked at Li Yang with a cold face and said, "Did I ask you?" Li Yang retorted, "Even if you don't ask me, I have to say it." "What do you want to say?" "First of all, can you guarantee that those people will not crash the market?" "If you can guarantee it, then we sign a document and I will have nothing to say." Zhang Beichuan, guarantee? Where can he guarantee it? He can only say it in name, asking them not to go too far. They may listen, but no one can guarantee whether they are willing to do it or not. Li Yang continued, "If you can't guarantee it, then what's the point of these words? We don't want to hear any polite words. Then what do you want us to do?" Zhang Beichuan frowned. Li Yang smiled slightly. "It's very simple. You just need to take over the chips held by Wanliu Capital with money. I guess no one will dare to really smash the market if you have those chips in your hands, huh? Are you crazy?" Zhang Beichuan didn't expect Li Yang to be so shameless. Indeed, the chips held by Wanliu Capital are in a restricted state and cannot be traded in the secondary market. But they can be transferred in the primary market. But who is willing to take it? At this time, whoever takes it will lose a lot of money. Wanliu Capital holds hundreds of billions of yuan. Who can take it? It's okay to take over part of it, and then reduce the shareholding ratio of Wanliu Capital to less than 5%, and there is no need to issue an announcement for the reduction. Zhang Bangsha was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Li Yang to put forward such an unreasonable condition. This is clearly an attempt to pass on the blame, to pass the time bomb in one's hand to someone else. Only a fool would accept it. Li Yang said with a smile, I'm not crazy. Anyway, this is what I said. If you think it's not okay, I don't care. Anyway, it's not a loss for me. Hearing this, Zhang Beichuan immediately became anxious. You finally admitted that the money is in your hands, right? This is the purpose of his coming today. What money? Where do I get the money? I used all my money to start a business. Jiang Automobile now has more than 1,000 employees, and I have to pay nearly 180 million in wages every month. I also invested in Lushu Group, which is also a non-profitable company, but it has tens of thousands of employees. Even the game company Aurora Studio, in order to expand positions, we hired 300 inspectors with a monthly salary of 8,000. Every penny I earned was spent. Zhang Beichuan frowned. The meaning of Li Yang's words is very clear, that is, he is willing to spend his money to provide more jobs for the society and let the wealth flow to more people. He investigated Li Yang today, and it was indeed the case. The salary and benefits of the company under Li Yang's name are generally 20% to 30% higher than those of the same industry. However, the scale is not large for the time being, and it has not caused any social repercussions. After a moment, he sighed. I can only say that this is not a small amount of money. We didn't make much, and we still have 10 billion to donate. I just hope you can help us contact people. We want to support national defense construction, Li Yang said. Zhang Beichuan waved his hand. It's not this matter. And I'm not talking about this money. Oh, then I don't quite understand. You facing Zhang Beichuan's entanglement, Li Yang could only smile. Anyway, he didn't lose anything in this matter. No one helped him solve the problem of Wanliu Capital, and he would not invest his money in China. Zhang Beichuan suddenly stood up, took out his business card and put it on the table, and said, I will go back and think about this matter. You can call me at any time, even in the middle of the night. When I think about it, I will notify you as soon as possible. After that, he stood up and left without a trace of stopping. Chapter 236 discovered by Dao Ying. After Zhang Beichuan went back, he sorted out the information at hand and frowned. Zhang Bangsha's Weibo post said that 70 billion yuan of foreign capital fled, but in fact, foreign capital did not flee at all. This period of market came too quickly, and foreign capital did not react. In addition, foreign capital is also making money, so there is no reason to flee at this time. Even if foreign capital fled, at most 20 to 30 billion yuan of hot money fled. They have a total of nearly 200 billion yuan in A shares, most of which are medium and long-term. According to the data he saw here, the money suddenly rushed in a few months ago, and after making a wave of money, it left immediately. If the money was not still in Hong Kong City, it would have been investigated long ago. How much of this 70 billion yuan is Li Yang's? All of it is Li Yang's. He couldn't make up his mind. But now he can be sure that at least half of the money is Li Yang's. Where did this guy get so much money? Did he go out to find foreign aid? Help external capital to harvest A shares? The reason why he went to talk in person was that he knew that those domestic institutions had failed, and failed completely. Others used them to complete a round of fund harvesting. Li Yang put Wanliu Capital out as a target, and those people's eyes were fixed on Wanliu Capital, locking up hundreds of billions of Wanliu Capital. But what's the use? Even if Wanliu Capital went bankrupt this time and Zhang Bangsha couldn't get a penny of her money, Li Yang would still make money. He should have made at least more than 10 billion, or even more than 20 billion. After hedging these two sums of money, Li Yang still made a small profit. But those institutions must have suffered a big loss. Because Wanliu Capital announced its real-time holdings, there were too many retail investors who follow their lead. Retail investors can withdraw at any time and will not care about the market at all. Once something goes wrong, they will frantically abandon their chips. With Zhang Bangsha's Weibo post, retail investors will definitely flee in large numbers after the market opens on Monday, leaving with profits. Few retail investors have lost money, and stocks have been rising like crazy during this period. That Weibo post was nominally a complaint about the injustice he had suffered, but in fact it was a reminder for retail investors to run away quickly. Li Yang is such a ruthless guy. He cut off all the roads for those agencies. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Even though it was already midnight, he couldn't help but find Li Yang's number and called him. The call was quickly connected, and he said, Li Yang? We met at around 7 in the evening. Oh, it's you. Why haven't you gone to bed yet so late? At this time, Li Yang had already walked to the balcony. Zhang Bangsha had just fallen asleep. Jiang Beichuan said, I can't sleep. There are many things I haven't figured out. If you are free, can we chat for a while? Well, actually I'm not free here, Jiang Beichuan said quickly. Just a few simple words will do. He couldn't really let Li Yang go to sleep. This matter had to be resolved during the day. If it was really delayed until Sunday or Monday, it would be too late. Okay, just ask any questions you have. I'm listening, Li Yang yawned. Jiang Beichuan went straight to the point. What if there is no money to help Wanliu Capital take over? Can you get Wanliu Capital out of this? That's it? Even if there is no external capital to take over, I have 3 strategies to ensure that Wanliu Capital will be safe. Do you mind telling me? I don't mind. It's actually very simple. The worst strategy is for me to inject funds into Wanliu Capital myself and replace the restricted position. Although I may lose money as a result, it's pure dreaming to want to blow up Wanliu Capital. Even if there is 2 trillion, it won't work. Well, I believe this. As long as you take out a few hundred billion, Wanliu Capital will be fine. The middle strategy is even simpler. I don't even need to use my own money. Let Jiang Bangsha jump out of the framework of Wanliu Capital and start a private equity firm. With Jiang Bangsha's reputation, do you think he can get 100 billion? Or 200 billion? 100 billion is no problem, 200 billion is also possible. What if a principal and interest guarantee contract is signed? It will be closed for 3 years, and 10 points per year, and compound interest will be calculated, then 300 billion is possible. Jiang Beichuan understood. Public funds cannot make financial products that guarantee principal and interest, but private equity can. As long as Jiang Bangsha jumps out of the identity of public funds, he can easily get money in the market. After getting the money, he can invest it in Wanliu Capital. There are indeed many problems in the middle, but none of them can be solved. The only thing to do is to make sure that the income can offset the interest after 3 years. Jiang Beichuan has no doubt about this. This method is really good. It doesn't cost money, and you may even make a profit in the end, which is much better than the worst strategy. He asked, what's the best strategy? Launch a bull market. Jiang Beichuan was stunned when he heard this. Li Yang's words were heartbreaking. He just wanted to remind Jiang Beichuan that he had the ability to directly launch a bull market without considering anything else. He could only say against his will, great. I will arrange funds to connect with you during the day, and Wanliu Capital remember to open the door. Okay, you go to bed early, you young people should have a good rest. I don't care because I'm old. Jiang Beichuan hung up the phone. In fact, he couldn't sleep at all. Li Yang's words about launching a bull market still echoed in his ears. Can Li Yang do it? It shouldn't be possible, right? But why did he say it so confidently? The bull market must not appear again. Every bull market has a huge impact on the domestic economy, especially in the important stage of the transformation of high-end manufacturing. Once a bull market appears, a large amount of funds will flow in, and the scale of manufacturing will be greatly reduced. Manufacturing is the cornerstone of developing countries. Without this cornerstone, can domestic people rely on stock speculation to make a living? The bull market will eventually come to an end. Unless you keep printing money to invest in it, how big a problem will it cause once the bull market reaches its end? Besides, printing money all the time has no benefit except causing inflation. It will only kill the original manufacturing industry. How can the profits of the manufacturing industry be compared with those of the financial industry? Li Yang, this guy, is fearless. Although he was not asked how much of the 70 billion yuan was his, it seems that most of it should be his. How can he be so confident without money? How dare he play around with car manufacturing without money? His internet car manufacturing plan was just like playing, but it lasted for more than a year and cost almost 10 billion yuan, and he didn't care at all. Wanliu Capital must be safe this time. If Li Yang chooses the best strategy, things will be completely out of control. Jiang Bangsha's Weibo is still fermenting. On Saturday morning, a series of changes in A shares stunned everyone. Wu Liangai, Wanliu Capital transferred 113.1 million shares to Hujin Investment Company, with an average price of 82.00 yuan, a total amount of 9.2742 billion yuan, accounting for 2.9% of the total share capital. Pianzihong, Wanliu Capital transferred 18 million shares to Hujin Asset Company, with an average price of 66.00 yuan, a total amount of 1.188 billion yuan, accounting for 3% of the total share capital. Los Haleogeo, One Liu Capital transfer. This series of announcements stunned everyone. What kind of company is Hujin? What kind of company is Zhengjin? And these are just appetizers. Subsequently, capital continued to enter the market to take over One Liu Capital's restricted shares, including but not limited to several top financial institutions in China. Some of the scale of taking over reached tens of billions, while others were only tens of billions. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2/3 of One Liu Capital's restricted shares were divided up, leaving only 1/3 in hand. This little bit is no longer important. Although the selling price is much lower than the current stock price, it is normal for such a large transaction to be discounted. Even the fixed increase can be discounted, but Li Yang did not take advantage of the several fixed increases of Lifshu Group. Not only did he not discount it, but he also raised it a little. What he cares about is not the number of shares of Lifshu Group, but he only wants to inject as much money into Lifshu Group as possible within the rules. Zhang Bangsha was busy in the company all day. Li Yang had nothing to do, so he spent most of his time in the lounge drinking tea and surfing the internet. Zhang Bangsha has signed fewer contracts in her life than today. When she finished her work and walked out of the office, she still felt a little magical. Was it solved so easily? One Liu Capital has no money in its account now, but it will receive more than 100 billion on Monday. In her opinion, it was a dead end, but it was resolved by Li Yang's Weibo, and when those institutions came, they were very sincere. Except for the two companies, Zhengjin and Hujin, which gave a 20% discount, the others only gave a 10% discount. Such an outrageous contract, they didn't even frown, and signed it directly. 2 printers of One Liu Capital were broken today. She walked towards Li Yang with a smile, leaned on his shoulder and said, "Master Li, you are so amazing, ha ha ha, they value you as a financial genius and hope you can contribute to the country's finance, but what I said is true. After the 2 funds are liquidated, we will not care about the company's affairs. The liquidation will start in March next year and will probably be completed in May. What do you want to do? Have a baby? I have already said it, so I can't deny it, right? So I will trouble Master Li in a while." Zhang Bangsha did what she said. She thanked everyone for their strong support in her circle of friends, expressed her previous impulse, and then asked someone to spread the screenshots online. At the same time, she also cancelled her Weibo account. An account worth tens of millions, just cancelled it. Anyway, Li Yang was reluctant to do it. If he did not do well in the future, he could still take advertisements. Although the Weibo platform is not far from being closed for a few years. After New Year's Day, the exam month began. Li Yang missed a lot of courses this semester. He was very worried that he would fail the exam, so he rarely went to Zhang Bangsha's place and spent most of his time reviewing in the dormitory. Of course, occasionally I would call Zhang Bangsha to go to the Starry Sky secret room for a quick meal. After Li Yang finished an exam, he glanced at his phone. It's 2017. This year, the internet has been surging, laying the foundation for the next 10 years. This year is the era of medium-length videos, and it is also the best era for the video industry. Even though short videos have taken up more of the traffic of medium-length videos since the year after next, medium-length videos are still hot. However, the cost of medium-length videos is too high, there are not enough creators, and they are not as simple and straightforward as short videos, and the threshold is not as low as short videos, so the drainage effect is not very good. Without traffic, capital gradually stopped playing. This year, a large number of internet celebrities who make videos will appear, including those who go to the sea, raise bamboo rats, and invent torture instruments. With the help of a certain fish, Li Yang hatched a live broadcast diary, which has now been downloaded more than 13 million times, and the independent daily activity has stabilized at more than 800,000. The main reason is that everyone has no traffic. That is, they will only watch it when there is Wi-Fi. When there is no Wi-Fi, they have to check whether the background has killed this software, for fear that the house will be gone when they wake up. Just a few months ago, the traffic tariff standard determined at the beginning of 2015 was reduced. However, it has not caused a catfish effect. The current package only has a few GB of traffic, which is not enough to support everyone to watch videos for a month. At this time, the King card that Penguin cooperated with China Unicom has not been issued. However, the free traffic card negotiated by Xiangyu and China Mobile is about to be issued, probably in early March. This cooperation involves 2.6 billion yuan in funds, which will be funded by Convolution Company, and will also dilute the shares held by Xiangnu. In the angel round of Live Diary, Zhang Bangsha invested 300 million yuan and took away 20% of the shares. At the same time, Xiangnu's shareholding was diluted from 25% to 20%, and Li Yang was diluted from 75% to 60%. In the A round of Live Diary, Convolution Company took out 3.6 billion yuan and divided 40% of the shares of Live Diary. Xiangnu's shareholding ratio dropped from 20% to 12%, Zhang Bangsha 12%, Li Yang 36%. In fact, it is a disguised internal financing. Because of Zhang Bangsha, it did not go through multiple rounds, so Xiangnu still has a lot of shares. That share brought her a net worth of more than 1 billion. Whether the market recognizes it or not is not important. What is important is that Li Yang is willing to pay this price. Xiangnu's management ability is not so outstanding, but she has a great advantage. She works seriously and never compromises. She has been using the live broadcast platform to track traffic to the Live Diary app, and she has also managed the previous team very well. When you open the Live Diary, in addition to the live broadcast replays of major anchors with commentary, there are all kinds of fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged girls. Li Yang took a special look at the content library. The number of videos in the content library has exceeded 100,000, and Douyin is still making music at this time. Douyin, which was launched in the second half of 2016, is mainly based on creative music, and the traffic is not much. Li Yang's site started with games, and the user stickiness is stronger. ByteDance asked Tao Xiao to track traffic, and although he does not have an information platform, his traffic is not worse than others. Recently, Li Yang asked Xiangnu to set up a group of editing teams to do music-related work. Let's take stock of the top 10 golden songs in the 1980s first. No one knows how to make short videos better than him. In addition, some upmasters on Bilibili and Zigwa Video are the targets of Live Diary. He will not give up on medium-length videos, even if short videos are more popular. The reason is that short videos are not nutritious. After a long time, they feel boring, as if they have entered the moment of sage. The real nutritious ones are medium-length videos. It's just that the name of Live Diary is a bit lame. At the beginning, it was used to attract users of the live broadcast platform, but now it is almost useless. It will be officially renamed Kuaipe. This trademark was bought from outside. The company was average and it was acquired without spending much money. Dao Ying came to Beijing in the cold winter. But she didn't call Li Yang, she just stayed with Zhang Bangsha for a few days. When Li Yang knew the news, Dao Ying went back quietly and took Zhang Bangsha with her. Anyway, Wanliu Capital has nothing to do during this period. Shares have strangely stabilized. The market has fallen slightly and has made up for it from time to time, but the trading volume cannot go up. All institutions are paying for the targeting of Wanliu Capital. In order to reduce their losses, they can only prolong this cycle. Maute fell from 1,000 yuan to more than 800 yuan, and then was pulled up to 1,000 yuan. It only needs to cycle a few times. When Maute reaches 800 yuan again, countless funds will rush into it. Even if it goes sideways for a month, there will always be funds to take over the bottom. This is the so-called bottom created by the market, and the so-called bottom fishing is from this. In fact, there is no bottom for stocks. If you make money simply by bottom fishing, you are just lucky. Maute fell to 1 yuan, it is not the bottom, because as long as it falls to 1 cent, it will still lose 90%. From 1 cent, it is not the bottom either. If it falls to 1 cent, it will still lose 90%. Wanliu Capital is reducing its position because there are many redemptions. Zhang Bangsha has stepped down from the position of fund manager, and investors have no trust in other fund managers. After Li Yang finished taking several subjects that he thought were the most difficult, he relaxed and called Zhang Bangsha. Why did you suddenly come home? You don't want the company anymore. Zhang Bangsha was silent for a moment, then said. My mother found the biological father of Sister Ning's child. She is going to confront the other party. I came back with her to persuade her to avoid unpleasantness at that time. Do you need me to go back? No, I can do it well, and it will be fine. Okay, by the way, Greenwater World has been open for almost a month. Please help me take a look. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me. Okay, Li Yang did not go to Green Water World for its opening, but he watched it the whole time. He didn't think about making money in the early stage, and he might even lose a lot. But compared to Jiang Automobile, the loss is quite limited. Jiang Bangsha, who was in Jiangcheng, hung up the phone and walked out of the room, and saw that Dao Ying's face was not good. Dao Ying trusted Jiang Bangsha at first and thought that Jiang Bangsha was deceived and didn't know. It was not until she found out that the hair Jiang Bangsha sent was not Li Yang's that she knew something was wrong. So, she went to Beijing in person and brought Jiang Bangsha back. She wanted to take Jiang Bangsha to find Li Liqin and Wang Qiping. It was also a way to draw a clear line between the two sides. Jiang Bangsha whispered, "Mom." Dao Ying said with a cold face, "Don't call me Mom, I'm not your mom. I've given you enough time, come with me if you've made up your mind. I haven't told your dad about this yet, just out of respect for you, I may not be free today, you know, I'm a shareholder of the Green Water Group, a supermarket has opened, and I need to go there, how about you come with me? Work is the priority, and that matter is not urgent for 1 or 2 days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Organization's Order. Fortunately for Dao Ying, Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha were not married yet. So she was willing to remain patient to solve this matter. She knew Jiang Bangsha was looking for excuses, but it didn't matter, there would always be a time when she couldn't find excuses. Jiang Bangsha didn't want to face this matter for a while, so she let her hide for 2 days. So, she drove and took Jiang Bangsha to Green Water World. She must have known that this supermarket was open. The county town was only this big, but the location was a little off, and it used to be a wasteland. Although the surrounding roads were very well built and parking was very convenient, the residential area was not here, and the flow of people was not as much as expected. A lot of things were delivered in the first 2 days of opening. When she came to the door of the supermarket and looked at the empty space, she knew that this mall would not be open for long. It was indeed very impressive, especially the logo on the front of the gate. The design was also good. But the whole building was not particularly high, only about 50 or 60 meters, and the design was not difficult. This was Dao Ying's first time here, and Jiang Bangsha was the same. After Jiang Bangsha came in, the first thing she saw was some small notes from the supermarket. The most conspicuous position at the entrance indicates the scope of the supermarket's services. This includes services that can be provided if you have pets, children, or are inconvenient to move. There is a rest area, and the direction of the restroom is marked. These are prepared for people with social phobia. Many people with social phobia would rather run themselves to pieces than ask others a single word. Hello, Mom, if this is your first time here and you don't know where the supermarket products are placed, you can always find our staff, a waiter said in front of Jiang Bangsha. Well, okay. Jiang Bangsha walked straight to the supermarket. The first floor is basically food, all kinds of snacks, vegetables and fruits, fresh meat. A casual glance will amaze you by some of the small designs inside. First of all, the price tag will mark out the purchase price and the selling price. Dare to do this, it must mean that there is a certain basis, and the purchase cost is also included in the purchase price. Snacks and the like are basically marked up by about 5%. She walked around for a while, bought some snacks, and was about to find a flower basket. Immediately, a staff member came over with a cart. Hello. Oh, thank you. Jiang Bangsha put the things in and was about to push the cart by herself. The waiter said, I can help you push it. If you want to find a product quickly, you can also ask me directly and I will take you to choose. Okay. Dao Ying thought that since she was here, she might as well buy some vegetables to take back. Especially after walking around for a while, she saw the seafood area. The seafood sold in Xingchang supermarket in the county town is frozen hairtail and kelp and seaweed, but there is no fresh seafood. Green Water World is really a spendthrift. How expensive is it to sell live seafood? Li Yang is just arrogant and doesn't take money seriously. In such a large supermarket, people can walk their legs off on the first floor, and the waiters are several times more than the customers. There is no need to go up to the second and third floors, there must be few people. The price of seafood is not cheap. Dao Ying bought a grouper, more than £3, and spent 1,100 yuan. However, The supermarket thoughtfully prepared some things that might be used, such as chopped green onions and some small cards with production methods. Dao Ying was quite satisfied with some small details, such as there was not a drop of water in the bag and the skin on the scale was removed. Finally, ice cubes were given to keep the fish fresh. She bought some other things. In her opinion, the service was quite good, but her mentality was different. This supermarket was also considered a shareholding of her own. Although Zhang Bangsha's shares were only 3.6% after 2 rounds of dilution, she was still a shareholder of a moderate size. Zhang Bangsha also bought some things and then paid the bill. Dao Ying was about to leave, and was pulled into the elevator by Zhang Bangsha. There was nothing on the first floor, except that there were more services. The real core of this mall was up there. The second floor was all kinds of clothing, home appliances, and cosmetics. On the third floor, it was obviously lively. This was a paradise for children. From children who were just a few months old to children aged 13 or 14, they could all have fun here. Other supermarkets also have them, but there are not many things to play with, and supermarket shopping receipts are required. This is not necessary, and there are special staff to distribute wristbands, the same one for parents and children, to prevent someone from taking the child away. At the same time, the child can be located according to the wristband to prevent the child from being lost and unable to ask for help. I didn't stay on the third floor for long. The fourth floor is an adult playground, and the fifth floor is a cinema with various entertainment projects. It was not until the sixth floor that Dao Ying was scared by the people inside. There were many, many people. It was almost time for dinner, and people working on the nearby construction site would come to the sixth floor to eat. Even if they didn't clean up one by one and sat on the chairs were dirty. However, there were waiters who were always cleaning up and limited in area. Zhang Bangsha brought the fish directly to the window. Please help me process it, steam it. The same goes for these crabs. Dao Ying couldn't help asking, why don't you take it home for your dad to try, buy it later? I see that the good things in the seafood section can't be sold. It's a good opportunity for us to help them digest them. There is not much market for high-end seafood in a small county town. Maybe it will be better in half a month. It's the new year, and some families are willing to give it up. Dao Ying said helplessly, you also know that there is no market? Other supermarkets don't sell it, isn't it because of this consideration? Greenwater World spent a lot of money, right? With that money, what can't be done? Zhang Bangsha sat down and said, Mom, don't you feel that there is anything special here? What's special? It's very comfortable here, whether it's the service or the corresponding projects. You can play here for a whole day, and there's even an internet cafe and an indoor basketball court on the fourth floor. So what? This is just a small county town. Not many people are willing to come. Those projects are free. What else can there be except losing money? What's there to be afraid of losing money? We are doing something special. What thing? This supermarket can accommodate 10,000 employees, huh? Dao Ying fell into deep thought. After waiting for a while, the dishes were ready and the two began to eat. The chef here must be better than Dao Ying's at home, both in taste and appearance. The processing fee is also very cheap, a total of 30 yuan, and some side dishes are given as a gift. They didn't talk much during the meal. Zhang Bangsha can be impolite in front of Li Yang, but she is still very well behaved in front of her parents. Eat with peace of mind. Almost an hour later, when they finished eating, Zhang Bangsha spoke up. In fact, Love Shushiandi uses the template of a shopping mall, but unlike those big shopping malls, all of Love Shushiandi's projects are self-operated. The advantage of self-operation is that it can control quality and service. The disadvantage is that the cost is a bit high. The daily operating cost of this mall is close to 3 million. This is because there are only more than 1,000 employees at present. Dao Ying, that means the operating cost is more than 1 billion a year? I looked at the labels of those products. Generally, the price is increased by 5% to 10%. Even if everything is calculated at 10%, it will take 11 billion yuan of goods to make back the cost a year. Does our small county have this consumption capacity? Zhang Bangsha said, no, but people who come here to consume will be happy, right? Being happy is enough. He never pursues profit when doing things. If he wants profit, why doesn't he keep speculating in stocks? Why does he have to build cars and invest in real estate? There are too many projects that want him to invest in, and what does he invest in? Dao Ying did not speak. Zhang Bangsha continued, take Jiang Automobile for example, There are at least 400 manufacturers supplying Jiang Company, and more than 10,000 related spare parts. He did not look for opportunities to suppress other people's prices, but took the initiative to raise the price of spare parts. The only requirement is to strictly control the quality and ask the other party to provide better products in the next stage. I have read the relevant agreement. The content of the agreement is that as long as the product is good, Jiang Company will give orders and bear all research and development costs. Now Jiang Automobile has spent nearly 10 billion, but it has just started. He will invest at least 40 billion or 50 billion in the future to escort those domestic supply chains. We are the world's #1 industrial country. It is impossible that we cannot make good products. It's nothing more than that even if we make them, because of insufficient brand power and lack of recognition, it is better to make money in the middle and low end. Now Li Yang has given them an opportunity to make money by doing high-end Dao Ying. Isn't this a fool? Can you do this kind of thing personally? So those hundreds of billions are not money? How much money do you, Li Yang, have to toss so much? This is something the country should do. What does it have to do with a small fry like you? Dao Ying couldn't help but say. Although thinking about this kind of thing made her blood boil, it was only for a moment. After calming down, she really couldn't do it. Zhang Bangsha said, they always have to consider the impact when doing things, and they can't favor one over the other. Their efficiency is not as high as ours. And once they announce any policy, they will definitely be attacked. Now that we have done a little bit of high-end industry, they have united to suppress us. Foreign countries also know that if we want to get rich, we can only suck their blood. What do you want to say? I'm over 40 years old, and I'm no longer passionate. I don't resonate with the ideas of you young people, Zhang Bangsha said seriously. This is the dream of Li Yang and me. We want to do something. Dao Ying frowned and said, if you want to do it, you can do it yourself. You can pull back the situation of Wan Liu Capital. What else can't you do? She works in a securities company after all. Wan Liu Capital is such a big thing, she must know it better than anyone else. The reason why she is not very worried is that she is not afraid. The worst that could happen is that Wan Liu Capital went bankrupt. Even if Zhang Bangsha had no money, her family could still support her. Although Zhang Bangsha made a lot of money, her family didn't spend a penny on her except for the gifts they gave her. Zhang Bangsha said, Mom, how much confidence do you have in me? Can I handle that kind of thing? Wan Liu Capital was able to successfully overcome the difficulties this time and made a floating profit of more than 100 billion, all thanks to Li Yang. He met with Zhang Beichuan, and the next day domestic financial institutions came to take over the chips in Wan Liu Capital. I don't know anything, and when I saw Zhang Beichuan, my mind went blank. How did he do it? It should be the negotiation of conditions. He didn't tell me the details, and he didn't want me to know many things. Xia, don't you think it's not good to have a boyfriend who hides everything from you? You never know what he is thinking. He can do whatever he wants and don't care about your feelings. I feel good. I can get into trouble with him because he will always find a way to finish it. With hundreds of billions of funds raised, I always felt that I was going to be finished, but he helped me solve the problems so lightly. Dao Ying, but the future is not only about work, but also about life. Our work is our life. We don't have a proper job. We are always struggling. And I can't break up with him now. Once we break up, I don't know who will appear by his side. That guy is very popular with women. If he is used by someone with bad intentions, the consequences will be very serious. Mom, this is also the task assigned to me by the organization. What? Yes, if you don't believe me, I'll call Zhang Beichuan and you can ask him in person. As for the mistakes Li Yang made before, ignore them for now. If he makes the same mistake again in the future, I will definitely not forgive him. Even if you don't say it, I will break up with him. Dao Ying didn't know how the situation suddenly changed. From private feelings to another level? She was fully confident in her heart that Zhang Bangsha would give up this relationship. But after the height rose, her reasons were untenable. It was like two families quarreling very fiercely, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. But as long as they were on the battlefield, as long as they were fighting the Japanese, the two were reliable teammates, brothers who could talk about anything, and even backs who could be fully trusted. In front of the neighborhood relationship, the two were enemies. In the face of family and national hatred, those little conflicts could not be brought to the table. I went to the first floor to buy some things again. Dao Ying's experience was different from before. I even took the initiative to ask about the salary of the waiter. When I learned that the starting salary was 6,000, including food and accommodation. I was surprised for a while. In a small county, this is an absolutely high salary. Even the waiters in shopping malls in first-tier cities cannot get this treatment. Xia, the money you have should not be enough to lose, right? How many years can you keep operating? You can do it for a long time. How much money has Li Yang spent on this? How much do you have left? He didn't spend my money, he spent his own money. He invested 3 billion in One Liu Capital a few months ago. It was recently liquidated and he got 6.4 billion, enough to spend. Dao Ying frowned. Li Yang didn't spend his daughter's money? And how can young people make tens of billions of dollars like playing? In this society, whoever has tens of billions of cash in his hands can walk sideways anywhere in the world. Why does it feel like Li Yang has no sense of existence? Li Yang gave her the impression of a college student, playing games, being a live streamer, and these labels have nothing to do with the billions of cash in his hands. Do you know where he got all that money from? I made it from stock trading, and he set the direction for my stock trading for me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to achieve the current scale. Yeah, Dao Ying was speechless. After arriving home, Dao Ying couldn't help but ask, Xia, did you really meet Zhang Beichuan? The next second, Zhang Bangsha took out a business card. Here, this is his business card, saying that I can call him anytime. Why don't you try? Forget it, just keep the business card, and remember to send him a message to let him know your number. No, he must have it. How do you know? Li Yang said so. Dao Ying sighed. Then I'll give you one last condition. You can continue to date Li Yang, but you must pay attention to safety and don't get pregnant. Do you hear me? You must leave a way out. Guys like Li Yang are not reliable in relationships. Oh, I see, Master Li. With my eloquence, I successfully persuaded my mother not to cause trouble for Sister Ning's boyfriend. Do you think I'm awesome? Awesome, but is it really an eloquence? I haven't experienced it. Hey, let me think about it. I'll try it next time. Haha, just kidding. Wait, I'll go to Beijing in 2 days. Now that Dao Ying has been dealt with, Zhang Bangsha will not stay at home for long, as there is still a month before the Chinese New Year. Although it's not busy in Beijing, it's still very happy to be able to enjoy a world of two people. Li Yang said, don't come to Beijing. When I finish my exam, I will go back to my hometown and take you with me to attend the new car launch of Jiang Automobile on January 28th. Zhang Bangsha, it's mass-produced so soon. It's been almost 2 years, of course, but it's still in the early stages, and the production is very limited. It can only be delivered in Zhangbei before the end of the year. Others will have to wait until the end of March before service centers across the country will be opened. It is estimated that in 2017, it will only meet the needs of provincial capital cities. It will take 1 or 2 years for second and third tier cities to arrive. Do you need me to adjust the inventory? No, we won't drink this first mouthful of soup. Wait for me for another 7 or 8 days, I'm almost done with the exam. Yeah, okay. Zhang Bangsha decided not to go to Beijing and eat at home for a few days. Although she is very rich, her taste has never changed. She still thinks that the food cooked by Li Yang and the food at home are the best in the world. Of course, the clothes Dao Ying bought for her are also the best looking. After hanging up the phone, she suddenly remembered that she had made a contribution this time. Li Yang, this bastard, actually skipped it. She immediately sent a message. Did I do anything good this time? What? I want to bite you. It was really hard for me to convince my mom. Haha, I know Comrade Zhang worked hard. I'll bring you a gift when I get back, okay, but you also contributed to this. It was you who asked me to take my mom to the supermarket and gave me inspiration. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come up with so many excuses. At that moment, Zhang Bangsha felt like a god. On second thought, if it was Li Yang, it would probably be easy to handle, right? Chapter 238 The coolest car in the world. While Li Yang was busy taking the exam, he was familiar with Jiang Automobile. After all, he was needed to explain the press conference. At the same time, he also updated a Weibo. I'll report to you on my work. Jiang Automobile has entered the initial mass production stage, and will hold a product launch conference at Zhangbei Nanhu Stadium on January 28th. Everyone is welcome to come and support us. Friends who want to come can download the Jiang Automobile app and make an appointment on the homepage. After checking in at the venue, Jiang Automobile will reimburse your round-trip fare and give you some extra small gifts. This press conference will be live broadcast on the Jiang Automobile app and a certain Fish live broadcast platform. Li Yang did not invite too many media, but more fans. Car media have to recharge, and some have a particularly big appetite, and the cost of millions of dollars is not as good as recharging the money to fans. In the future, everyone will be self-media, and the media method will also change. It is better to buy a hot search than to rely on the current so-called media. Of course, hot searches attract people who eat melons. As the new year is approaching and the traffic is congested, those who are willing to come to the press conference are basically people who are interested in cars. There must be some people who like to watch the show, especially in Jiangbei. Anyway, the stadium is big enough to accommodate 30,000 people. Time passed quickly, and it was January 25th in the blink of an eye. After Li Yang finished his last exam, he had to drive back by himself because he couldn't buy a ticket. He felt that a year had passed quickly. He didn't even see Song Yu very often this year, and only met 4 times in total. He also brought more than 20 million worth of jewelry in the car, intending to take it back and divide it among the families. Bai Qing will not go back this year. She will stay in Jiangbei until March and then go to Beijing. Zuning went back a long time ago and stayed in the hospital for a month, and then stayed in Jiangbei for another month. He left in the afternoon of the 25th and returned to Jiangcheng in the evening of the 26th. As soon as he opened the door of his house, he saw Jiang Bangshe and Zuning in the living room, and of course Li Yuqing was indispensable. After eating, he went to catch up on his sleep and made an appointment with Jiang Bangshe to leave tomorrow. Dao Ying saw Jiang Bangshe coming back with a bunch of things and asked, "Xia, did you buy something again?" "Ah. No, Li Yang gave it to me, and there's also a gift for you." At this time, Jiang Yaoding came out of the study and asked, "Is there anything for me?" "Yes." Jiang Bangshe put the things on the table and opened the box. They were all jadeite. Jiang Bangshe picked up a piece of mutton fat white Haitian jade and handed it to Jiang Yaoding. "Dad, he knows you like Haitian jade, so he found it specifically for you. This kind of jade is rare on the market." Jiang Yaoding saw the size that was just right to hold in one hand, and the delicate feeling of playing with it in his hand. Although Haitian jade is not as popular as jadeite, it is still quite preferred by the domestic cultural circle. Especially the natural shape, the satisfaction of playing with it is rarely replaced by anything else. It's really rare. It has a round shape and such high quality. Say thank you to him for me. Anyway, we will be a family sooner or later, so I won't be polite to him. Yes, you're welcome, Jiang Bangshe nodded. Only Dao Ying was a little entangled. Due to various reasons, she has not told Jiang Yaoding until now. Although she accepted the gifts from Li Yang, she put them all together and did not touch them. If anything happens, she will return them as soon as possible. She will not covet those things and cause Jiang Bangshe psychological weakness. Jiang Yaoding was in high spirits and asked, "Let's invite Li Yang to our house for dinner tomorrow." It happens that everyone has nothing to do recently. There are still 9 days before the Chinese New Year, and Jiang Yaoding is also on vacation. He's going to Jiangbei tomorrow to prepare for a press conference. What press conference? Jiang Automobile, the car he made will be on sale soon, Jiang Yaoding said after listening. Then let's do it another day, when he is free. As for the car made by Li Yang, he has no interest. Young people are just playing around, and electric cars are incomparable to gasoline cars in any aspect. Okay, I'll go with him tomorrow and support him. He said he'll give me a car. Go ahead, but remember to come back early. We have an event before the new year. What event? Ancestor worship, and I'll open a separate page to restore the family tree. No one can resist the temptation of opening a separate page of the family tree, not even Jiang Yaoding. In the past, he didn't have such a big appeal in the Jiang family. But now his daughter is powerful and the most powerful person in the family tree, so he can benefit from it. Oh, then I'll try to come back early. Jiang Bangshe felt that Li Yang was very scary when he became serious. He studied hard for more than a month before the college entrance examination and got the top score. If you study hard in college, even if you miss so many days and play a lot on weekdays, you can get good grades in the end. After arriving in Jiangbei, she saw Li Yang reading the manuscript carefully. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on January 28th. She saw Li Yang walking up to the stage with a smile on his face. As the lights gathered on him, he waved and greeted everyone in the stadium. In an instant, there was a tsunami. Jiang Bangshe felt like she was attending a concert. There were so many people here today. Usually, Thousands of people come to a car launch event, which is because of the recruitment of internet users. Although the travel expenses of the Jiang Auto launch event were reimbursed, there were no substantial benefits. There was also a bag of snacks on each seat. What is a bag of snacks worth? Mr. Jiang? Hello, I am XXX from Cheyenne K Group, and this is my business card. Hello. Jiang Bangsha took the other party's business card. All this is just the beginning. Because she sat in the front row, many people wanted to say hello to her. In the blink of an eye, she had collected a bunch of business cards. The Xiangnu next to her was envious. This is social status. The strength of one Liu capital has elevated Jiang Bangsha, a little girl, to the position of a top boss. When will she have such a business status? Unfortunately, whether it is a certain fish or a short video software renamed as Kuaipay, it is useless at this time and is not enough to have a prominent position in the business world. Li Yang's opening remarks were different from others. He first welcomed everyone for coming here, and then started to report on his work. He seemed to be so devout to every user, even though many people were just spectators and treated him as an internet celebrity. After finishing some of the reporting content, Li Yang began to explain the performance of the car. On the screen behind, a car full of vitality appeared. Whether in terms of design or color, it abandoned the sense of stability and built it to be particularly fashionable. Basically, you will be attracted at first sight when walking on the road. Under your supervision, our company's first car in the Extreme series has lived up to expectations and is here. I dare say that this is definitely the most awesome car in the same price range, no one else. I mean in the world. Li Yang started to brag. And he praised it without concealment. I will report to you one by one what is so great about it. First of all, as we all know, the quality of the chassis has a great impact on the riding and driving experience, and the chassis of our G series is a new generation chassis developed in cooperation with Geely Group, the Lingfang generation. Geely has been deeply involved in the automotive chassis for more than 10 years. After being blessed by the Tamron algorithm of our Jiang automobile, the Lingfang generation was born. We have adopted the world's top design concepts and the top materials. No matter what road you walk on, the Lingfang generation can make you feel like flying in the air. To describe it in 2 words, it is silky smooth. Our battery uses Ning's most advanced ternary lithium battery. This is a brand new technology. It has improved the structure at the cost of the old technology. Our motor uses the products of Huchuan Power. As we all know, Huchuan Power is the absolute leader in the field of domestic motors and electric drives. After decades of technological accumulation, they not only have a very high reputation in the global market, but also have made their technical reserves to an unfathomable level. Our Jiang automobile engineers have been communicating with each other for a long time and have synchronized the technology once. I dare say that this is the most awesome motor system in the world, nothing else. Jiang Bangsha, it's a bit annoying already. Li Yang started bragging right away. He is different from other spokespersons, who always compare themselves with foreign brands. They have to benchmark against Apple for mobile phones and Tesla for cars. It seems that if they don't benchmark against foreign products, their own products will not be cool. It was not until Huawei became high-end that it did not benchmark. And what about Li Yang? He just talked about how awesome his own domestic products are, and never mentioned any foreign technology or company. Anyway, domestic products are the best in the world, especially with the support of Jiang Automobile. They are unmatched. They talked about the 3 major parts of the electric car and the materials used in the car. The screen at the back shows the body structure in various directions in turn. Next, I will focus on explaining the situation of the car machine. First of all, this car has a total of 6 screens, which use Bo's most advanced crystal plate arrangement. Although the yield rate is not high, after our screening, it is the best screen in the world, no one. There are a total of 8 onboard chips, all of which use the X25 designed by my country's MediaTek last year, 10nm process, which is also the best car machine chip. As for the car machine system, this is our Jiang Automobile self-developed Tamron operating system, which has built-in map navigation, voice assistant, assisted driving, music, film and television, and some small games. Currently, it supports more than 30 software programs in total. It is not difficult to develop a self-developed operating system. It only costs tens of millions to make an operating system as a whole. The difficulty is that there is no system ecology. Li Yang and his team can only spend money to find those manufacturers to customize it. Basically, Let those app manufacturers customize a version that is compatible with the Tamron operating system, ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. For example, the Tamron version of AutoNavi Map, Jiang Automobile paid 380 million yuan, and will continue to spend money for each subsequent update. For example, the music software cost more than 300 million yuan and negotiated with the two major domestic music platforms. There are also video software and some audio novel software. There are also benefits to spending money, that is, the software in the Tamron system has no ads. More than 30 software programs cost nearly 2 billion in total, and many of them were made by themselves because they are simple. This is also the reason why the global system is monopolized by 3 companies. PC is dominated by Microsoft, and the mobile terminal is dominated by iOS and Android. They have too many ecosystems. If you develop a system yourself, without WeChat and Douyin, only a fool would use it. We also customize a traffic card with China Mobile, and the car machine can share 50 G of unlimited speed traffic every month. This traffic is basically equivalent to a mobile Wi-Fi point. In terms of comfort, Li Yang is not stingy at all. If it can be arranged here, users will not worry about it. Otherwise, after buying a car, you still have to use the mobile navigation, and the car machine cannot connect to the internet. Another half an hour passed. Now, it's time to announce the price. First, let's announce the cost price of our Jiang automobile. This cost price does not include the company's operating expenses and employee costs. It is only the cost of purchasing spare parts. I can guarantee that this cost is absolutely true. If anyone has doubts, you can sign a confidentiality agreement with our Jiang company and we will show you the purchase list. Our cost price is 316,275. When this price came out, everyone present was stunned. Too high. Originally, they were quite interested in listening to Li Yang's explanation of the advanced functions of those spare parts. But there are so many spare parts to purchase, how much does the car have to sell for? Jiang Automobile spent more than 10 billion yuan. Even if it is spread over 100,000 cars, one car will be spread over 100,000. In fact, domestic automobile manufacturers generally spread the cost of making cars over 30,000 cars. This is why some cars are casually sold for more than 400,000, more than 500,000, or even more than 800,000. In fact, their spare parts cost may be around 100,000. Otherwise, how dare Li Yang say that his car is the best at the same price? According to his spare parts purchase price, if it is placed on a traditional luxury car, it will sell for at least 2 million. If it is placed on a domestic new energy vehicle, it will lose money if it is sold for 600,000. If it is placed on Tesla, selling it for 1 million is a benefit to users. And our final selling price is 349,999. Making cars is my business, and the cost of making cars, our Jiang automobile will not be included in the cost of the car. And I, Li Yang, can guarantee that any company or any product under my name will not earn more than 10% of the profit. If you are interested in this car, you can order it on the Jiang Automobile app. Due to production reasons and the upcoming Chinese New Year, we will only accept pickup at 3 stores in Jiangbei for the time being. It will not be rolled out nationwide until the end of March. The current inventory is 3,000 vehicles, and production capacity will not be further increased until at least June, when picking up the car in Jiangbei. We have also strived for a benefit for everyone. Within 3 months after the license plate is registered, Jiangbei will return a subsidy of 70,000 yuan. Of course, as the Chinese New Year approaches, this time period may be longer. With a subsidy of 70,000 yuan, it is basically equivalent to 280,000 yuan to get this car. In other cities, the subsidy is generally 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Finally, due to the large number of people, Jiang Auto is unable to arrange food and accommodation for everyone. However, for friends who check in, Jiang Auto will issue a subsidy of 600 yuan in the background. Although it is not much, it is a little token of our appreciation. Subsequent matters regarding the car will be announced on the Jiang Auto app. Friends who want to see the actual car can line up on stage. Friends who want to leave, please strictly follow the venue rules and leave in an orderly manner. There are a lot of people today. For myself and for everyone, thank you all for your support today. Many people on the internet were watching the live broadcast, especially Li Yang's fans. I understand the whole press conference. The original meaning is just one sentence: we are the best, and domestic products are the best. To be honest, I feel that Li Yang is a little bit arrogant. He made a piece of garbage and he has to praise it to the sky. Can't I buy a BMW 3 Series for more than 300,000 yuan? Brother, you are narrow-minded. Can't I buy 2 Sylphy for more than 300,000 yuan? It is fuel efficient and face saving. What face does Sylphy have? It's better than your broken Jiang. You dare to sell industrial garbage for more than 300,000 yuan. Are you trying to make money? Who is talking to you about Jiang automobile? Even if Jiang is a piece of garbage, your broken Sylphy has no face. Earning face by breaking Sylphy is really worthless. Ning Hao is a game leveling. He dropped out of high school and made a living by moving bricks in DNF in the past few years. If he was lucky, he could make a little money. Later, LoL became popular. His talent in the game made him quickly become one of the strongest players in the national server. He tried out for a professional team, but unfortunately he was not selected. However, this popular game LoL brought him a lot of income. For example, some top-ranked anchors need to stabilize their rankings so that they can get money from the live broadcast platform. However, live broadcasts are easily sniped and acted, so after the live broadcast, they will ask for help to score points. And he has the ability to score points. And he can earn 300 to 500 yuan for each game. In this way, in 2 years, he saved 100,000 yuan. Later, the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds appeared, and with it came a God of War list. He called a few friends and sprinted overnight. In the end, several people won the God of War list bonus, and each person received more than 10,000 yuan. There are also major live broadcast platforms inviting them to be anchors, and the signing fee starts at more than 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, Ning Hao is an introverted person with an ordinary appearance. No matter how he washes, he can't wash off his greasy hair. He has no courage to speak in front of the camera. Li Yang is his idol. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so good at playing games. He has never chased a star in his life, but he only likes to watch Li Yang's live broadcast, and even goes to Li Yang's live broadcast room to give rewards. He believed everything Li Yang said. For example, when One Liu Capital just publicly launched its first fun product, Zhang Bangsha was recruiting people in the live broadcast room. He invested all the money he had saved for 5 or 6 years without hesitation, a total of 110,000 yuan. Now, that 110,000 yuan has become 440,000 yuan. Because he was going to have a blind date during the Chinese New Year, he transferred the money to his bank card. His family said that given his situation, he had no looks, no job, and no education, so he would definitely need a dowry of more than 300,000 yuan. His family was helping him borrow money everywhere. He thought that it was time to get married. At the age of 26, he had never held a girl's hand, but he had dozens of GB of movies stored in his computer. He longed for a baptism of life. It didn't matter if it was a little expensive. Anyway, the money was brought to him by Li Yang. But he didn't expect that Li Yang would actually sell a car near the Chinese New Year. After a brief hesitation, he immediately placed an order. Even though he didn't have a driver's license at all, it was just his trust in someone. He said this was the most awesome car in the world, Ning Haoxin. Chapter 239. You all got rich secretly, right? Li Yang's main selling point on the internet is sincerity. During live broadcasts, he doesn't let people give gifts, and he never collects money in any way. Many live broadcast rooms, even if they send red envelopes, will definitely ask you to download a lot of games, or become a fan group, and there are a lot of requirements at the end. It's different with Li Yang. All activities are open to all, and he will even deliberately fight for midnight snacks for his brothers. Ning Hao is the sniper team, and he has successfully killed Li Yang twice, and he received money every time. It was the first time he discovered that pie in the sky would fall, and there was no black box operation in the lottery. He acted the fastest. As soon as the Jiang Auto app was officially pushed, he placed an order and paid a deposit of 2,000. Afterwards, the order was quickly confirmed, and he was asked to choose the date and place to pick up the car. Thinking that he didn't have a driver's license, he directly asked the manual customer service, "Can I pick up the car after the new year? I don't have a driver's license now." "Hello, if it is not convenient to pick up the car now, do you need me to transfer the order for you?" "No, forget it. You can arrange a driver for me to drive me home, and I will pay for the relevant expenses myself." "Hello, Jiang Automobile has a delivery service. You don't need to pay." After picking up the car, We can arrange a specialist to drive the car to the location you specify. Ning Hao was relieved. He took a look at the data on the Jiang Automobile app. There were only a total of 1,000 vehicles in the batch before the new year. The 3 service centers in Jiangbei will all deliver the vehicles in the next 5 days. Basically, each service center will deliver about 70 vehicles a day. However, not many people actually ordered the car. There is a progress bar on it, and so far only more than 500 vehicles have been ordered. Obviously, the price of this car exceeded the psychological expectations of most people, and not many people are really willing to spend money on Li Yang. Jiang Bangsha was also staring at the data. After the end, she came back with Li Yang, and Li Yang was making food in the kitchen. She took out her phone, showed the order data to Li Yang, and asked, "Master Li, are you panicking? Only more than 500 orders have been placed. Do you want me to buy all the rest?" "Let's refresh the data," Li Yang said nonchalantly. "More than 500 is not enough? The press conference will be over in 2 hours. According to this, there will be 6,000 orders a day, 180,000 orders a month, and 2.16 million orders a year. We will become one of the top 10 automakers in the world." Jiang Bangsha, is that how you calculated it? The most orders are placed after the press conference. Who will buy your car after this point? However, seeing that Li Yang was in a good mood, Jiang Bangsha didn't say anything else. It's normal to lose money. It's a problem if you make money. This kind of product that connects the entire industrial system is not so easy to kill. Those old manufacturers have gone through many years of precipitation and various cost reductions and efficiency increases to have a certain competitiveness in the market. During the meal, Jiang Bangsha said, "Both funds of Wanliu Capital are in the liquidation stage. After the liquidation, my personal account will have more than 10 billion. And the company account should have about 10 billion. Do you want me to invest in Jiang Automobile?" Jiang Bangsha's money is divided into 4 parts. Among them, 4 billion was invested in the company as a personal LP. After a year and a half, it is now worth about 16 billion. There is also 4 billion principal, which is the mortgage loan she took from Wanliu Capital. This money belongs to the company, not to her personally. After the liquidation, it will be about 8 billion. The third part is the management fee of Wanliu Capital. In the past year and a half, from more than 10 billion at the beginning to more than 300 billion now, the management fee is more than 2 billion, less than 3 billion. The fourth part is the registered capital of Wanliu Capital, 1 billion, paid in full. That 1 billion has always been in the fund, and now it has also tripled to 4 billion. Therefore, the total funds that Jiang Bangsha can mobilize, plus the pocket money of several hundred million in her hand, are about 31 billion. More than 16 billion belonged to her personal account, and nearly 15 billion belonged to the company. Fortunately, Wanliu Capital was not listed and did not need to publish financial reports, otherwise this performance would shock countless people. No, you really don't plan to continue? With such a good foundation, it is likely that no one will dare to provoke you in the future, so continue. "No, I'll take a rest first. You will graduate soon." Jiang Bangsha must keep a close eye on him, lest this guy Li Yang slip away after graduation. The closer it is to the last moment, the more serious you must be, and you can't delay it because of work. Li Yang thought for a while, why don't you set up a closed fund, at least operate a project, and after this year, Wanliu Capital can be listed. "Oh, okay. But I'm afraid I don't have much energy." "It's okay, don't worry too much, it's not large, just play around, okay?" Li Yang strongly requested, and she would definitely agree. Anyway, anything Li Yang said twice was considered a strong request. At night, Jiang Bangsha asked, "Is that QDII fund going to be liquidated?" "No, the closed-end fund will be based on the QDII fund. For the relevant shares, you can go to Jiang Baichuan to apply and see if you can get a quota of $5 billion. This scale is not big, not as big as my wife's. Does my husband like it?" "Yes, I like it very much." "Let me try it." Jiangbei Trade City Store. Early in the morning of January 29th, Li Yang came with Jiang Bangsha. So far, only more than 700 orders have been received, and the online spectators are crazy. Many people even came to the door of the service center, saying that they wanted to see which fool bought the Jiang car 350,000, even with the so-called subsidies. It's a pity that someone really bought it, and customers started queuing up early in the morning. In the lounge, some people were eating breakfast with their families, tasting snacks, and waiting for their own delivery ceremony. Some people came alone, and even a little uncomfortable with the surrounding environment, and sat in the corner. This person is Ning Hao. There are others who are like him, all of whom are Li Yang's die-hard followers, and have also made a fortune because of Li Yang. The service center has more than 60 employees, and they have already started to get busy, taking people to look at cars and arranging catering. Of course. The area where the cars are delivered is also arranging the delivery ceremony for each new car. When someone saw Li Yang and Jiang Bangsha coming over, they were a little confused. Wow, the boss came to deliver the car in person. Li Yang walked to the rest area and greeted everyone enthusiastically, and Ning Hao was watching on the side. This person who was talking and laughing was his idol, and he dreamed of having a life like Li Yang. After a while, after Li Yang finished chatting with several families, he came to Ning Hao. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, thank you for becoming the owner of Jiang Automobile." Ning Hao was a little flustered, wiped his hands and hurriedly stood up, bent over and shook hands with Li Yang. Look at the words Li Yang used. Others congratulated you on becoming the owner of a certain car, as if it was your honor to buy their car. For Li Yang, it was thank you for becoming the owner of Jiang Automobile. Mr. Ning Hao, right? If you have any problems with a car in the future, you can contact our service center at any time. I have also seen your feedback. You don't have a driver's license, but we can arrange for someone to deliver the car to your designated location. However, because there are many cars delivered today, our employees are not enough, so it may be a little late. I will treat you to lunch at noon. After lunch, we can free up some manpower. Okay. Ning Hao felt very unnatural. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it all when it came to his mouth. In fact, his legs were shaking a little. He could only answer whatever Li Yang said. Soon, Ning Hao became the first customer to deliver the car. Li Yang went over to open the car door for Ning Hao and invited Ning Hao to experience the car. Finally, he took Jiang Bangsha with him and the three of them took a group photo together. At the same time, Li Yang also asked someone to take a picture of the process and updated it on his Weibo as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for being the first owner of Jiang Automobile. In 4 hours, Li Yang delivered the car to 76 owners one by one, personally sent them to the car, and took a group photo. After finishing his work, he felt a little tired, but he still invited Ning Hao to have a meal. Knowing that Ning Hao was actually a power player and had sniped him, Li Yang did not expect it to be so outrageous. After the meal, he arranged for a service staff to drive Ning Hao back. His hometown is not far from Jiangbei, only 50 or 60 kilometers. At this time, the video uploaded by Li Yang fermented on the internet. Fuck, am I seeing it right? Li Yang opened the car door himself? What kind of fairy treatment is this? Li Yang's aura is indeed not as strong as Jiang Bangsha, but he is also a person who can spend tens of billions. If I let him open the car door once, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. You are only capable of this. I was at the scene, and Jiang Bangsha was there to open the car door for me. Is it true? Jiang Bangsha is worth hundreds of billions. This year, she will compete for the position of the richest man in the country. She opened the car door herself, she filmed the video. How can it be fake? Just search it yourself. Damn, I felt that more than 300,000 was expensive yesterday, but now I suddenly feel that's all. Alice, it's a pity that I really don't have money. If I had money, I would definitely order it. No matter what this car is like. At least Li Yang's attitude is impeccable. Every time he opens his mouth, he reports on his work. Does a boss of his level need to report to a group of us, a bunch of spectators? Look at the words he used. He thanked the customer for choosing Jiang Automobile instead of congratulating the customer for choosing Jiang Automobile. How low he is. Fuck, after you said that, it seems to have that flavor. Never mind, I'll go for it. When the incident fermented again, many people found that there was no car. Although orders can still be placed, the progress bar shows 3,586, 1,000, which means that it cannot be delivered before the new year. No, who can tell me what the hell is going on? Did they just order more than 800 cars this morning? How come they ordered more than 3,000 cars in the blink of an eye? Did Jiang Auto swipe its data? Hey, according to the news from those who have already paid, after payment, 350,000 points appeared in the Jiang Auto app, and these 350,000 points can be exchanged for the financial management quota of the One Liu Capital Closed Fund, 1-to-1. and it does not occupy the original 50,000 yuan limit of that fund. Fuck, are you crazy? I don't know if Li Yang is crazy, but it is obvious that users are going crazy. Everyone who bought the 1 Liu Capital Fund last year has made a fortune, at least double their money. It's a pity that their fund is not accepting subscriptions now. It's not easy to release a few shares, but why don't you rush to buy them? Damn, didn't they say that everyone has no money? Where did these things come from? Buying a car and investing 350,000 yuan, it costs 700,000 yuan in cash. Where did you make the money? Thank you for your hard work, wife. Come here and let me give you a massage. After dinner, Li Yang went to the East Lake Service Center with Zhang Bangsha to wait for the car delivery to start at 2 p.m. Before it started, they took a break. Zhang Bangsha said with a smile, "So you asked me to apply for a closed-end fund for this purpose?" "Yes, I will charge them a lot of management fees." The management fees of closed-end funds are generally higher. What is the maximum now? The upper limit for ordinary funds is 2.5%, but closed-end funds can be set by themselves, with a maximum increase of 1.5%, then just raise it to the highest, 4.0% management fee. The current public fund management fee is generally around 1.5%, plus miscellaneous fees, up to 2%. This closed-end fund, 4.0% management fee, custody fee must be 1,300 or 1,500, and there are also handling fees and so on, and it is possible to get it directly to 5%. 5 points is too much? 10 billion funds can charge 500 million in fees. Master Li, I feel like you are a marketing genius. I never thought you would have so many marketing methods. What marketing? We are seeking benefits for our brothers. We are exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Aren't you the same? If I were a hypocritical person, you wouldn't like me, right? I like hypocrisy too. Ning Hao sat in the co-pilot seat and felt the car. He had never taken a good car, mostly taxis and rides. This car now has no odors, especially the strong smell of plastic and gasoline. He is very sensitive to those smells and wants to vomit after a long time. Moreover, the seats of this car are quite comfortable, and the entire interior exudes luxury from any angle. Along the way, the rate of turning back was very high. He could see that the car attracted a lot of people's attention when it passed by. But he didn't speak the whole time, mainly because the driver was a beautiful woman. A tall beauty. That small suit on her was really beautiful. It took almost an hour and a half to drive 50 or 60 kilometers. It wasn't the car, it was mainly because the traffic was a little congested, and half of the journey was on county roads, and the last few kilometers were country roads. It was hard to miss a car on a country road. Finally, we arrived at the location. Ning Hao pointed to the door of a roadside house and asked the beauty to park the car there. After stopping the car, the girl took out a business card from her pocket and said, "Mr. Ning, this is my contact information. You can also add my personal WeChat or contact me on the Jiang Auto app. As long as there is a problem with the car, we will solve it for you as soon as possible." "Okay, thank you." Ning Hao glanced at his home. No one was at home. "I don't know where my parents went." "Then I'll go first." Ning Hao heard this and hurriedly said, "Why don't you wait a while? Wait for me to call my parents back, let them take a look at the car, and then you drive back. After all, my home is far away, and it's not convenient for you to go back." No, my colleague is following behind. She will pick me up." Ning Hao looked back and saw another car coming towards this side. "By the way, Mr. Ning, don't forget the gifts in the car," the girl said, and walked straight towards the car, got in and left quickly. Ning Hao held the business card in his hand, on which there was a beautiful name. Zhang Mangayu. He carefully put the business card away, and then called his parents. Knowing that his parents were at a relative's house, he hurried over there. A moment later, at the door of a small courtyard, he heard a voice coming from inside. "Look at the person your Ning Hao is. He has nothing. Who would dare to marry him without the gift first? But don't worry. He said that the gift is just for the girl's parents to keep temporarily. The money will be returned after they are sure that their relationship is stable. Isn't it still your Ning family's money? I'm not saying anything bad about you. After all, the girl is a college graduate and has a decent job in a big city. It's your Ning Hao who is marrying up. Do you know what her WeChat name was before? I can fly all over the country. But I changed it recently to Kaiankian. I used to be a flight attendant, a high-end job, What's the point of marrying her if you can't come up with the money? It's not like no one wants her. Didn't I keep saying how honest your Ning Hao is? How could he give you this opportunity? Go and raise the money quickly. Also, take those 2 bottles of wine back with you. Don't think I'm being harsh. It's the right time now. Who still gives Cheyenne's Helen as a gift, Mom and Dad? Ning Hao shouted from outside. Soon someone came out, and when they saw Ning Hao, the old couple immediately made a decision. Ning Hao was not young anymore, at the age of 24, and if he didn't get married, no one would want him in the future. Ning Hao's father said, "Take Hao Hao in, I'll go home to get some money, and when the girl comes, I'll call a car and take us to Jiangbei for dinner." Ning Hao said awkwardly, "Dad, I bought a car, but I don't have a driver's license." "What? What did you say?" "It's parked at the door, I'll take you to see it." Ning Hao just wanted his parents to see the car. After all, there was a car of a different nature in his hometown. And he firmly believed that this was the most awesome car in the world. Soon, Ning Hao's parents and the matchmaker relative followed. After seeing the car, the relative frowned and said, "What kind of car is this fancy car? I don't recognize the brand. Is it a domestic car?" "Ning Hao, why are you so stupid? Can you buy a domestic car? With that money, why don't you buy a Japanese car that saves fuel? This doesn't need gasoline. It's an electric car. Just charge it." "What? It's an electric car? You are confused. What's the difference between an electric car and a Lao Tali in our village? I thought you would have some face by buying a car, but now you have lost all your dignity." Ning Hao lowered his head and said nothing. Chapter 240, Blind Date to Earn 600 Yuan. Ning Hao couldn't control his own life, and he didn't have the courage to do so. He didn't dare to guarantee how good his future would be, nor did he dare to say that he would definitely make money. He didn't even know what he was going to do in the next second. He could only listen to other people's arrangements, and he should do what others thought he should do. When he was scolded by his elders, he could only lower his head. "Hao Hao, how much did you spend on this car?" Ning Hao hesitated and said, 350,000. "What?" Ning Hao's parents were shocked, not knowing where their son got so much money. And the matchmaker relative cursed, "Ning Hao, you spent 350,000 to buy this." At this time, Ning Hao's father said, "Uncle, it's a new car after all, and maybe young people like it." "Okay, then I'll call them over, but you have to find the driver." Okay, soon, Ning Hao went into the house and began to face his parents' interrogation. "Where did the money come from? Why didn't you tell your family about buying a car?" Ning Hao answered a series of questions honestly. When his parents heard that Ning Hao had earned 440,000 yuan, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. But when they heard that there was only 90,000 yuan left, they felt very sorry. But after all, they were parents, and Ning Hao was already very satisfied with 90,000 yuan. The family had saved more than 100,000 yuan over the years, and if they borrowed a little more, they would basically have it together. After the chat, Ning Hao's mother said, "His second brother is back from the city. He can drive. I'll take a pack of cigarettes and ask him to drive us to Jiangbei." Ning Hao immediately said, "Mom, no need, I've called someone to help." "Who else do you know?" "It's the people in their company who helped me deliver the car. I didn't walk far, and I just told them." "How expensive is that?" Many people think that asking friends for help is the most cost-effective, and it is very expensive to ask someone else to drive for you. In fact, the smaller the matter, the higher the cost of asking friends for help. Unless they are relatives and friends who don't care and really want to help, the cost of expenditure is much higher than asking strangers. "Mom, they don't charge, it's all services that come with the car." "No charge? That's fine." Ning Hao also found out after asking that Jiang Automobile was really patient with its customers. He offered to pay, but they didn't want it. Only Li Yang could do this kind of work mode that never tires of it, right? If it were another company, would they be willing to treat customers like their own fathers when they only make so little money from a car? 10 minutes later, Zhang Mengaiyu turned around and came back with her colleague. After a few words with Ning Hao, they knew what to do next. A few minutes later, Ning Hao's relative who worked part-time as a matchmaker brought a woman over. She looked about 26 or 27 years old, with heavy makeup on her face. After counting the number of people, Ning Hao's mother said, "Hao Hao, this car can't accommodate everyone. How about your dad and I not go, and you take Yanqian to Jiangbei to play?" Zhang Mengaiyu on the side said, "Uncle and aunt, my colleague has a car, How about you sit in her car? Ning Hao's parents were stunned. Could this be a driver hired by their son? Otherwise, how could it be so good? Give them your own car? They can't accept that others treat them so well. Ning Hao privately compared his blind date with Zhang Mengyu and found that there was no comparison. The thick makeup of his blind date couldn't hide the dark yellow skin and the mean eyes. As for temperament, there is no temperament at all. He is not a pig, just a little homebody. Who doesn't know about those internet memes? But blind dates in rural areas are like this. As long as she can make money and have children, nothing else matters. Who cares whether she is kept by someone or sold outside? It's face to marry a wife, and relatives will not tease people about this topic. Otherwise, those relatives will tear your face off at home during the new year. Just like that, the matter was settled. Zhang Mengyu drove Ning Hao and the blind date, and the matchmaker sat in the co-pilot. Zhang Mengyu's colleague brought Ning Hao's parents. After getting in the car, the matchmaker began to tell the woman about Ning Hao's faults, saying that he spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy such a car, and also said that after marriage, the woman must control the money and not let Ning Hao spend money recklessly. Ning Hao remained silent. He felt very sorry. After all, Zhang Mengyu was an employee of Jiang Automobile, and was scolded by her own relatives. The girl's face was not very good. After listening for a while, she directly said to Zhang Mengyu, "Can your company's car be returned?" In her opinion, it was too embarrassing to spend 350,000 yuan to buy a car of unknown brand. Ning Hao's money, isn't it her money? Even so far, she has not said a few words to Ning Hao. Zhang Mengyu said, "If Mr. Ning wants to return it, it is definitely possible." The girl immediately became happy and said to Ning Hao, "Ning Hao, you quickly return the car and we will change it to a BMW. Ning Hao hesitated. "I'm doing this for your own good. This kind of domestic car will depreciate by more than 100,000 yuan after driving for a year. Imported cars are better. They not only have good performance, but also retain their value. I don't want to return it." Ning Hao finally made a decision. For him, this car is more like an emotional sustenance. He has no way to fight his own fate. This car is his ultimate fantasy. He knows that if he tells his family, they will definitely not let him buy it. So he didn't tell anyone and placed the order directly. The girl said directly, "If you don't return it, let's not talk about it. Just let me go." The matchmaker interrupted at this time. "Ning Hao, how can you be so ungrateful? I'm doing this for your own good. I've taken the trouble to find you a wife. Your parents have been waiting for a wife until their hair turned white. How do you treat them like this? If you do this, who'll dare to meet you in the future?" The car finally arrived in Jiangbei. After getting off the car, Ning Hao's parents invited Zhang Mengyu and his wife to have dinner together, but they refused. Zhang Mengyu and her colleague Go Yan found a food stall nearby and sat together to have a simple meal. Go Yan suddenly sighed and said, "Mengyu, how long do you think we can do this job? To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to give up such a high salary. This is the first time in my life that my monthly salary exceeds 10,000 yuan. Their salaries are very high, which can be considered high salaries in the city of Jiangbei." Zhang Mengyu asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly think so, Go Yan?" Just now on the way, the old couple was obviously not satisfied with their car. "If we can't sell many cars, we will have to leave sooner or later. The company will not keep idle people." Zhang Mengyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, our company's products are absolutely fine. It's not so easy to go bankrupt. Then do you want to go back and work overtime? We have been hanging around for an afternoon, and we only served this one customer. Isn't it not good?" We reported it, and the company agreed. "What's wrong with it? In addition, this customer will probably return the car later, and we have to help with the procedures." The company also agreed to this, of course. "Yanzi, didn't you look at the data in the app? We already have more than 4,000 orders for our cars, and there are many people scrambling for them." Go Yan, she really didn't look at the app, because their employees have an internal software, and they have to report their work situation on it every day. For service personnel like them, the degree of freedom is very high. If you really want to take a leave, you can find a reason to take a leave, as long as you don't get caught. After all, there is a list of which customers are served. If the company investigates and finds that you didn't go there at all, you probably won't get away with it. She quickly opened the Jiang Auto app and was shocked when she saw the order data. Why are there so many orders suddenly? Because there are points for buying a car, And the points can be exchanged for the financial management quota of 1 Liu capital. What do you mean? It means that you can spend 350,000 to buy 1 Liu capital's funds. Ah. That's it, Zhang Mengyu said unhappily. Don't you know 1 Liu capital? It's the girl who is with a boss. She is the chairman of 1 Liu capital. All users who have invested in 1 Liu capital have not lost money in the past year. At least they have made more than 60%, and at most they have doubled or tripled. Do you think those rich people are stupid? They are smarter than anyone else. They only place orders crazily because they realize the value of car purchase points. Zhang Mengyu envied those who bought giant cars. She had no money, not even enough for the down payment on the car. It would be okay to wait for another year or two. After 1 or 2 years, she would most likely be able to save money. But the question is, will there be another chance in 1 or 2 years? She knows very well that ordinary people's luck is generally not good, and even if there is, it will only be 1 or 2 waves. If you can't catch it once, there will be no follow-up. In 1 or 2 years, even if she can afford a giant car, she will not have the money to manage her finances, even if she knows that financial management can help her make a fortune. Go Yan seemed to have recovered. Mengyu, do you mean that it is equivalent to giving away a car for free? If the financial management of 350,000 can be doubled, wouldn't a car be equivalent to giving it away for free? Yes, so Yanzi, you have to seize the opportunity. If you can find a car owner of a giant car, you may not have to worry about the rest of your life. Go Yan said unhappily, I have a boyfriend. If I dare to mess around, he will break my legs. We have been together for more than 7 years in high school and college. I won't change it even if I get 1 million, what if it's 10 million? I'm kidding. Being able to stick to love is also a kind of happiness. It doesn't necessarily have to be rich. Zhang Mengyu envied Go Yan very much. Although the temptation is big enough, everyone will change their hearts. But at least her heart is pure at this time. No one would spend 10 million to ask her to do something. Seeing that Zhang Mengyu seemed to be thinking about something, Go Yan asked, it's a pity that the car owners under my name seem to be married. Why don't you take a look at Ning Hao? Isn't he dating? I took a look at his blind date, and he is far inferior to you. If the company knew that we were thinking about stealing the car owners all day, do you think we would be fired? Probably not. Wang Zilan was called by his father to help in the restaurant. Especially after 9 o'clock, the restaurant business was too busy. It was just that when he just arrived at the door of the restaurant, he found a very cool car. He was too familiar with this car. And he already knew about the car purchase points. He asked the security guard at the door of the hotel, brother, is the owner of this car in the store? Mr. Wang, I remember this car. There were several people, men and women, who came an hour ago. Okay, I'll go and ask about the situation. He is also a fan of Li Yang and wanted to buy it yesterday. But he has no money. I thought I would behave well at home during the Chinese New Year. It just so happens that business has been good recently. It won't be a big problem to borrow some money from my parents after the Chinese New Year. As a result, when I woke up this morning, I found that the giant car was snapped up like crazy. And the car purchase points. After entering the store, he immediately began to inquire about the situation of each private room, served dishes with a waiter, and looked for the corresponding person. He seemed to see an acquaintance. And in that private room, there was a whole family sitting. Of course, there must be more than one private room in that situation, he was not sure. It didn't feel like the private room of his acquaintance, and the woman didn't look like someone who would buy a giant car. They dreamed of driving a BBA. The first batch of giant car owners who cashed out their cars were basically pure sentiments, without any interest trends. After a while, he gave up. Because he thought that since they were willing to buy the car at the first time, they must not be short of that little money, and they would not be willing to transfer it just one day after picking up the car. So, it's useless to find it. Wait until they finish eating, and then see if they can let the other party lend the car to him to drive and experience it. He didn't care that much about the car purchase points. He is just a nobody. Making money is his parents' business. He just needs to obey their will and not make them angry. He should get married when he should get married and work when he should work. No matter how much he earns, he can't make such a big restaurant with an annual turnover of nearly 10 million. Recently, people from all over the country would choose his restaurant. It is easy to make more than 200,000 a day. He didn't know what he thought of. He opened WeChat and found a user named Kyankian Chibubeo. He looked at the chat history and confirmed it. Sister, why did you change your name? I almost didn't find you. After a while, the other party replied, brother, do you still remember me? Of course, I also know you are in Huangguo Fishing Village, Peony Hall. Ah, what a coincidence, this is fate. I'm downstairs. Come over to see you, brother, I have something to do today. 600. I won't delay you too much. I'm very fast. My car is just downstairs. Let's go to the car. Wang Zilin didn't think the other party was so beautiful, but it was just a little exciting. I never thought I could meet that group of women in private. Brother, then you transfer it. I'll be down right away. Okay. Wang Zilin transferred the 600 yuan. He wouldn't transfer it normally, but he's not afraid now. In her own store, is she still worried that she will cheat him? 10 minutes later, Wang Zilin got out of the car and suddenly felt that everything was boring. Damn, I lost 600 yuan. He walked to the front of the giant car, and the more he looked at it, the better it looked. And the car logo has a good meaning. The brain circuits of Beijing University students are different from others. At this time, two women walked towards the car with documents in their hands. They opened the hood of the car, and then copied something from it. They also opened the car and took some photos. Wang Zilin was puzzled. Two beauties, what are you doing? Zhang Mengaiyu said, hello, we are sales consultants of Jiang Automobile. The customer is going to return this car. We are preparing the formalities and taking photos for record. What? Returned? Wait, someone wants to return this car, right? Can I buy it? Well, this should be possible, right? But if you want to buy it, you can talk to the owner directly. Do you know where the owner is? It's in the Peony Hall of this hotel. We will take you up there. Wang Zilin. Okay, at this time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Damn, it can't be such a coincidence, right? The woman didn't seem to even look at the car. If it was her car, if it wasn't her car, then whose was it? As they walked towards the restaurant, Wang Zilin couldn't help but said, to be honest, this restaurant is mine. I just went into the Peony Hall. There were two young men and women and three middle-aged people. Yes, the giant car belongs to that young man. Is that woman his sister? It was his blind date who asked him to return the car. Wang Zilin. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the Peony Hall. Zhang Mengaiyu knocked on the door, heard the response from inside, opened the door of the box and walked in. For a moment, Kaianqian lowered her head, and Wang Zilin felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Mengaiyu walked to Ning Hao with the documents and said, Mr. Ning, this is the process of returning the car. You just need to sign it. We will return the money within 2 working days. But just now downstairs, Mr. Wang Zilin said he wanted to buy your car. Do you want to return it to the company or trade it privately? Wang Zilin also calmed down at this time. He came to Ning Hao and took the initiative to extend his hand. Brother, since you return it, it means returning the original price. How about I give you an extra 50,000 yuan? Sell the car to me. Ning Hao's parents were shocked. They just bought the car for 1 day, and they could make 50,000 yuan by reselling it? Before Ning Hao spoke, Wang Zilin continued, also, I don't want a 70,000 yuan discount. I'll put it into your card. It's equivalent to you making 120,000 yuan. How about it? Ning Hao knew about the points, but he didn't have the money to buy it. He didn't feel surprised that someone was willing to pay this price for the car. That was 1 liu capital. He looked at his parents and the blind date with entanglement at this time. Finally, he looked at Zhang Mengaiyu. Because he felt that if he sold it, it would be the same as dying. Advisor Zhang, can I not quit? Of course, it's your right. Ning Hao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wang Zilin, Brother, I'm sorry, I won't sell the car. Hearing this, the woman raised her head and said, Ning Hao, if you don't sell the car, we're done. Ning Hao is such a jerk. She knew to make 600 yuan when she was on a blind date, but this guy could make 120,000 yuan, but he didn't want it. Chapter 241 The Cost of Business War. Wang Zilin suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Ning Hao, but he quickly put this thought behind his mind. Sympathy is bullshit. This world is the survival of the fittest. He can sleep with someone for 600 yuan, but others need to spend hundreds of thousands to marry him. It's normal. Maybe he fell in love with a woman one day, but others are tired of her. He may not be at ease with his car, but he can definitely make money. There is a lot of speculation on the market about the shares of 1 liu Capital Closed Fund. Some people are even willing to pay $200,000 for a share of $350,000. However, the points of Jiang Auto app are not transferable and cannot be traded, so most of them are online. Ninghao's parents probably didn't think that they would not only not lose money after buying a car, but also make money. During the meal, the matchmaker said a lot of good things in the middle, and the girl basically agreed. Since the family can provide this opportunity, they will definitely not miss it. For them, the vision is limited, and the future they can think of is to marry a wife, have children, send the children to school, and then go to college again. They will not think about starting a business, thinking that Ninghao already has capital and has some capital. The capital was used to marry a wife. The remaining money was used to live in the future. Depositing in the bank was the only financial means they could understand. When someone was willing to pay for the car, they would not think at first, since they could earn so much, does it mean that they could earn more if they kept it in their own hands? Instead, they felt that they were lucky and met a sucker because of their inherent cognition. Ninghao's mother pushed Ninghao's arm and told him to sell it quickly. But Ninghao felt very irritated. At this dinner tonight, everyone was talking about what he should do, and whatever the woman said was what it was. He was indeed a little ordinary, and his work was not so easy to be accepted by others. But why did everyone think he bought a wrong car at this time? Not selling it was the biggest mistake. I won't sell it. This is my car, and I won't give it to anyone who wants it. In the automotive industry, people have always looked at the affairs of Jiang Automobile with a melon-eating attitude. Li Yang's internet car manufacturing is similar to that of Bosjia. Bosjia has been shouting the slogan of returning to China next week for more than half a year, but he has only made a car logo, and nothing else has been seen. What kind of car can such a person make? Without any foundation, he wants to rashly enter such an industry with such a high degree of industrial integration? Even the press conference of Jiang Automobile was not watched by many people. Jiang Automobile did not give money to the media to invite the media to report, and there were very few media people who went. But because of Li Yang's appeal, many people watched the press conference online, as much as 3 or 4 million. After Li Yang shouted out the price of 349,999, most people thought that this fund should end. What else is there to see? Li Yang did make a car, but it certainly can't be sold. Tesla can sell for more than 400,000 or 500,000, but they are imported. Why do you, a domestic car, sell at such a price? And what did Li Yang talk about at the press conference? All of them were talking about using spare parts from a domestic company, which is the most awesome technology in the world. Are you fooling fools? In business, you can't say that you have domestic products at all. Look at Mr. Lei. Every time he holds a press conference, he first says that his company uses Qualcomm's first chip, uses the lens of a certain foreign company, and uses a certain foreign technology. The words domestic and the most awesome are not related at all. As for the domestic manufacturers mentioned by Li Yang, who would be willing to use them if there was no choice? They are all purchasing some unknown brands of cars. After all, the cost is low. But looking at the cost price of the car announced by Li Yang, it is not low. Jiang Automobile has gathered all the elements of commercial failure at once. Domestic, expensive. Of course, these ideas are all yesterday. Early this morning, it was discovered that Jiang Automobile's orders exceeded 4,000 units, and everyone was stunned. Can this thing order 4,000 units? Then why can't they sell the cars they made with all their efforts to import spare parts and buy technology from abroad? They don't sell them so expensively. Until they figured out the truth of the matter. Damn, how can you play like this? Isn't this clearly giving money to users, coach? Jiang Auto is playing tricks. They broke the rules. How can you give users financial management quotas? Isn't this a foul? Report. In finance, there are indeed many rules. For example, public funds cannot promise users to keep their principal or make money at any time. However, the source of funds for public funds is much less restricted than private funds. It's not that there is no marketing linked to financial management. For example, Alipay has a lot of marketing promotions, giving others financial management quotas, financial management discounts, and even exempting management fees. But people don't believe it. You cheated them once when they bought your things, and they are cheated again when they buy financial management? Wanli Capital is different. This is the accumulated reputation. This is the trust of 1.2 million users after they made money in it. 1.2 million users, there are thousands of people buying cars, isn't it normal? Li Yang didn't say anything about financial management at the press conference. Jiang Auto's car purchase points can not only be exchanged for financial management quotas, but also for other things. Huchuan Power is a company with a market value of 40 billion in the A-share market, which is of a medium scale. Because domestic new energy vehicles have just started, their scale is quite limited, and there is no market. Even if their motor and electric drive technology is already top-notch in China and still top-notch in the world, they can't get many large orders. But the emergence of Jiang Automobile broke their stable rhythm. Because Jiang Automobile is really willing to give up. The first batch ordered 100,000 sets of motor systems, and all of them are of the highest specifications. At the same time, Jiang Automobile is also preparing to invest 400 million yuan to allow them to develop and iterate the products. Of course, there is only one requirement, that is, new technologies should be given priority to Jiang Automobile. Is this a requirement? It's a fart. Giving money for research and development and taking on the market, there is no such delicious pie in the world. They really hope that Jiang Automobile will succeed, so that the company will not lack orders. After seeing the surge in orders for Jiang Automobile, they were very happy. This is called win-win cooperation. But this happy momentum did not last long. On January 30th, the order of Jiang Automobile exceeded 6,000 vehicles, and a piece of news about the purchase price of Jiang Automobile broke out in the market. After someone got the car, he dismantled the Jiang Automobile and repriced all the parts. In the end, it was found that the cost price of Jiang Automobile was only 165,000 yuan. At the same time, someone posted the quotation sheet obtained from Jiang Automobile and found that the prices of all parts were ridiculously high. Especially the motor system of Huchuan Power. A small company purchased the same motor system at a price of only 2,700 yuan per set. On the other hand, Jiang Automobile used 4 sets for one car, and the purchase price of each set reached 4,500 yuan. Exactly the same thing. Originally, Huchuan Power closed the board and reached the daily limit after the opening today, but because of this news, there was a market crash. This may involve the transfer of interests, and the amount involved is huge. Once it is confirmed, many people will be arrested. But it is not just this problem. Judging from the exposed purchase orders, there are problems in almost all projects of Jiang Automobile, and the procurement costs are seriously inflated. Huchuan Power knows better than anyone that this price is inflated. But Jiang Automobile is willing to pay, or they took the initiative to raise the price. Now, both Jiang Automobile and its corresponding suppliers don't know what to say. For suppliers, this is the first time to make so much money, so they must stand on the side of Jiang Automobile. But Jiang Automobile can't admit it, nor can it deny it. If it admits it, it means that the user is being taken advantage of. If it doesn't admit it, the purchase order is thrown in front of its face. If it doesn't admit it, isn't it still guilty? Maybe because of this incident, Jiang Automobile collapsed directly. Li Yang is still in charge of delivering the cars until all the 1,000 cars are delivered. These are the first batch of guinea pigs of Jiang Automobile, and Li Yang doesn't want them to suffer. It doesn't matter if it's a little hard, at least it makes people feel that the car is worth buying. During the lunch break, the company told him about the online incident. Feng Xinli, general manager of Jiang Automobile, also rushed over as soon as possible. Mr. Li, should we respond to this matter? Li Yang took a look and asked. Those who look at the purchase order should have signed a confidentiality agreement, right? Yes, we have confirmed who the other party is. Each purchase order is different, and there is a unique code in the file. It may even be hidden directly in the data information. As long as someone dares to take a screenshot of the purchase order, whether it is a photo or something else, it can be locked in the first time to identify who has the problem. Li Yang knocked on the table. Then let's solve the problem of leaking the purchase order first, and find something for the legal department to do. As for the other things, I'll talk about it when I'm free tonight, okay? Feng Xinli did not hesitate about any decision made by Li Yang. Li Yang would have his own ideas only when he needed him to have them. When he didn't need them, he would treat himself as a tool. He knew the procurement situation better than anyone else, and it was Li Yang who personally told him to increase the price. He didn't understand it at the time and he doesn't understand it now. But he never doubted that Li Yang would be a sucker, even if he really was. After Feng Xinli left, Zhang Bangsha asked, "What are you going to do, Master Li? Do you want to make it public?" She knew very well that Li Yang was in a dilemma at this time. If he said publicly that he had raised the purchase price on his own, users would feel very uncomfortable. If Li Yang said that the car purchase points were subsidies in order to appease users, the matter would be even bigger. Because the car purchase points cannot have value, if they have value, it would be a violation. Hand over the cars for this afternoon first, and we'll talk about it after we get it done. Zhang Bangxia sighed. It seems that nothing is easy. Her Wanliu capital was just too comfortable, and she had never encountered any difficulties. Every time there was a problem, Li Yang could solve it in a very short time, allowing her to make a lot of money. When it was Li Yang's turn to have a problem, she found that she seemed to be unable to help at all. What are you thinking about? This little thing is nothing. It's a small matter and can be solved casually. Hurry up and eat, there's still a lot to do in the afternoon. Li Yang was ashamed. He hadn't visited Bai Qing for several days since he came to Jiangbei. But it was soon solved, and in 5 days. In the afternoon, after handing over dozens of new cars, he returned to his residence. Li Yang picked up his laptop and started posting on Weibo. About an hour later, a fresh Weibo post was officially released. Thank you very much for your attention to Jiang Automobile. I will give a simple reply about the purchase order. I have read the evidence on the internet. It is indeed the purchase order of our Jiang Automobile. There is no forgery. Jiang Automobile spare parts procurement is indeed more expensive than others, and some are even twice as expensive. But I can quibble about these. Take Huchuan Power's motor system as an example. Other systems cost more than 2,000 yuan, while Jiang Automobile system costs more than 4,000 yuan. They are essentially the same system, and the motor and electronic control models are also the same. However, Jiang Automobile has signed other contracts with Huchuan Power. If there are problems with their products, we have the right to pursue responsibility, which is also responsible for our users. It's like you join a company and the company asks you to sign a non-compete agreement. If you don't get a salary increase, are you willing to sign it? The same is true. Huchuan Power needs to take responsibility, and it is reasonable for us to increase the purchase price. Of course, I know that just based on this point, raising the price so high must be unconvincing for some people. But in fact, there are many hidden costs involved. As we all know, any product has a defect rate, and the motor system is no exception. Because we signed a letter of responsibility with Huchuan Power and offered such a high price, they do not allow their own products to have defects, so all the products delivered to our company have undergone dozens of manual inspections and tests to ensure that they are foolproof. Those who have done business naturally know the cost. For example, in a fruit market in Beijing, a plum can be sold for 80 yuan, while the plums sold on the roadside stalls, even if of good quality, are unlikely to cost more than 20 yuan per caddy. Is there any difference between a plum that costs 80 yuan and a plum that costs a few yuan per caddy? Better appearance? I don't believe that I can't pick out a good-looking one after buying dozens of caddies of plums. Sweeter taste? Similarly, among dozens or hundreds of caddies of plums, you can definitely pick out a sweet one. We are building cars, not mobile power stations. Our cars have to run on the road every day, and even most of the time they will be more than 100 yards. Therefore, the quality of the product must be strictly controlled. Once a problem occurs, it involves fresh lives. If you buy a Jiang car, you should know the promise made by Jiang car. As long as it is a problem with the car itself, we will return it unconditionally. We have a lifetime warranty for the 3 electric system, no mileage limit, and no age limit. What is the benefit transfer? Do I need to talk about it? I want money, so I don't have to make cars. Who should I transfer the benefits to? If I don't make cars, the money will belong to others. In addition, our sales staff have a starting base salary of more than 10,000 yuan. The Green Water Group, in which I hold shares, has opened a supermarket in a small county town. While sales staff and service staff have a starting base salary of 6,000 yuan. According to you, is this also a benefit transfer? I am willing to pay for high-quality services, and the cost is not passed on to others. Is this a benefit transfer? Why don't you transfer benefits? Be nice to your partners and your employees. You can't treat your employees as cattle and horses, and let others treat your employees as cattle and horses, right? To check our purchase order, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement. According to our investigation, the person who signed the confidentiality agreement took a photo of our purchase order and sent it to certain media in order to make a profit of 200 yuan. To be honest, I don't have the heart to hold the other party responsible. It's just 200 yuan. Can you be nicer to your employees? Millions of marketing fees have been spent on the business war. People may have to live in the shadow of this incident for the rest of their lives. How can you have the nerve to only give them 200 yuan? Finally, the procurement cost of Jiang Automobile may be higher in the future, because I believe that the companies that cooperate with us will quickly upgrade their technology, or even iterate their technology. Even if it is a small improvement, I am willing to pay a higher price for it. I am willing to pay for technology, which is better than using the company's hard-earned profits to discredit others. This is a thankless task. After Li Yang sent out this Weibo, he thought there would be a high probability of quarreling. After all, there are many water armies. Most of the entire Weibo is water army, organized. But after dinner, he opened it and took a look, and found that all the hot comments were discussing wages. The salary of service staff at Jiang Auto is more than 10,000 yuan? Is it true? I don't know. Damn, my best friend got a job there and she never told me. Isn't there no educational qualification restriction? Why is the salary so outrageous? The average salary in Jiangbei is only more than 5,000 yuan. Is there any invisible threshold? For example, you have to be handsome or beautiful. I don't know about Jiang Auto, but I'm from Jiangcheng. I know that an ordinary waiter in the supermarket of Green Water World earns more than 6,000 yuan a month. Whether it is true or not, just let Mr. Li recruit me. I will test the waters for everyone. Even if there is a confidentiality agreement, I will take the risk to tell everyone. Mr. Li, when is the next recruitment? You said it was December last time, and now it's the end of January, and it will be February soon. Netizens are all concerned about employee treatment. No one mentioned the purchase order before. Maybe some netizens mentioned it, but the spectators don't care at all. Who cares how much your purchase price is? What does it have to do with them? Anyway, you can't afford Jiang Auto, but if the salary is real, Master Li, aren't you afraid that the entire automotive industry will unite against you? You have offended them completely. The cost of Li Yang's business war is the traffic from Weibo. How are they targeting me? Chapter 242. Her children are similar to mine. Li Yang is not afraid of offending people, because he has no dependence on other capital. Another point is that the more people he offends, the easier it is to do things. Just like the time with Wanliu Capital, is Jiang Beichuan really afraid that he will guide the market? You have to know that most of the A share holdings are held by the national team, with a scale of 70 to 80 trillion yuan. The national team holds more than 10 trillion yuan, and they can decide the market trend at any time. But Jiang Beichuan still helped, and gave Wanliu Capital such a big benefit for free. The reason is that Wanliu Capital will not get together with other institutions. The stronger Wanliu Capital is, the more useful it is to them. Similarly, if Li Yang spends all day in the capital circle to make connections, to set up Jiangcheng Club and Jiangbei Club, to jointly operate and monopolize, then he will be liquidated as long as he goes too far. Now Mr. Ma's Lakeside University is very lively, inviting Yuzi to stand on the platform, trying to Yuzi-ize the domestic elites, and will definitely be liquidated in the end. Li Yang honestly makes his own products, and nothing will happen. Being suppressed by the industry is nothing. This world is not something he can decide in the automotive industry. Anyway, he will post on Weibo. He is not afraid of anything within the rules. If someone uses tricks outside the rules, he will post a small Weibo and see who will be unlucky. He increasingly finds that being a keyboard warrior is a good profession. Without the experience of being a keyboard warrior in the previous life, how can he write those sharp essays in this life? Big essay. What he writes is different from the small essay. The small essay is made up, and he has facts as a basis. From a premeditated targeting to disappearing into thin air, it is just a Weibo. No matter how much the water army stirs up the situation, it can't be helped. The public's focus has changed. And those people have also overlooked a problem, that is, everyone buys Jiang cars. Is it really for the car? Do you think that this will reduce the sales of Jiang cars? In fact, the sales of Jiang cars are more. The longer the popularity lasts, the wider it spreads. No matter how high the popularity is on a certain day, it is only limited to the people who go online that day. Even if the display volume is 50 million a day, it is not as good as 5 million displays per day for a month. The most obvious example is League of Legends, LoL, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG. When PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was at its peak, it was expected to surpass League of Legends, LoL, but LOL has been popular for 5 or 6 years and has accumulated countless users. However, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has only been popular for half a year. This has led to the number of spectators for League of Legends esports competitions ranging from a few million to tens of millions. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has a few tens of thousands of spectators when it is less, and only a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 when it is more. It is difficult to break a million. However, this life is different. Last year, League of Legends was intercepted by Li Yang. Although the two games are essentially different, players are all accustomed to following, which will gradually reduce the fresh blood of League of Legends. Just like this incident. As long as the topic is hot enough for a long time, it will leave an impression in everyone's mind. This is the most commonly used marketing method in the West. For example, in the past 2 years, the internet has begun to boast about Musk's light of mankind. In another 2 years, the comment section of short videos will appear with various arguments that Tesla will not be able to make electric cars in China if it does not open source. Many people do not care about these, but they will be subtly influenced. Li Yang is also establishing his own personality. That is to be responsible to users, partners and employees. He did not make random assumptions, and all the characters he established could do it. He originally thought that it would be enough to sell 20,000 electric vehicles a year in the early stage. After all, the current production line's production capacity is only 2,000 to 3,000 vehicles a month. The production line will not be expanded for the time being, because the model will be replaced at the beginning of next year, more new technologies will be introduced, and the production line will also be updated and iterated. Li Yang posted another Weibo, due to the recent Chinese New Year, in order not to create unnecessary traffic congestion, the job fair will be held at the end of February, mainly recruiting service personnel. At 8 a.m. on the first day of the Chinese New Year, 300,000 appointments will be released. The interview venues are Jiangbei and Jiangcheng respectively. It is still the old rules. The round-trip fare will be reimbursed, limited to bus tickets, train tickets, and high-speed rail second-class seats. At the same time, there will be small gifts. This time, it will be based on 1,500 per person, 300,000 places, which is 450 million. Those who are really interested will definitely be able to grab the 300,000 appointments released in a short period of time. After seeing the time given by Li Yang, netizens were satisfied. Then they began to leave messages under the Weibo of other car companies. Did you say that Jiang Automobile is not good? How are you going to deal with it? Will you increase the wages of your own employees, or increase various commitments to users? You keep talking about hundreds of billions of R&D expenses every year. To put it bluntly, your car has no performance and no appearance. Where did the hundreds of billions of dollars go? If you can't raise your wages, don't complain. Keep your head down and act like you are the messenger of justice. Are you just afraid that you won't be able to reap the leaks in the future? This year, domestic cars are still in the struggling stage and are sensitive to many things. Li Yang is very clear that it is a few new forces that are making trouble, because Li Yang's car affects their products. The track of domestic old brand cars is mainly concentrated in the range of 100,000 to 200,000. There is no conflict with Jiang Automobile for the time being, and they don't bother to use such means. The new forces that will be popular in a few years have launched their first mass-produced cars one after another this year. As a result, their press conferences are not ready yet, and Jiang Automobile has intercepted them. Although the concept of electric vehicles is very early, it has existed for decades. But the only way to truly compete with gasoline cars and have a range of more than 400 kilometers is to make a breakthrough in lithium battery technology in the past 2 years. It was not possible 2 years ago. Therefore, the market for new energy electric vehicles is very small. Li Yang has taken away market users, which means they are likely to fail. In particular, in order to reduce costs, they use worse materials and fewer functions than Jiang Automobile, but the price is higher than Jiang Automobile. No matter how you look at it, it seems like they will die before they succeed, so they will naturally struggle desperately. As time passed, Li Yang gradually handed over all the 1,000 cars to the owners. Jiang Bangsha was also exhausted. After the last batch of cars were delivered, there were only 4 days left before the Chinese New Year. Li Yang gave Jiang Bangsha a car and took her to register the license plate and get insurance. Did you really do it yourself? Of course, I sewed all the seats bit by bit. And the steering wheel, and the entire car assembly. If I hadn't been incompetent, I would have wanted to mine lithium and process the batteries myself. Master Li's work looks very meticulous. Whether Jiang Bangsha believed it or not, Li Yang said so anyway. Li Yang said proudly, "That's a must. I can't do anything else, but I can do my job well, then let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Jiang Bangsha took Li Yang's hand and prepared to leave. "Why do you want to treat me to a meal?" "Of course, congratulations to Master Li for his success. In just 8 days, the orders for Jiang Automobile have exceeded 10,000 vehicles. 10,000 vehicles is nothing. Let's not talk about this year. Next year I want to sell 500,000 vehicles, then I believe it. It must be. Why do you seem to be successful in everything you do? Because of you, I'm not afraid of losing money. I'll lose a lot of money when I sell a car." Did I lose money? Jiang Bangsha definitely didn't think Li Yang lost money. Even if 30,000 cars are sold in a year, Jiang Automobile can recover more than 10 billion yuan in funds. The money from the suppliers can be temporarily owed for a few months. Li Yang can use this 10 billion yuan to make a fortune in the financial market. Of course, Li Yang is likely to look down on this little capital. If he sells 500,000 units next year, then more than 100 billion yuan can be recovered. He will not look down on more than 100 billion yuan, right? And if 500,000 units can be sold in a year, Jiang Automobile will be able to break even and not lose money. This is an extremely outrageous record. From now on, Jiang Automobile can create hundreds of billions of GDP for the country in a year. Jiang Automobile is dozens of times greater than her entire Wanliu capital. This is an industry. 10,000 yuan in the industry can be circulated among many people. And 10,000 yuan in finance is basically point to point. Except for faster circulation, it is far inferior to the industry. Do you want to call Yu Petiol Chang to come and eat together? No, he's busy. After resting for a whole night, Li Yang drove Jiang Bangsha back to his hometown the next afternoon. The range of the Jiang car is 450 kilometers. The weather is cold recently, so the range has to be reduced by 20%. With the addition of the heater, the range is only 70% of the range. However, it is still possible to go back and forth between Jiangchang and Jiangbei. After the range extender technology breaks through next year, Li Yang plans to increase the range. Although the current range extender technology is not bad, it is to generate electricity through fuel and then drive it through an electric motor, and the thermal efficiency can reach 45%, which is comparable to the thermal efficiency of some top engines. However, the disadvantage is that the technology is still unstable, and there may be many problems, and the relevant system algorithms are not well done. It is not a particularly difficult technology, and it will definitely be similar next year. After returning to his hometown, he stayed there for one night, held his little nephew and played for a long time, then made an excuse that there was something going on in Jiangbei, and rushed over after lunch. Mr. Ning, your car has been fully charged for you. From tomorrow to the 7th day of the first lunar month, it is my vacation, but if you have anything, you can always find me, and I can help you contact the company's on-duty personnel at any time. Zhang Mengaiu handed over Ninghao's car keys. Ninghao was in Jiangbei, because he had a conflict with his family a few days ago, and his parents got angry with him because of it. He rented a house in Jiangbei and planned to spend the new year here. Okay. By the way, there are 2 bottles of Maute and a snack gift bag in the car, right? Give it to you. Anyway, I don't drink. Those things were gifts for buying a car. Ninghao originally wanted to give them to his family for the new year, but to be honest, the girl he met on a blind date was pretty good looking. At least Ninghao couldn't find any faults in this regard. It's just that he couldn't accept the aggressive attitude. If it was about other things, he might be able to tolerate it, but he insisted on selling the car. Knowing the value of the car, can't you be a little tolerant? Just because she didn't know and didn't understand the financial management points, she had to deny him completely? He did only one thing right in his life, that is, he regarded Li Yang as an idol and followed his footsteps regardless of everything. He went from being a poor substitute to car owner. Zhang Mengaiu hurriedly refused when she heard this. Mr. Ning, if you don't need it, I can help you cash it out. The current market price of Fishin Maute is around 1,500 yuan, and the snack gift package is worth around 300 yuan. Ninghao was stunned. You can even help with this. Zhang Mengaiu smiled slightly. Gifts are also considered one of the car services. The company also has a special purchasing department. If you need any limited edition luxury goods, You can also purchase them through us. This is a benefit for car owners. Ning Hao let out a long sigh. I'd better give it to you. You have helped a lot during this period. I feel a little embarrassed. Zhang Mengyu hesitated and said, then I'll buy it. It's just right to take it back and give it to my family. Give it to you. Ning Hao felt that he was also a scumbag. Maybe no one in his life has been so nice to him. Knowing that this is just the basic service of Jiang Automobile, he still feels a little embarrassed. Where can a company provide services to this extent? There is no extra money, basically on call. He opened the trunk of the car, took out the things, and put them on the ground in front of Zhang Mengyu. After returning to the rental house, he turned on the computer and played games. Li Yang hasn't live-streamed for a long time, and there is no income from sniping him. But there are other incomes. Leveling. The highest rank in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is called God of War. If you can reach God of War, you can earn at least 8,000 yuan per account. But it is also quite difficult. If you are lucky, you have to play for 10 days, and if you are unlucky, it may take a month. In the game forum, many netizens' comments made him laugh. Because everyone wants this game to release some skins as soon as possible. Brother, it's the new year, we have New Year's money, release some skins. I'm sick of playing with this original skin, give me a limited edition, or 10,000 yuan for a draw. I have so much money but nowhere to spend it. Your game company is not making money, right? Hurry up and give me Krypton Gold, as long as it can make me stronger. 1 million or 10 million, you tell me the number. Damn, paint my skin, I can accept it if it's a little rough. Ning Hao browsed for a while, and suddenly the style of the forum changed. Fuck, there's finally an event, recharge. Recharge. Ning Hao immediately opened the game homepage and saw the window that the game had just pushed. Season Manual. There are 2 types in total, one unlocked for 6 yuan and the other unlocked for 66 yuan. After unlocking, you can get the corresponding rewards when you reach a sufficient level. Only after the manual is fully upgraded, you can unlock a piece of clothing and a few gun skins. They all look very ordinary. Even those ordinary ones, for those who are in urgent need of finding a sense of existence in the game, will rush in without hesitation. It's just 66 yuan. As for the 6 yuan one, who are you looking down on? No charge. Ning Hao has a different perspective from others. He knows that his chance to make money has come. Do the manual task for others. Husband, I want to play games, you teach me at night. Bai Qing successfully left the child to Chen Pipei, and she dragged Li Yang to play Devil Row. She was prepared not to see Li Yang before the new year. After all, Li Yang was busy in the past few days. Unexpectedly, Li Yang came over especially when the new year was approaching. Li Yang had just finished taking a shower. After all, he had sweated a little before. Seeing Bai Qing checking the event, he couldn't help but said, why is there such a stingy event? Bullying us PUBG players who have no money. Bai Qing hurriedly said, it hasn't started yet. Let's cultivate the consumption habits of users first. Recharging hundreds or thousands of yuan at the beginning will consume the life of the game. Do it little by little to ensure that the game always has something to attract them, so that the game ecology can be better. Oh, I forgot, you are the boss now. Then you are right, although I am the boss, you are the master, husband. If you feel dissatisfied with something, you can punish me at any time. Is your aunt asleep? She should be asleep. Come on, let me punish you. About half an hour later Li Yang looked at the powerless Bai Qing and asked, do you still have the strength? I'll take you to the God of War. I feel like you were a God of War just now. Tisk tisk. These words can only be said by Bai Qing. Zhang Bangsha can't. Whether it is true or false, it can give people an incomparable sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Of course, he also felt guilty. Fortunately, Bai Qing never mentioned these things and never made him feel embarrassed. Go to sleep and play games tomorrow, okay? Bai Qing hugged Li Yang, put her face against him, and suddenly said, by the way, husband, I met a neighbor when I was in the hospital. Her child looks like my family. I plan to invite her family to come over to play after the new year. Are the parents called Li Liqin and Wang Qiping, and the child's mother is Zuning? Oh, husband, how did you know? Chapter 243, did you spend the time you spent with me spending time with others? Bai Qing had never met Li Yang's parents, let alone Zuning. But it was possible that she knew and told Li Yang on purpose. Li Yang had no need to hide it, and said directly, those are my parents. Bai Qing. She thought about the time she had spent with them, which was about a month. They seemed to be doing pretty well. Then should I invite them to play later? Bai Qing decided to ask Li Yang for his opinion. Play whatever you want. If you can find a chance for the little one to call you grandpa and grandma, it will save me a lot of trouble. I haven't figured out how to say it yet. After hearing what Li Yang said, Bai Qing was silent for a while. She didn't expect a topic to be extended to this. Maybe she should have faced this matter a long time ago, but she didn't have the courage and didn't want to break the current balance. Chen Pipei told her several times, but she ignored it. She whispered, "Let's forget it, so as not to cause trouble to my husband." Li Yang immediately explained, "It's not a problem. I'm also a back-shy person in this matter. I also need others to help me take that step. If you expect me to take the initiative, there may be no result in my lifetime." Bai Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. Really, if you say you want to get married, I will start preparing for the wedding right away. I will be old enough in more than a year." Bai Qing's heart beat a little faster. Can Li Yang really agree to this? Of course she wants to get married. Marrying the person she likes can be said to be the only pursuit in her life. Husband, you didn't lie to me, did you? In fact, I can accept anything. It's pretty good like now. Are you testing me? I'm serious. I haven't answered Jiang Bangshi's question about marriage directly, but I will definitely respond in a few months. If you speak now, I will reject her in a few months. This is the first time that Li Yang has dragged Jiang Bangshi into the matter of love. Bai Qing also knew that it was considered a formal confrontation, and neither of them planned to continue hiding it. In the past, she pretended not to know about Jiang Bangshi, and Li Yang did not say a word about Jiang Bangshi. Jiang Bangshi was the same. Even if she knew, she would pretend that she did not exist. Bai Qing said slowly, "Husband, people are selfish. I can't refuse the temptation of being your bride. I can't refuse a wife like you. Then husband, will you marry me?" "Okay." It's settled. Zhang Mengaiyu stayed in Jiangbei for a day and bought some things before driving home. Her family is in a city next to Jiangbei. Although the conditions at home are not particularly good, they are not too bad. Both of her parents are urban workers. They have earned a big house and a car in the city over the years. They even bought her a car after she graduated. At the same time, they have more than 100,000 yuan in savings. Life must be leisurely, and there is only one daughter, so there is no pressure. Zhang Mengaiyu is a standard city girl. Because of the warmth of her family, she has not gone astray since she was a child, and has a healthy personality and body. After she returned home with a lot of bags, her father immediately went downstairs to pick her up. "Oh my old daughter is back." While speaking, Zhang Mengaiyu's father looked into the car. Not finding anyone, she looked around again and asked in confusion, "Didn't you bring your boyfriend back this year?" Zhang Mengaiyu said helplessly. "Dad, I'm only 24 years old, don't always act like I can't get married, okay?" Zhang Mengaiyu's father said with a smile, "I didn't say you can't get married, I just said it casually. After all, if you bring your boyfriend home now, we can still help you choose one. If we are old and blurry in a few years, we may not be able to judge people accurately. If you bring your boyfriend now, if there is a problem in the future, you can still blame us. In the future, you can only blame yourself. Don't worry about it, no matter what time, I won't blame you. By the way, I also bought you 2 bottles of good wine, the kind you didn't want to drink before." Zhang Mengaiyu's father came to life. "Are you rich?" "Yes, the salary is high now. I have only been working officially for half a year and have received more than 50,000 yuan in salary." After 3 months of internship, he went to Jiang Automobile to study for more than a month. The main thing is to master the relevant functions of Jiang Automobile and understand the service content. The service staff of Jiang Automobile is quite large. Although there are only a few hundred people now, they have everything they need. She was arranged to the front desk because of her outstanding appearance. Those who are not so outstanding in appearance are technical and operational positions. Tisk, you are just lucky that a company like Jiang Automobile hired you. Come on, let me see what you bought for me. This is the first time in my life that I drink wine bought by my old daughter. I promise not to waste a drop." As he spoke, Zhang Mengaiyu's father opened the trunk and saw a pile of things. One of the Maute gift bags was particularly eye-catching. It's not that he can't afford Maute, but he is mainly reluctant to drink it. Even wine that costs more than 100 yuan is a luxury for him. At most, he will get some when he has a banquet, or when there are occasional guests at home. He will specially prepare some good wine worth hundreds of yuan. Zhang Mengaiyu's father looked at her with some doubts. Based on my understanding of you, even if you make some money, you won't be so good to me. Wine worth thousands of dollars is not within your scope of cognition. Who said that? I know a lot now, okay? But these 2 bottles of wine were not bought by me on purpose. I said, is it your boyfriend who gave it to you? Why didn't you call him over to have dinner together? No, it's just a customer. These wines are gifts from Jiang Automobile. He insisted on giving them to me and ran away after throwing them in front of me. I had no choice but to transfer the money to him via WeChat, but unfortunately he didn't accept it. Huh? It seems that you don't like him, Zhang Mengaiyu said unhappily. No matter what the relationship is, I can't accept such expensive things from others, right? Oh, that's your boyfriend, Zhang Mengaiyu. She picked up some things directly, handed all the rest to her father, and walked upstairs. Back home, she lay on her mother and acted like a spoiled child. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. Although the distance is very close and it only takes 2 or 3 hours to drive, she doesn't want to do anything after being tired from work. Working at Jiang Automobile has very strict emotional requirements. The salary is indeed high, but it is also very energy-consuming. Before she could say a few words to her mother, Zhang Mengaiyu's father came in with a bunch of things. Zhang Mengaiyu's mother took a look and said, "Why buy so many things? There is no shortage at home," Zhang Mengaiyu's father said. Mengaiyu's boyfriend gave them all good things. Huh? Zhang Mengaiyu hurriedly explained, "No. Dad, can you stop talking nonsense? I will bring cash to him after the new year." Zhang Mengaiyu's father put the things down and immediately said, "Even if you don't like them, they probably like you, otherwise how could they give these things? Whether you have money or not, giving gifts must have a request. What else can you ask of you except for boyfriends and girlfriends? Can't it be that they are in a bad mood and don't want these things? My client's blind date didn't go well and he had a quarrel with his family." "What? Come on, let's have dinner later, you tell us about this." Zhang Mengaiyu's parents immediately entered the melon-eating mode. They know their daughter's job, and the so-called clients are probably the owners of Jiang Automobile. Those who can afford the Jiang car still have to go on blind dates. And the blind dates are not going well? Could it be that some top second-generation people are not satisfied with political marriages? This melon is so delicious. Dad, our company employees have to keep confidentiality for customers. Your mother and I are not the kind of people who talk nonsense, so we just talk at home, but I'm afraid it will spread all over the community tomorrow, I swear. Old daughter, please tell me, I'm very anxious now, and my life depends on these gossip news. Zhang Mengaiyu, it seems to be true. Old people know that gossip has no meaning, but they still indulge in it. Half an hour later, Zhang Mengaiyu finished talking about a matter, and the old couple showed a satisfied expression. Yes, although this melon is not particularly fragrant, it also has a sweet taste. After talking, is it different from what you imagined? He is not a rich second generation, and has been kidnapped by his family. He is also a hesitant character. Zhang Mengaiyu still knows Ning Hao very well. After all, she has personally experienced Ning Hao's blind date project. As a result, her father said after listening to her, "I don't think so. I feel that your client is very smart. If he is not smart, how can he make so much money? He just followed the right person." This is Zhang Mengaiyu's understanding. However, her father disagreed with this point. Let's not talk about whether following the right person is a skill. Just say that he followed Li Yang instead of others. Doesn't it explain the problem? There are too many people in the world who regard stars as idols. Why doesn't your client regard those stars as idols? Because he doesn't like it. Li Yang is an esports player, and he also has an esports dream, but now he is doing esports training for a living. Yes, since he is an idol, he can definitely find resonance in the idol. But this is not the most important thing. Being willing to pay for idols must be with feelings. Feelings are not something that can appear in a day or two, and even 3 to 5 years can't be related to any feelings. When no one ordered the Jiang car at the beginning, he chose the full payment without hesitation. Was it just because he made money following Li Yang? What else? Zhang Mengaiyu asked. If it were you, would you spend all your money to buy a new car? I probably would. You hesitated. Which means you won't. Okay, I won't. But can't I be impulsive? That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. How can I be impulsive? If I were really impulsive, I would have sold the car during the blind date, and the other party would have raised the price. Speaking of personal charm, rich people have good personal charm. Your client chose Li Yang and was so determined, which shows that he has a very clear judgment of life. Even if his personality is a little soft, the merits do not outweigh the flaws. Yes, you are right. We have been talking for so long, isn't it time to eat? I haven't had breakfast yet, and I'm waiting for the soup at home to warm my stomach. Zhang Mengyu didn't want to continue talking about this topic. She was still young and not very interested in gossip. Zhang Mengyu's father sat beside her with a smile and whispered, "My dear daughter, didn't you just say that your client won't go home for the new year? Why don't you call him over for dinner? I just want to talk to him about something. You know, I've been studying Li Yang recently, and he can definitely give me some ideas." Zhang Mengyu widened her eyes. "Why are you studying Li Yang?" "Of course it's to make money. No one has suffered a loss by following Li Yang. And I've already ordered a giant car, but I don't know when it will be delivered." Zhang Mengyu discovered for the first time that the world seemed to have changed. Her father is a very rational person. How could he believe those things on the internet? Also, her father used to sneer at electric cars, but now he would rather buy them with a loan? Anyway, the family definitely can't afford that much money. "No, I have nothing to do with him," Zhang Mengyu refused. She didn't want her life to be full of embarrassment, and her father might randomly match her up with him. She is very cautious about her feelings. "I thought my father would continue to pester me, but soon," Zhang Mengyu's father said. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Mengyu felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put it into words. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the shopping malls in Jiangcheng were particularly lively. There were cars parked outside Greenwater World. Because of the existence of Greenwater World, Xingcheng Supermarket, the largest supermarket in the county, felt threatened, and the unit prices of goods have dropped significantly recently. As for the so-called business war, reporting, and making trouble, they don't work in Greenwater World. They are the only listed company in the county. In addition to direct competition, using small tricks is purely asking for trouble. Direct competition means price cuts and promotions, but Greenwater World has been making losses, and they are not afraid of losses. For Xingcheng Supermarket, it has encountered a tough opponent. The customer flow was okay in the past few days, but the closer it gets to the new year, the worse the customer flow is, which is completely the opposite of previous years. They rely on this month to make money every year, and the reduction in customer flow during this period is a fatal blow to them. Don't even think about making a profit for the whole year. As for improving service, employees only earn more than 2,000 yuan. What do? Raising employee wages? It's even more of a dream. If the wages are raised, how will the company boss distribute dividends? How will shareholders get the profits? The employees in this county have their wages raised. Should the next county also raise them? If all are raised, they will have to spend millions more per month for their 2,000 or 3,000 employees, and tens of millions more per year. Besides, no matter how they raise it, it is impossible to raise it to the level of Greenwater World. Greenwater World is not a normal price. Their starting salary of 6,000 is comparable to that of a small department manager in Xingcheng Supermarket. Just like that, New Year's Eve came. On this day, the flow of Xingcheng Supermarket dropped to the lowest. In previous years, people had to queue up in the supermarket's catering department, but this year, there were few people. They specially sent people to take a look at Greenwater World. Wow, there were so many people. Such a large area is more than 10 times that of Xingcheng Supermarket. It was crowded with people, as if everyone in the entire county had gone there. The boss of Xingcheng Supermarket felt desperate. He believed that even if there were so many people in Greenwater World, it would still not make much money. What's the purpose? How can you do business like this? Greenwater World should not appear in a small county town. Even first-tier cities can't handle it, so it should appear in places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, taking the high-end route. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, the owner of Xingcheng Supermarket looked at today's cash register data, which was less than one-third of previous years. He sighed, but soon thought of a solution. The solution was also very simple: at all costs, let Greenwater World close. Otherwise, he would withdraw from Jiangcheng. See if the county government dares to let him go. If he leaves, what will happen to those employees? What about the purchase of various products involved? Xingcheng Supermarket is not a soft persimmon. This time, he must not admit defeat. Li Yang had a New Year's Eve dinner at Bai Qing's place at around 7 o'clock, and Bai Qing cooked it herself. At 8 o'clock, he drove home. His family was waiting for him, but he couldn't go back until nearly 11 o'clock. Drive faster, maybe he can get there at 10 o'clock. When it was almost 10:30, he opened the door and found that Jiang Bangsha was also at his home. Seeing him come in, Jiang Bangsha immediately said, "Master Li, you are finally back. We are almost starving to death. Go away, it's New Year's Day, it's unlucky to talk about death." Li Yang stretched out his arms and hugged Jiang Bangsha. Then he asked, "Why did you come to my house? I'm waiting for you. We're going to set off fireworks together later." "No problem, this is a traditional event, and Li Yang must have prepared it in advance." When Wang Qiping saw Li Yang coming back, she immediately went into the kitchen and started to work, while Li Yang took the time to hug the child and play for a while. Jiang Bangsha was watching from the side. When Li Yang played with a child, he was also like a child. He usually has a very cold personality, and you can tell at a glance that he has a lot of things hidden in his heart. Jiang Bangsha was not afraid of Zuning's existence at all, because Zuning didn't dare to stand up and say anything, and it seemed that she wouldn't. What she was most afraid of was another person. As soon as Li Yang came in, she smelled that familiar breath. I don't know if she is in Jiangchang or Jiangbei. If she is in Jiangbei, it means that Li Yang stayed in Jiangbei for a few days just for her. Soon, the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. This year, there was one more person in the family, so the old couple Li Liqin were naturally very happy and prepared a red envelope for Jiang Bangsha. Because the meal was eaten late, it was almost midnight before it was finished. Jiang Bangsha was anxious to spend the New Year's Eve with Li Yang, so she pulled Li Yang downstairs as soon as possible. Seeing that the time was approaching, Li Yang made a phone call, and the moment the second hand returned to zero, fireworks were spread in the sky. Jiang Bangsha took Li Yang's hand and said, "It feels like a year has passed very quickly, as if we haven't been together for very long." This year, the time they spent together was really short, so short that Jiang Bangsha could remember all the details. Suddenly, she couldn't help but said, "In theory, the time would not be less. Master Li, did you use the time you spent with me to spend time with others?" Li Yang thought for a while, and finally said, "Yes." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Jiang Bangsha's Fear. I was just kidding. Jiang Bangsha was a little flustered. In the past, Li Yang would definitely find an excuse to perfunctorily deal with him. Today, he didn't. "I do have something I want to do." No. Jiang Bangsha didn't wait for Li Yang to continue, and she covered her ears and ran away. But soon, Li Yang caught up with her. After she saw it, she didn't wait for Li Yang to speak, and immediately said, "Don't talk, let me think about it." In this way, the two walked from the river to Shai Mansion. After entering their new house, Jiang Bangsha closed the door, sat on the sofa, and said aggrievedly, "Master Li, you are not going to throw me out of the car, are you? I haven't reached my destination yet, and I have given you the fare. I have no money on me now, and no one will take me. I have already planned that you will graduate in June next year, and it just so happens that you will have a child in May this year. When you graduate next year, I can bring the child to attend the graduation ceremony with you." Li Yang asked, "The purpose of your liquidation is to have a child?" Jiang Bangsha decided to liquidate before the new year, and it will be completed before May. She doesn't want to continue working afterwards. Li Yang thought she was tired and wanted to take a break. Coincidentally, the market has been in a downward trend in 2018. Even if a god came, it would be difficult to make money, so it doesn't matter if she takes a break. Yeah, Jiang Bangsha nodded pitifully. Li Yang said helplessly, "Why do you want a child at such a young age?" Zuning and Bai Qing both had their reasons. Although Li Yang liked children, he didn't plan to have one so early. "Of course I want to wear a wedding dress as soon as possible. You will have more and more work in the future. My job is also to get married and have children. If we can get everything done next year, we won't have to worry about this in the future. I know that what you want to do may not be completed in another 10 years. I want to work hard with you." Jiang Bangsha knew very well that Li Yang would have more time after graduation, and the work at hand would officially start. Now it's just using her spare time to plan, and she hasn't done it seriously at all, and she doesn't have the energy. It's just right that she can take advantage of Li Yang's last year of study to finish what she should do, and she will be relaxed in the future. Otherwise, Li Yang would have to find time to get married in the future, and having a baby would delay her for more than a year. She had planned everything, but she never thought that Li Yang would confront her at this time. Li Yang squatted in front of Jiang Bangsha, reached out to wipe her tears, then hugged her and walked towards the bedroom. What? To have a baby, of course. I have nothing to do recently anyway. It's best to get pregnant now. By the time I graduate, the baby will be 5 or 6 months old and not too fragile. I can't bear to take care of a 2 or 3-month-old baby outside, Jiang Bangsha asked in a low voice. So what did you say you wanted to say just now? Do you want to know? No, I don't want to know. Actually, I've been waiting for that day. I haven't heard you say you want to marry me for several months, and I thought you didn't have that idea anymore. I know a lot of things have happened, and some of them are tests for you. I thought that maybe you were embarrassed to say it. So I might as well take the initiative to bring it up to avoid embarrassing you. Master Li, why are you saying this at this time? Then tell me, did the previous things embarrass you? Have you thought about anything else? If you don't say it, I won't move. No, Master Li, I really thought you didn't want me anymore. I was panicking, you know. What a joke. You're going to be the richest man in the world soon, you know? How could I refuse a wife who is the richest man in the world? Li Yang said the truth. Wanli Capital can go public this year. After going public, it is very likely to create a richest man in the world. But he still needs to run it well. First of all, he needs to find a few suckers to take over. Zhang Beichuan is a suitable candidate. How much is Wanliu Capital worth? He knows it better than anyone. The management fee alone is more than 3 billion a year. That is to say, the scale of the QDII fund is too small. If it is larger, the income will continue to grow. Not to mention that Wanliu Capital still has 5 billion of its own funds, of which 4 billion is mortgaged and 1 billion is paid in cash. The 5 billion is now worth more than 10 billion. Jiang Bangsha's own funds are not included. Last year, Wanliu Capital's net profit was also more than 10 billion. This is last year's, not this year's. Zhang Mengaiu had an awkward year. Because her father called Ning Hao from nowhere. She really has no interest in Ning Hao. Ning Hao also acted very nervous and was very cautious throughout the whole process. The atmosphere of a New Year's Eve dinner was much less lively. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, Zhang Mengaiu went to her room, and her father Zhang Mancheng pulled Ning Hao to chat on the sofa. He asked with a smile, "Zioning?" Ning Hao quickly replied, "I'm here, uncle, just say anything." He was completely confused. The day before yesterday, someone in the power leveling circle suddenly found him and said that someone specifically hoped that Ning Hao would take an order. With doubts, he added that person as a friend. Then, the other party asked him to come over on New Year's Eve, saying that he would sign an agreement offline. He had never done this before, but the other party gave too much money. He gave a deposit of 2,000 yuan, and there was another 10,000 yuan to be taken after the matter was completed. Anyway, the distance was not far, so he came here by car. Who knew that he would be pulled over for the New Year's Eve dinner? And it was Zhang Mengaiu's house. Zhang Mancheng said, "I called you here because I heard that you were spending the New Year alone in Jiangbei. It's New Year's Day, so it's hard to order takeout. Anyway, coming to my house is just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. As for how we know about you, we asked Mengaiu to tell you. You won't be angry about this, right?" No. Ning Hao didn't even dare to get angry with the girl he was dating, let alone Zhang Mengaiu. He has never had a temper in his life, and he has no right to lose his temper. Zhang Mancheng smiled and said, "That's good. The second reason I called you here is that I want to talk to you about Li Yang." "Ah, I'm not familiar with Li Yang." "Then why did you invest in Li Yang from the beginning?" This, Ning Hao hesitated. After taking a look at Zhang Mancheng, he said with a stiff face, "Uncle, I am actually a homeboy. Although I have many ambitions in this life, I also know what kind of character I have. I have no diploma, no eloquence, average looks, and no romance. I have basically gathered all the shortcomings of men. In comparison, Li Yang is different. I think he is the existence of my fantasy and a perfect idol in my heart. Believing in him is essentially my escape from reality." Zhang Mancheng shook his head. "You can say the words of escaping from reality, which means that you are more clear-headed than anyone else. Human power has its limits. Your fate is basically determined from birth. You can't blame yourself for not being able to do better. Whether it is your birth conditions or your family education, they are not on your side. Zhang Mancheng felt that the emotional value brought to him by Ning Hao's family was not only not positive, but negative. His parents have problems, they are traditional and stubborn, and they don't know how to teach their children or consider their children's emotions. Of course, Zhang Mancheng himself did not consider Zhang Mengayu's emotions when he suddenly called Ning Hao over this time. But he didn't have to let Zhang Mengayu fall in love, he just wanted to talk to Ning Hao. He wanted to be friends with Ning Hao. Especially what Ning Hao had just said, which made him more determined. Ning Hao just had a limited vision, and he was essentially a clear-headed person. He knew what he was doing. Ning Hao hurriedly said, No, it's not easy for my parents to raise me to this age, it's me who has no future, haha, it's rare that you don't blame others. To be honest, I have been studying Li Yang recently, and I think this guy is a little different from others. I want to make some money from him and give it to Meng Yu as a dowry in the future. Do you think the 1 Liu capital points are really reliable? Ning Hao thought for a while, it should be reliable. Li Yang usually gives netizens opportunities only when he is confident. But I don't understand finance, these are just my own opinions, Zhang Mancheng asked. Then what do you think of Li Yang? He is a very powerful person, both in playing games and in life. After he won the LOL championship, he said that he was going to climb another mountain and prepare to make hundreds of millions. As a result, he did it, and many people thought he was bragging at the time. And Jiang Bangsha, all of us felt that Li Yang was not worthy of Jiang Bangsha, but the result was that his relationship with Jiang Bangsha seemed to be getting better and better. These are the abilities that I envy, so I have regarded him as an idol in the past 2 years. He said that Jiang automobile is the best car in the world, and I believe it. What if he said that you can't do it? Would you believe it? Would you deny yourself because of a word from your idol? I can't do it anyway, I just benefited from him, Zhang Mancheng said helplessly. Are you going to use the points from Jiang automobile this time? Yes, use it, but as far as I know, you don't have that much money, invest as much as you have. Have you ever thought about borrowing? There are many online lending platforms now. Even if the interest rate is a bit high, it should not be difficult to find one with a dozen points to get together 200,000 or 300,000. The interest rate is only a dozen points. Ning Hao waved his hands quickly. No, I can't take that risk. I earned my own money, and I'm not married. Even if I lose it all, I can still make more money. And it won't have any bad impact on the people around me. If I lose the borrowed money, I will be heavily in debt. My life is not very good to begin with, and now I can only look up at the world with difficulty. I don't want to lower my head again, I can lend it to you. If I lose, it's my responsibility. If I make money, I won't charge interest if I make less, and you can give me 20 points of interest if I make more. How about that? Zhang Mancheng thought he had made a very tempting proposal. Ning Hao said, Uncle, if you believe in me, I can give you those shares directly. I can only take out about 90,000 yuan, and there is still a quota of 260,000 yuan left. When the time comes, all the money you make is yours. In Ning Hao's opinion, just based on this New Year's Eve dinner, he should repay the other party. Zhang Mancheng laughed. Okay, then I'll take advantage of you. When you can buy it, tell me. Okay, just like that, on the first day of the new year, Ning Hao returned to Jiangbei and continued his career as a power player. He returned the 2,000 yuan from Zhang Mancheng, but Zhang Mancheng confiscated it. After he left, Zhang Mengayu said to his father, Dad, are you going too far? It will make it very difficult for me, that's a limit of 260,000 yuan, and he got it with just a meal? Zhang Mancheng said nonchalantly, what's the matter? Didn't I treat him to a meal? Besides, it's just the limit. If I lose money, I will definitely not ask him for compensation. Financial management has risks. On the surface, I took advantage of him, but in fact, I helped him share the risk. Zhang Mancheng comforted, okay, you two should get along as you want. What happened between Ning Hao and me has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. He actually felt that Ning Hao was a very sober person. Although he said that Li Yang was his idol, he could control his desires no matter what he did. He could have borrowed money from those lending platforms. With only a dozen percentage points of interest, would 1 Liu Capital not be able to make back the money? Investing in 1 Liu Capital, the risks and benefits are not equal, and the benefits account for a higher proportion. Of course, it is also possible that Ning Hao likes Zhang Mengyu and is deliberately trying to please him. Anyway, we will know after making money next year. If he really makes money, Zhang Mancheng will definitely return all the profits to Ning Hao. He can't really use his daughter to make money, that would be a shame. He just wanted to see if Ning Hao would be angry and embarrassed if he still couldn't catch up with his daughter after investing so much capital. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, at 8 a.m., the Jiang Auto app released 300,000 places, which were snapped up within 3 minutes. That's the time to be distracted. Lushu Xiandi specially prepared red envelopes for every customer who came to buy things, only in the morning. Not much, each red envelope contains 20 yuan, even if the customer only buys something worth 1 yuan. As for whether someone will come in again to receive the red envelope, it is not considered. Most people still have to save face, and Li Yang doesn't care about giving out more red envelopes at all. It is also profitable to make others happy. That day, Li Yang went to Zhang Bangsha's house to pay New Year's greetings, then went back to his own home, and then took Zhang Bangsha to the mall. In the entire mall, self-operated brands account for less than 1%, and these are supplied by 2 companies. There are 50 to 60 kinds of snacks from Fuguang Group, and there are more than a dozen kinds of canned fruits and special cooked foods from Lushu Group. For example, some popular online products that have been very popular in the past few years have been developed by Li Yang, and the taste is quite good. However, the brand power has not been established for the time being, and the number of customers received by Lushu Group is still a little less. Qi Jialian did not rest during the new year. When he knew that Li Yang was coming, he rushed over as soon as possible. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Bangsha is also a shareholder of Lushu Group, so there is nothing wrong with him calling like that. Li Yang asked, Manager Qi, I heard that there was a shortage of staff in the past 2 days. Yes, the employees are indeed a little busier than usual, but it has improved after the new year. Qi Jialian knew very well that Lushu Xiandi would enter the off-season next, and many of the current staff could not work for more than 2 hours a day. After opening for 2 or 3 months, the company has lost tens of millions of yuan, but only Li Yang doesn't consider the money as money. He hopes that Jiang Automobile can get better, so that he can stay in Lushu Xiandi for 2 more years and earn enough money for a lifetime. Li Yang said, everyone has worked hard during this period. In addition to the year-end bonus, each person will receive an additional subsidy of 2,000 yuan. You should report to Lushu Group. In April and May, a group of employees should come here, and you will be responsible for training them at that time. Okay, at this time, there was a sudden noise at the entrance. The eyes of the 3 people were immediately attracted. One of the customers shouted loudly, you can't afford to play in such a big supermarket? I haven't been here, why don't you give me a red envelope? If you can't afford to play, don't play. I came here with full expectations. Is this how you treat customers? Li Yang came here with a frown. At this time, many people gathered at the exit. Qi Jialian was also very nervous. He went over and asked, what's going on? An employee said, Manager, this person has been going back and forth dozens of times. Qi Jialian frowned when he heard this. Give it first. After all, Li Yang was right next to him. Li Yang had said before that even if someone claimed it repeatedly, don't worry about it. But after going back and forth dozens of times, Li Yang didn't show up and walked aside with a cold face. After that matter was resolved, Qi Jialian came over and said, Mr. Li, I just checked the surveillance. That person did come back and forth dozens of times, and there was more than one person. They are a gang, with 20 to 30 people. Basically, they come in to take things worth a few cents and go to check out. So what? Is the money yours? It belongs to the company. Has it affected your salary? Fire the employee who took the initiative. Subsequent compensation will be in place. Give her 4 months' salary. Okay, Qi Jialian had no choice but to do as he was told. Zhang Bangsha whispered, she is also doing it for the company's benefit. Give her another chance. Li Yang shook his head. She is a service staff of the company. Giving out red envelopes is a business in itself. And she refused to do business with the other party because the other party was not a good person. When an employee starts to make decisions on his own and embarrass customers, if he is not punished, more such employees will gradually emerge. They are service staff, not sales staff. This has been said many times during training. If she is doing it to better serve the customer, such as the customer asked to polish his shoes, which is not within her job scope, but she still did it, then I will reward her. The original severance pay was 2N, and I have increased it to 4N. If there is a chance to re-employ her later, then we will talk about it. If not, forget it. Oh, Zhang Bangsha still didn't quite understand, but Li Yang's explanation was right. Soon, Li Yang found Qi Jialiang again and asked him to adjust the surveillance for him and send it to his email. Let's go buy some things, and I will cook for you at noon. After finishing all this, Li Yang said to Zhang Bangsha, aren't you going home for dinner? You have too many family members. A bunch of people came to Zhang Yaoding's house early in the morning. He and Zhang Bangsha went back and almost couldn't get out. Zhang Bangsha said, let's go to your house. Li Yang looked up at the ceiling. No one is at home. My dad took his family back to his hometown. Li Liqin will never forget those relatives in his hometown. He had to go to his brother to wish him a happy new year on the first day of the new year. He also fantasized about taking Li Yuqing to earn some red envelopes. With Li Yang's understanding of those relatives in his hometown, it would be better to take Li Yuqing to Green Water World to get more gifts. But he couldn't care so much. As long as his father liked it, it might have a different meaning. Zhang Bangsha said cautiously, how about I go home for lunch, then I'll eat alone at noon. Is there no one else for this? She thought Li Yang could go to Bai Qing. Before getting married, she felt that she couldn't rest assured. She could only strive for a balance and take the initiative to make some space. It's good to get married. Li Yang won't say divorce, right? If he says divorce, then she doesn't agree. I will never agree to it even if you kill me. Li Yang put his arm around Zhang Bangsha's shoulders and said, who else could there be? Only you, the only one who can appreciate my cooking skills. Then if I appreciate your cooking skills, you won't refuse to marry me, right? Double negation equals affirmation. Zhang Bangsha didn't want to ruin the rest of his life because of a meal. Hey, you're the richest man in the world, what are you afraid of? Afraid after all, the life that Zhang Bangsha had prepared was all arranged according to Li Yang. Chapter 245, Choose One. Li Yang felt that there was only one way to go. That was to cultivate his clone. Who asked him to have both? If he didn't cultivate his clone, the problem would not be so easy to solve. Even this trick, with his current strength, he probably wouldn't do it. That night, Qi Jialiang sorted out the surveillance of the day and sent it to Li Yang, and also brought another piece of news to Li Yang. Those who took advantage of the situation were mostly employees of Xingcheng supermarket. Only a few old men and women distributed red envelopes in the morning, and they had to queue up to pay for the bills, so the maximum amount a person could get was about a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. The year-end bonus, New Year's bonus, and severance pay will be arranged for them, and the company will pay her 2 months of social security to give her time to find a job. I will keep an eye on this matter, understood? On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Zhang Bangsha went back to visit relatives, and Li Yang also went home. After returning home, I thought my father would be very happy. After all, he stayed in his hometown for so long yesterday, but when I just got home, I found that the atmosphere at home was a little wrong. My father sat on the sofa with a stern face, and although my mother was busy, she was obviously not in a good mood. That is, when Zuning handed Li Yuqing to Li Liqin's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright, and he smiled and played with the child. Li Yang winked at Zuning, and the two went to the bedroom. Then, Li Yang asked, what happened at home? Weren't you happy yesterday? I saw my dad posted Yuqing's red envelope on his WeChat moments. Zuning whispered, Uncle and his friends drank too much yesterday afternoon and said some unpleasant things, and Dad heard them. Li Yang understood at once. What else can Li Lifa and the others say? Other topics can no longer be mentioned, probably talking about Zuning. After all, Zuning had a child before marriage, so it was perfect to use it to attack her. Maybe they didn't say it openly, but it was normal for a few words to reach Li Liqin's ears. Li Lifa and the others said this and that about Li Liqin, but Li Liqin didn't take it to heart at all. In his opinion, he was his brother, and saying a few words would not make him lose 2 tails of meat. But it's not okay to say Zuning, and it's even worse to say Li Yuqing. Zuning was originally the victim. How could the child bear such vicious words when he was only a few months old? After Li Yang figured out the situation, he came to the living room, walked to Li Liqin and said, Dad, I just asked someone to get a few bottles of good wine, 30-year-old Maote, and sent them to you? It just so happens that those relatives are supposed to come in the next 2 days, then you can drink together." Lilikan immediately got angry. "Drink shit. Do they deserve to drink such good wine? If they dare to come, feed them horse urine." After saying that, he felt that his voice was a little loud, as if he had disturbed the child in his arms. He hurriedly became cautious, comforted the child, and whispered, "Yuking, be good. Grandpa scared you. Grandpa deserves to be beaten. You should beat Grandpa." He took Li Yuking's fleshy little hand and hit himself on the face. As he hit, the back teeth could be seen at the corners of his cracked mouth. "What about my good wine? Send it to your Uncle Jiang. Isn't his family going to do something? Oh, then should we also make a family tree? Open a separate page for you." Li Likan rolled his eyes at Li Yang and said, "The family tree of our Li family is in the hands of Yijin's lineage. Yijin is not much worse than you now. How can you have the face to do it? Family trees are about orthodoxy. It's awesome to have a separate page in an orthodox family tree. Otherwise, every family can make a family tree. What's the point of entertaining yourself?" Li Yang retorted, "If I marry Jiang Bangsha, who can compare with me?" Li Likan, this guy doesn't look like his own kind at all. How can he be so thick-skinned? On this day, Feng Jianhu was on vacation, but a big thing found him. The boss of Xingchang Supermarket, the richest man in the next county, came to wish him a happy new year. Even if Feng Jianhu is the county's #1, he has to take this kind of big man with a lot of say in business seriously and politely invite him in. Zhao Xingcheng is over 50 years old this year. Xingchang Supermarket is spread over more than a dozen nearby counties and urban areas, with a total scale of more than 4 billion and an annual revenue of nearly 3 billion. Over the years, Zhao Xingcheng's family has accumulated a huge amount of wealth, as well as the power of connections in nearby counties and urban areas. He's a well-known figure in the city, so he naturally has no psychological pressure to meet Feng Jianhu. Feng Jianhu took the initiative to shake hands with him with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, you are a busy man. I have always wanted to meet you, but I just came here and I am unfamiliar with the place, so I didn't find a chance." Zhao Xingcheng said, "Leader Feng is too flattering. If you have any questions, just go to the company and call me at any time. I will definitely cooperate with you." Feng Jianhu, "No way, the county's economy depends on you to support it. We also serve entrepreneurs like you, so we must trouble you. By the way, Mr. Zhao came here today. There must be something wrong, right? As long as it is a matter in the county, everything is easy to talk about. Xingchang Supermarket has a high status in the county. The value of agricultural products purchased each year is close to 10 million, and there are nearly 1,000 jobs, which is not a small number. Once something happens to Xingchang Supermarket, the impact will be huge." Zhao Xingcheng came to him on his own initiative, so it was probably not a small matter. So he got straight to the point. Zhao Xingcheng didn't think about it and said directly, "Leader, our Xingchang Supermarket is ready to withdraw from Jiangcheng. After all, Jiangcheng has Green Water World. Without the survival oil of our Xingcheng Supermarket, there is no point in us staying." Feng Jianhu's heart skipped a beat. "Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. Xingchang Supermarket is far away from Green Water World, a full 2 kilometers away. Green Water World and Xingchang Supermarket are not in conflict with each other." Zhao Xingcheng smiled and said, "Leader, this year's Xingchang Supermarket's turnover during the Spring Festival is only 30% of that in previous years. If it continues, the thousands of people in Xingchang Supermarket will have to go hungry. I admit that Green Water World is better than us, but this is a county town, not the capital of Beijing. Green Water World would rather lose money than seize the market here. And our Xingchang Supermarket can compete. After all, in recent years, in order to digest the nearby agricultural products as much as possible, our Xingchang Supermarket has basically no profit margin, and many times the head office has to pay for it. In the current situation, we can only say that we have no choice. After all, our company does not only have business in Jiangcheng, but tens of thousands of employees have to rely on the company to survive. We can only say sorry to the leaders. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, we will announce the suspension of business. We will properly handle the relevant membership card business. Even if we are poor, we will not cheat the people's money." Feng Jianhu looked at Zhao Xingcheng. Although the old man's words were false, such as tens of thousands of employees, can Xingchang Supermarket support so many employees? In Jiangcheng, there are only a few dozen directly employed employees, and the number of direct and indirect employees is barely close to 1,000. At most, the employees of Xingchang Supermarket who pay Social Security in the whole city only have more than 1,000 people. As for those waiters who earn 1 or 2,000 yuan a month, who pays their Social Security, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Basically, they go through the labor service company and are not formally employed at all. Those employees who pay Social Security are all relatives of Xingchang Group shareholders, or some interest exchanges. But even so, at least people can have a bite of food. A salary of 1 or 2,000 is indeed not much, but this is a county town. After all, Xingchang Supermarket has to pay millions of taxes every year. Feng Jianhu said, Mr. Zhao, if you have any needs, you can tell us. Whether you want a better place or more tax benefits, we can discuss it. Zhao Xingchang didn't think too much, he didn't need to say too many polite words. Only one of Lushu Xianti and Xingchang Supermarket can be left, otherwise everyone will have nothing to eat. He didn't say that he would take over Lushu Xianti, because the other party's construction cost was too high. The cost of more than 1 billion was not something that Xingchang Group could afford. Even if it was paid in installments, Xingchang Group was unwilling. What's the use of such a big place? It's nothing but losses. In a small county, there shouldn't be supermarkets of that scale. Xingchang Supermarket has been around for many years, and they know what scale is most suitable for a small county. Feng Jianhu is in a dilemma. Because Green Water World belongs to Li Yang. Zhang Bangsha also has shares. He didn't understand why Li Yang insisted on running Green Water World and would rather lose money. The most important point is that there are not many local people recruited, most of them are from other places. He couldn't make the decision for Li Yang, which was what Ji Bingchang specifically told him before he left. This matter is not easy to handle. Zhao Xingchang said in name that he could only keep one, but in fact he asked him to drive Green Water World away. Mr. Zhao, I'll think about this matter. I'll give you an answer before the 7th day of the first lunar month. How about it? Okay. Starting from the 3rd day of the first lunar month, relatives came to Li Yang's house one after another. However, Li Liqin's face was always bad, and he didn't even invite them to eat at home. He really had to stay until noon and booked a table at the restaurant at the entrance of the community. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, an unexpected guest came. Mr. Li, Happy New Year. Feng Jianhu came over and shook hands with Li Yang with a smile. Li Liqin paid more attention to this guest and arranged for him to have lunch at home. After lunch, when Li Yang sent Feng Jianhu away, Feng Jianhu couldn't help but speak. Mr. Li, Xingchang Supermarket found me and made some requests. I have been struggling and didn't know whether to say it. I contacted Brother Yi last night and he asked me to ask for your opinion. Li Yang asked back, what opinion? Isn't it a waste of talent for Green Water World to be in a small county like Jiangcheng? Oh? I see. I will seriously consider this matter. Okay, brother, if you have any problems in the future, remember to contact us at any time. We will definitely give the greatest support to local enterprises. Well, leader, take care. After seeing Feng Jianhu off, Li Yang's expression was gloomy. It was still a pleasure to get along with Yu Bicheng. Since Feng Jianhu came to him today, it means that he has already lined up in his heart. He thinks Xingchang Supermarket is more important than Green Water World. Green Water World has indeed not brought much good results to the local area. The main reason is that Green Water Group has been making losses. They think Green Water World is not important to Green Water Group and has no meaning. In addition, many projects of Green Water World are free. Citizens enjoy the convenience, but they don't get money. It can't be seen from the numbers. Now I don't know how many families put their children directly on the 3rd floor of Green Water World. Just one parent is with them, and they don't have to make a fuss at home. Even slightly older children don't need parents to watch them. The staff of Green Water World can take care of them. Anyway, without an ID card, others can't take the children away. Feng Jianhu only has data in his eyes, ignoring that Green Water World has only been open for a short time and many things have not been laid out. Leave? He will definitely not leave. Only he can make it work, no one else can. Once he leaves, the Green Water World project will become an unfinished project. There are people who take over the residential area, but no one is willing to take the commercial area. That night, he contacted Xiang Yu. At present, after the launch of the exclusive traffic card, the number of active users of QuickSnap has climbed a lot. from the previous 10 million monthly active users to the current 20 million monthly active users. Of course, only a few 100,000 traffic cards were sold. The biggest reason is that the domestic traffic fee has been reduced. At the same time, the Wi-Fi coverage area is wider and the broadband utilization rate is higher. This is the era of short videos. As the team of Kuwaipi grows bigger and bigger, videos begin to cover all aspects. Xiangyu also began to dig up some upmasters on Ziggu and Bilibili. The list was given by Li Yang. There are those who go to the sea, those who do breeding, those who do technology, and those who do evaluation. There are several official operating accounts on Kuwaipi, which have the largest traffic. The first is Kuwaipi Assistant, the second is Kuwaipi News, and the third is Kuwaipi Rumor Refutation. New registered users will follow these three accounts. Currently, there are more than 30 million followers, which means that the number of registered users has exceeded this number. Some people will unfollow them after registration. Similarly, Douyin, which was officially launched last year, currently has only a few million registered users, less than 10 million. Even if they have Taoxiao and Ziggu video as traffic diversion, it is not as good as Li Yang's direct formation of hundreds of teams. Those teams are too expensive, costing hundreds of millions a year. Today's Kuwaipi still allows for borderline or even larger scales. If you don't play by the rules, you can't survive. You can't let others play by the rules first, grab the traffic, and then play by yourself, right? Kuwaipi News updates more than a dozen social news every day. Basically, each news will bring millions of views, and many can even go to Weibo to create a lot of hotspots. Today, Li Yang provided them with a material. A supermarket in a county town distributed red envelopes and encountered malicious looting, and was angry after being rejected. This kind of topic that expounds on people's bad nature is the easiest to attract other people's attention. In the video, those customers who queued up for dozens of times in a row and became angry after being discovered were filmed. Although the place name was not mentioned, there was the logo of Green Water World in the video, and he could kindly remind him in the comment area. This video quickly brought millions of views, and the comment area was even more chaotic. What kind of regional black? What kind of expounding people's bad nature? Of course, there are also people who say that Green Water World is too kind. After fermenting overnight, it successfully landed on Weibo's hot search the next day. It's the same nature as a truck overturned on the highway and passers-by looted cabbage. Jiangcheng began to be known by more people. Someone even found out that Green Water World is the property of Green Water Group and also of Li Yang. Li Yang was kind to his fellow villagers, but he was stabbed in the back by them and was fleeced of millions of dollars that day. Of course, it was definitely not that much, and the overall loss was only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It was not a loss. The internet's water army began to lead a rhythm, and some even said that this was someone sent by Xingcheng supermarket. The locals said that Green Water World was good. Not only was it cheap, but the service was also very good. They would provide after-sales service at any time, and the compensation given after the product had problems was also very sincere. The matter fermented for a whole day. The people of Jiangcheng were represented by this news. Whenever someone mentioned that they were from Jiangcheng on the internet, people would immediately think of this news. Those who were more subtle pretended not to see it, and those who were not subtle directly mocked it. Because of this incident, no one in Jiangcheng's keyboard warriors could win the line all day. Everyone was furious. Damn, my father's quality is not high? Can a few rat shits represent Jiangcheng? Then, the identities of those who were frantically fleecing were exposed. It was the employees of Xingcheng supermarket, the people of Jiangcheng, who began to spontaneously guide public opinion, explaining that this was a business war. Because Green Water World had a higher cost effectiveness and better service, and it had taken the business of Xingcheng supermarket, so Xingcheng supermarket sent its own employees to do this. There was even a conspiracy theory that Xingcheng supermarket relied on its seniority to drive Green Water World away, and had already issued an ultimatum to Green Water World. If it didn't close down, there would be other means in the future. Feng Jian, who didn't know at first, he didn't have time to read those things on the internet. But someone called him, and it was his leader. Just one sentence, "You are so shameful." Feng Jian, who is very panicked. Being scolded by the leader personally on the phone means a lot of things. This is related to his future. This kind of thing will be recorded in a small notebook. He called Ji Biancheng. "Brother Yi, I'm really in trouble here. Yi Biacheng replied, "What's the matter?" "It's like this," he told the story. After listening, Yi Biacheng was stunned. He asked directly, "Did you really go to Liang and say that? Wasn't it obvious what I hinted at the beginning, but Greenwater World doesn't bring as much profit as Xingcheng Supermarket. Besides, Greenwater World has been losing money. Even if it makes money during the new year, it can't last long. Am I not considering Greenwater Group?" Feng Jianhu felt that he had done nothing wrong. It was clearly a win-win situation. However, Yi Bingcheng sighed, "When will Liang do a business that loses money? He has just started to lay out the plan. Greenwater World has such a good foundation. Why are you afraid that he will lose money? If you want to save the situation now, there's only one way." "What way?" "Give up Xingcheng Supermarket and start investigating Xingcheng Supermarket's accounting problems and find evidence of tax evasion. I have been in Jiangcheng for more than a year, and I know very well whether they have any problems. If you hesitate, Liang will continue to make moves, and then it will not be as simple as being scolded by the leader." Chapter 246, the largest private IPO in A shares. Zhao Xingcheng is still very confident, because it has always been like this. Xingcheng Supermarket has been established for 20 years and has fought countless business wars. Most of them will be defeated by Xingcheng Supermarket's foundation. Even international brands like Walmart have been suppressed by Xingcheng Supermarket. Later, the 6 major supermarkets in the province signed a cooperation agreement, divided the regions, helped each other, and directly squeezed out several foreign supermarkets, leaving only Walmart with the strongest foundation to survive. Now Xingcheng Supermarket has the ability to drive others out, even locals. The market is so big that it is only enough for them to make money. However, he waited until the 7th day of the first lunar month and did not receive a reply from Feng Jianhu. He felt a little strange. He waited one more day, until the 8th day of the first lunar month. Not only did he not receive a reply from Feng Jianhu, but he received something else. Someone is investigating the malicious competition of Xingcheng Supermarket. Are those dozen people who went to Greenwater World to get the wool? What's the use? Within their rules, it can only be said to be immoral. Can it be illegal? At first, he thought that the county government just wanted to give an explanation to the netizens to prevent the matter from fermenting too embarrassingly. But soon, the accounts of Xingcheng Supermarket were checked. He called Feng Jianhu. "Leader Feng, it seems that you don't want to give our Xingcheng Supermarket a way out. In this case, we will leave, Mr. Zhao, don't worry. It's not too late to leave after the accounts are checked." "What do you mean?" Feng Jianhu was helpless. Liang was really disgusting. Whoever got involved with him would be in trouble. He didn't know how Yi Biacheng got along with Liang. So far, they have been getting along very well. It's outrageous. Who can get along with a guy like Liang? He didn't want Liang to lose too much money. The Shu Group was about to be saint to a certain extent. Xingcheng Supermarket would be courting death if it went head-to-head with the Shu Group. After all, Zhang Bangsha and Liang were standing behind the Shu Group. It's just that Zhao Xingcheng simply targeted Greenwater World and didn't lead the war to other directions. He felt that a mere Greenwater World could not defeat him. The greatest value of Greenwater World was when it was built. What value does it have now? Liang didn't say anything to Feng Jianhu, nor did he point the finger at anyone. There was no way out for what could be done. Who knows what he will come up with later? Liang has figured out the internet. At this time, Yi Bingcheng was calling Liang. "Mr. Li, are you interested in building a Greenwater World in Jiangbei? Local matters are easy to talk about. I will try my best to fight for it. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Big cities are different from small cities. In county towns, as long as there is more traffic, there is still hope of making money. In first-tier cities, it's hard to make money even if it's full every day." "What a pity," Yi Bingcheng sighed. "Haha, nothing to regret. The second Greenwater World has already started construction this year. Basically, we can build 2 a year. The nearest one is only 40 kilometers away from Jiangbei. Are we going to build 9 in total?" "Yes, according to Taoist teachings, 9 is the number of the extreme. Building 9 can probably make some money, but building more will be worthless." "Haha, this is an interesting point of view. It shows that everyone should abide by the rules. Without rules, it is easy to get into trouble," Liang said. "That's for sure, but you can't be bullied just because you abide by the rules. That would be too cowardly. Besides, I'm a student, so it's normal to be rough. I'll be calmer after graduation. It's not heavy, it's normal. He didn't bet on you, so he naturally wants the best situation. Then Happy New Year, brother, Happy New Year. Li Yang actually owed the other party a favor. Jiang Automobile was taken care of a lot in Jiangbei, and even many suppliers were specially greeted by Yu Bingcheng, otherwise the contract would not have been settled so quickly. But now the situation of Jiang Automobile can almost be paid off. But he never talked about those things with Yi Baicheng. Yi Baicheng did it himself. That's what friends do. After hanging up the phone with Yi Baicheng, he immediately called Jiang Beichuan. Boss, Happy New Year. Jiang Beichuan was not in a good mood, because the linkage between Jiang Automobile and Wanliu Capital was not a good thing. It can only be said to be on the edge. Naturally, he encountered a lot of reports. He had a headache and didn't know how to deal with this matter. If he didn't deal with it, he was afraid that people would say he was biased. Deal with it? He didn't make any mistakes. It's just that others don't have the ability to do it. Li Yang, strictly speaking, your Jiang Auto points can be exchanged for financial management quotas, which is somewhat against the rules. Don't do it again. Li Yang smiled and asked, you must have remembered it wrongly. My girlfriend is a top student in the Department of Finance. She knows all the rules very well. This is not a violation. You must ask me to come up with a new rule before you are satisfied? Finance is not a joke. You are raising funds in this way, which is not in line with the process. What if we liquidate domestic funds and only do QDII funds? The so-called non-compliance with the process is mainly because Wanliu Capital still has two funds, and the scale is not small. It is not difficult to create a market. For example, Jiang Bangsha can easily transfer the profits of the other two funds to the new fund, and give the new fund an exaggerated return. The subsequent cars will definitely be snapped up. Whereas the quota for Wanliu Capital's QDII fund, wouldn't it be enough if you approved a little? We don't want much, just $5 billion. Jiang Beichuan said unhappily. You keep talking about you. You are not a practitioner, and you have nothing to do with Wanliu Capital. Haha, it's okay. Jiang Bangsha and I are acting in concert? Then what about your overseas funds? What overseas? I'm broke, and now I'm almost in debt of 10 billion without knowing it. Where can I get the money? Forget it. I'll give you the quota, but if you lose it, you must find a way to fill the foreign exchange gap. QDII funds need to use foreign exchange, and the domestic management of this aspect is relatively strict, mainly to prevent capital outflow. Some QDII funds cooperate with foreign countries to help foreign funds carry the sedan share, and naturally lose this foreign exchange, and unknowingly carry out capital flight. Therefore, the quota of QDII funds has always been strictly managed. A single fund has a quota of $5 billion? Impossible. Li Yang's money is in Hong Kong City, which is why Jiang Beichuan is not so wary. In that case, why not give $10 billion? Use the $5 billion first. Jiang Beichuan almost spit out blood. What Li Yang meant by this sentence is that even if he loses $10 billion, he can make up for it. What a big mouth. But on second thought, this guy is really amazing. Maybe the money Li Yang earns from the money he manages is not enough for the interest he manages for a year. But what a huge system he has, how many channels, and how many products he covers. The products that Li Yang can access are limited. By the way, I want to discuss something else with you. Wanliu Capital is preparing to go public. You also know the size of Wanliu Capital. Most people can't take it all. Can you find some capable underwriters for us? Jiang Beichuan asked. Can't take it all? Others can take it all with an IPO of more than 10 billion, but can't take it all with your Wanliu Capital? Ping An's IPO was close to 40 billion, and no one frowned. As long as the market is willing, even if you IPO 100 billion, there will be people vying for it. Li Yang smiled and said, No, we haven't thought about it so much. We just want 60 billion. 60 billion? You want to sell the entire company? That doesn't comply with the process and we won't approve it. Sell everything? We only take out 20%. If we sell everything, we'll be left with nothing in the future. Jiang Beichuan, so this guy Li Yang thinks Wanliu Capital is worth 300 billion? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Why do you think Wanliu Capital is worth 300 billion? Li Yang said, Wanliu Capital's net profit last year was more than 10 billion, and the net profit the year before was only more than 10 billion. According to this increase, the net profit this year should be at least 60 to 70 billion. If we were not worried that Wanliu Capital would become more and more valuable in the future and completely lose the opportunity for IPO, we would not be willing to put this egg-laying rooster into the A-share market. Even if we calculate it based on last year's net profit, it is only more than 20 times the pay. Is it high? If we calculate it based on this year's estimated net profit, it is less than 4 times the pay. What's the difference between this and giving money away for free? Li Yang's shameless words made Jiang Beichuan unable to handle it. Estimated net profit 1 year in advance? So if we made 1 yuan last year, 10,000 this year, and an estimated profit of 100 million next year? Does Li Yang know what it means to make 60 to 70 billion? There are only 8 A-share companies with a net profit of more than 50 billion, and only 4 companies with a net profit of more than 70 billion. That is, the 4 major banks. Next is China Mobile with more than 60 billion, Ping An, China Merchants Bank, and CNOOC with more than 50 billion. Mao Tai's net profit is only more than 30 billion. He said helplessly, "You are really good at making up new terms for me, and your calculation is outrageous. Leader, I am a pragmatic person. Okay, I can arrange people to distribute it to you, but I will not cover the unsold ones. You can find someone to buy the remaining ones yourself." Jiang Beichuan agreed. Anyway, he must ask Wanliu Capital for the handling fee. No problem. I think so. The total share capital will be 100 billion shares, 3 yuan per share, and 20 billion shares will be taken out for IPO. Each shareholder has a subscription quota of 500 shares. Anyway, if there are many subscriptions, we can take out 30 billion or 40 billion shares. If there are few subscriptions, I will arrange people to buy the remaining ones. It's useless for you to tell me this. The pricing and total share capital will be audited first. Jiang Beichuan felt that Li Yang was taking it for granted. 3 yuan per share, 100 billion shares? Is this a listing? It must break the issue price on the day of listing. There are too many total shares, and no institution is willing to hold them. In addition to bank stocks, which have a large total share capital due to high dividends and can exceed 100 billion total share capital, BO, known as the king of retail investors, has a total share capital of only more than 30 billion. He understood Li Yang's intention at the first time, but it didn't matter, just let him go. Does he really think he is a god? No one will back him up. If they get a high price honestly, institutions will be willing to support them, which will also help them increase their value. Then thank you. By the way, before going public, a series of equity changes will be made. Do you want to take some? Sure, I'll support you by 5 points. I wanted to give you 20 points, Jiang Beichuan. The company is not yours. And why do I need so much? These 5 points are all for Jiang Bangsha's face. You don't have any face in front of me. Your words hurt my heart. I am much simpler than Jiang Bangsha. In fact, what Li Yang said was true. Jiang Bangsha is the real killer, more ruthless than anyone else. But the fact that he supported Jiang Beichuan for 5 points shows that he really likes Jiang Bangsha. After all, it is 15 billion. Although the money is not his, he needs to take responsibility if he makes too many wrong decisions. Then, Li Yang began to calculate the share division of $5 billion. Wanliu Capital will probably have to pay 10 billion. Even if the car owner sells 20,000 vehicles before June, it will only be 7 billion. In fact, it is definitely not that many, probably only about 13,000 vehicles. $5 billion is about 33 billion, and there is still room for 18 billion. It is just enough to finance Wanliu Capital. Came to the new house with Jiang Bangsha. Jiang Bangsha works there. After all, there are too many people coming and going in her house. Even if they go to work, the house can't be quiet. Li Yang came over and said, "Does Wanliu Capital need financing?" Jiang Bangsha was surprised for a moment, but soon realized, did it happen? Well, the $5 billion quota is estimated to be available within 2 months. I calculated that after removing the shares of those car owners and adding the money in the Wanliu Capital account, there is still a gap of about 18 billion. I will finance Wanliu Capital with 18 billion and take 6% of the equity. Are you crazy? 18 billion can buy half of Wanliu Capital. Li Yang smiled and said, there is no finance that doesn't use leverage, and it is for the convenience of IPO, so that no one will find fault with it. Is Wanliu Capital worth 300 billion? It is definitely worth it. When the financial industry goes public, the pay is generally not too high, between 20 and 30. When some companies go public, the pay can be directly raised to 40 or 50. Li Yang can indeed get more equity adjustments before going public, but there is no need for that. It doesn't do him much good except giving people an excuse to attack. If he wants money, he can always find Jiang Bangsha for financing with the company he has. Can those institutions give a valuation of 300 billion? Their boss has said that they cannot refuse. Besides, the data is within a reasonable range. Why should they refuse? It's enough if someone in the market is willing to pay for it, but I'm afraid I can't. Jiang Bangsha hasn't gone to Beijing yet, and it's clear that she doesn't want to go. There's still some time. I'll get my professional qualification certificate as soon as possible. Chapter 247 Famous Musician Bai Yun. It is very easy for Li Yang to get the securities practitioner qualification certificate. In other words, in this world, as long as you are willing to read books and study, 80% of people can pass it, which is easier to get than the Mandarin proficiency certificate. However, having a certificate does not mean anything. It can only prove that you understand the rules of the securities industry and have a certain amount of professional knowledge. If you want to be hired by a company, resume is important, academic qualifications are also important, and the certificate is the least important. Jiang Bangsha hurriedly massaged Li Yang's shoulders and said with a smile, Master Li is going to do it himself, how about I help you? Li Yang hurriedly said, forget it, that's the work and rest of the underworld, and there is nothing to learn from my skills. Li Yang has no skills, all relying on the sky eye. Some things, even if he caused such a big butterfly effect, still appeared. For him, it is an opportunity. In essence, the trend of US stocks is fixed and it is also the general trend. That is the reservoir of the US dollar. The butterfly effect on his side can't affect the other side. The weak influence, even if some money is made from it, can't make waves. It was only $5 billion in total. He could stuff it in at most 2 weeks, and he didn't have to worry about it later. He couldn't remember the detailed fluctuations, and it was impossible for him to make adjustments during the trading session. He didn't have the ability. No, I want to learn. Jiang Bangsha came over and acted coquettishly on his face. Let's see if it's convenient at that time. If I really had your ability, why would I bother to start a business? Finance makes money so quickly. Okay, the US stock market opens at 9:30, I can watch it for a while and then go to bed, which won't affect my work and rest. Jiang Bangsha had already found a reason for herself. She really wanted to understand this. She felt that only if she really learned Li Yang's trading methods could she help him. For example, now, she has worked hard for 3 years and has only earned 30 billion. And what about Li Yang? He has spent nearly 20 billion on various investments, and now he is about to invest 18 billion in one Liu capital. Li Yang went to Jiangbei on the 9th day of the first lunar month and stared at Jiang Automobile. Jiang Automobile, which has just resumed work, is recruiting people on the one hand and making intensive deliveries on the other. Li Yang could have waited a few more months and held a press conference after he had a certain amount of inventory. But he felt that was too stressful. An early release would allow the entire company framework to be rolled out in a natural way. Too many cars were delivered in a short period of time, and the training of service personnel could not keep up, and various services could not keep up. Now Jiang Automobile has another disadvantage, that is, people are not buying Jiang cars, but financial management points. In essence, even if Jiang Automobile is a piece of garbage, there will be people who will grab it. There are pros and cons if you choose this method to expand the popularity of Jiang Automobile, you must bear the consequences. Anyway, as long as someone is willing to buy a car, you must cultivate a group of users of your own in the early stage. As for the labels attached to Jiang Automobile, you can slowly remove them. This start is something that those new forces car companies dare not even think about. He did not participate in the subsequent delivery of cars, and went to company Baiqing after get off work every day. Now Baiqing's figure has almost returned to the figure before she was pregnant. If she only had a figure like a young woman before, now it has completely transformed. At the same time, the equity structure of Aurora Studio was changed from 100% shareholding by Gangchang Convolution Group to 100% shareholding by Baiqing personally. Of course, Baiqing also transferred her Koala Club to Li Yang. Baiqing also has a job. After taking over Aurora Studio, she began to plan this year's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League. After more than half a year of precipitation last year, the number of players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has exceeded 50 million, which is an extremely high number. Because of the real name system and the need to bind the account to a mobile phone number, this number is much more valuable than Penguin Games. An average of more than 3 million people are online every day, and even at 4 o'clock in the morning, 500,000 or 600,000 people can be online, and any start can be entered in seconds. This phenomenal game puts a lot of pressure on Bai Qing. If it is not done well, it will waste Li Yang's hard work. This game can be worth tens of billions of yuan if it is sold casually now. Penguin worked hard and barely managed to operate Bluehole's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in the international market. In China, you need to use an accelerator to play it, and there are currently very few registered users. On the one hand, the price is relatively expensive, and on the other hand, most desktop computers can't run it at all. Their game has too high requirements for computer hardware. Li Yang's decision was very good. The game does not have very high requirements for computer hardware. Although the picture quality has been slightly reduced and there are not as many settings as the Bluehole game, it is very suitable for ordinary players to get started. At present, Aurora Studio is preparing a new round of major updates for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The plan was decided by Li Yang before, and she saw it for the first time after she took over. After she finished reading it, she felt something was wrong. This round of updates for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds actually improved the picture quality and added a lot of details of real scenes. For example, character movements and model skeleton algorithms. In this way, the entire game memory will be doubled. However, this is the highest level. After the update, the default is the normal rendering level, which only increases the memory by 20%. But once it is raised to the highest rendering level, many computers cannot run this game at all, and it will be very stuck. It may even burn the graphics card. At the same time, Penguin Games and Bluehole are also brewing a new round of major updates. Their game has been on the market for 2 months, and has only gained more than 600,000 users in total. After a month of discussion, the two sides finally came to the conclusion that the game memory is too large, and they must learn from Aurora Studio to lower the threshold for players. At the same time, they must give up the idea of charging and enter the free market. Neither of these is a simple matter. Giving up charging is equivalent to entering a melee, and they will not have much profit in the short term. As for reducing the rendering effect of the game, is it the same as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Even if you turn on the 8-fold scope in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you can't see the map beyond 600 meters, while Bluehole's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can see 1,300 meters. Bluehole believes that this is the only way to play the game, and Aurora Studio just doesn't have good technology. But now the market recognizes Aurora Studio's products and does not recognize their battle royale. Driven out by bad money. If the rendering degree is not reduced, players will find that their computers cannot play at all after buying them, and they will definitely curse in the street. Therefore, this major update plan was determined and prepared for early March. This is also a death order issued by Penguin Games. This market must be snatched, otherwise the existence of Aurora Studio will seriously threaten Penguin Games' voice in China. Now Aurora Studio's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has become the most popular game in China. Under the pressure of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, League of Legends is declining and the number of players is decreasing. Penguin is based on instant messaging, but the core of making money is Penguin Games. When PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds promoted the upcoming 100 Cities League after the Chinese New Year, they were also very anxious. However, Bluehole's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has no users in China at all. Even if the big anchors of League of Legends and some live broadcast platforms promote it, the purchase volume is less than 50,000 copies. Free, it is imperative. Try to catch up with Aurora Studio. As long as it is not left too far behind, with a foundation of Penguin Games, Aurora Studio can be defeated. As for whether to acquire Aurora Studio, Penguin Games must have thought about it. Unfortunately, it failed. Aurora Studio didn't pay any attention to them at all and still held a grudge. Bai Qing was more and more surprised. It turned out that Li Yang had already started planning for this game update. They are working with Colorful to launch a graphics card called Colorful 007, which is perfect for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds after the major update. I just don't know if anyone will buy it. After looking around, it seems that it is not in line with Li Yang's usual style. Li Yang never thought about cutting players' leaks on weekdays, but here, it seems that he has some intention to cut leaks. It happened that Li Yang came back from get off work. She said all her doubts. "Husband, is our PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to serve the sale of graphics cards? I saw that the new graphics card from Colorful is about to be released. Yes, it's not the previous strategy. Just execute it first, don't change it easily, and do whatever you want to do later. It's up to you. Bai Qing felt more pressure. Dear wife, Home Li Yang knew very well that Colorful's technology was all Nvidia's. And Nvidia needs this market. In the previous life, it was around 18 years ago, which led to the upgrading of computer hardware around the world, and with a combination of virtual currency, it directly pushed Nvidia to a market value of $800 billion. Later, due to the lack of AI computing power, Nvidia was directly pushed to the world's #1 company with a market value of nearly $3 trillion. He first used Colorful as an example and used Colorful's sales data to speak, so that it would be convenient to negotiate with Nvidia. And his biggest bet this time was also placed on Nvidia. Nvidia's current market value of $80 billion can squeeze in a lot of money. At the price negotiated with Colorful, Colorful basically has no profit, and the overall cost performance is still quite high. After all, for the sake of the market, both parties can make some trade-offs. The more updates PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has, the greater the hardware requirements. This year is just an appetizer. Next year, we will strive to make the hairs of game characters clearly visible. And this year is not a particularly good opportunity to negotiate with Nvidia, but next year, virtual currency will suffer an unprecedented blow. Nvidia's market value has fallen from $200 billion to $90 billion. I don't believe they are not anxious. So he still has room this year, and he also needs to consolidate user habits, so he didn't update so thoroughly. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Li Yang didn't go back, but spent it with Bai Qing. Zhang Bangsha was also busy, preparing closed fund products and preparing for the company's IPO. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, Wu Xianqi came. There was no other reason, just that Li Yang was worried about Bai Qing and Chen Peipai taking the child to Beijing, so he found a big guy to accompany them and help carry the suitcases. As for the price, Wu Xianqi didn't sleep at home that night. After sending them to the high-speed train, Li Yang rushed back from Jiangbei and drove Zhang Bangsha to Beijing. After all, school started tomorrow. In the case of not lacking money, several companies are not bad, and the development direction has not deviated too much. Master Li, I may be pregnant. Li Yang turned his head and looked at Zhang Bangsha in the co-pilot. Zhang Bangsha was still a little embarrassed at this time. He asked, have you been to the hospital for a checkup? No, my period didn't come, and I was embarrassed to tell my family. When we go to Beijing, can you accompany me to check it out? Okay. Li Yang's heart was still a little uneasy. He had to face his own child. After all, not many people knew about Zunying and Bai Qing, which was different from Zhang Bangsha's pregnancy. After a while, Li Yang asked, if you are sure you are pregnant, how about I ask my mother to come and take care of you? She cooks much better than me, and she is also more diligent than me. I often think about cleaning for several days. It's not that he can't afford a nanny, he just wants some private space with Zhang Bangsha. With a nanny, even if he can avoid it, the feeling is completely different. Well, let my mother come first, after all, we are not married yet, etc. What's the big deal? Everyone can come. Anyway, our house is not too small. Okay then. Zhang Bangsha was also confused about pregnancy for the first time in her life. She only knew that it would be much easier if someone took care of her. After all, Li Yang couldn't be with her every day. A few hours later, the two arrived in Beijing. She didn't even go home, and went to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Dao Ying, who was still working in the company, was shocked when she received a call from Zhang Bangsha. She hurriedly started to pack her clothes when she got home. Zhang Yaoding also hurried back. Seeing that Dao Ying had packed her luggage, he said, I'll go with you. What about Dong? They also have a child in elementary school. Zhang Yaoding thought for a while. Let his grandparents come to take care of him for a while? Besides, I can't stay in Beijing for long. Let's go and see if we can bring Xia home so that we can take good care of both children at home, Dao Ying said unhappily. It's strange that Xia is willing to come back. She didn't even tell us in advance about her pregnancy. How can she be in a good mood without Li Yang? Zhang Yaoding didn't care about these things. What's wrong with Li Yang? He is not much worse than Xia now. The two of them have common topics. Where can we find someone more suitable than Li Yang? Dao Ying, forget it. Now is not the time to talk about these things. You drive me there. I am too lazy to go to Jiangbei to take the high-speed rail. It's a hassle, although it takes more than 10 hours to drive, it is more tiring to go to Jiangbei. Besides, it is not so easy to buy high-speed rail tickets now. It has just been the new year. Everyone is going out to work, and the flow of people is particularly large. Let Zhang Yaoding drive, she can have a good rest, and she can help in Beijing. Have you packed clothes for me? No, I won't pack, it's winter anyway. Okay. Li Yang skipped class on the first day of school. This was the first time he failed to do his job as the class monitor. After all, Zhang Yaoding had already called, and they would be here in a few hours at most. If Li Yang was not here, it would seem a bit inappropriate. In addition, Zhang Bangsha was obviously a little nervous after confirming her pregnancy, so he had to accompany her. Li Yang had not told Zhang Bangsha that his mother also knew about the situation and would be here tonight. Seeing that Zhang Bangsha was a little distracted while sitting on the sofa, Li Yang found a topic and asked, "Wife, didn't your family compile a new family tree? What is it specifically? I want to learn it too." Li Yang did not intend to bring a bunch of relatives in, he just wanted to divert Zhang Bangsha's attention. Zhang Bangsha came back to his senses and said, "It's nothing, it's just spending money." How much? About 1 million yuan a year. For example, children under the age of 18 receive a subsidy of 500 yuan per month, and those who go to college receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per month until they graduate from college. Then there are disabled people in the family, each person receives a subsidy of 1,500 yuan per month, and the elderly over 70 years old receive a subsidy of 2,000 yuan per month. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Not bad. The main theme is mutual assistance. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is the traditional virtue of our Chinese nation, and the amount is just right, and it won't make people lose their enterprising spirit. Who came up with it? My dad. He is now a Zhang family account, and he looks so happy. It's just over 1 million yuan. I will definitely not refuse it. Of course. A mere 1 million yuan is nothing. Wife, you are about to become the world's richest man. It's still a long way off. Zhang Bangsha would not refuse fame, and most people in this world would not refuse it. It's just that the title of the world's richest man is not so easy to get. Even if Li Yang backs her up and raises the valuation of one Liu capital to 300 billion. But the world's richest man is worth at least 600 billion. The performance of one Liu capital this year is definitely not better than last year. The amount of funds is not at the same level. Not to mention doubling the performance. And after the listing, she holds less than 70% of the shares. Theoretically, this year's performance must triple that of last year for her to become the world's richest man. She knew that this was a topic that Li Yang deliberately attracted her to. In fact, the identity she wanted most was the marriage certificate. "Husband, I'm here. Did you almost abandon me in the early morning of the New Year's Day?" Li Yang hurriedly said. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm willing to abandon you. I'm willing to abandon you even if I lose myself. Besides, I'm not stupid. If I lose you, will it benefit others? Then I want to hit the wall in my dreams." Zhang Bangsha looked at Li Yang strangely. This guy was obviously lying, but he felt a little sincere. In the past, Zhang Bangsha didn't care much about many things, but after getting pregnant, she suddenly found that she still cared. She asked seriously, "Honey, can you tell me about Bai Qing? I really want to know this." What Bai Qing, the CEO of Green Water Group, president of Aurora Studio, Wu Xianqi's and famous musician Bai Yun, internet super rich, and the mother of a child. Chapter 248 Analysis of Zhang Bangsha. Zhang Bangsha even revealed his identity as a famous musician. Seeing that Li Yang didn't answer, Zhang Bangsha asked, "Is it inconvenient to say?" Li Yang quickly shook his head. "What's inconvenient to say? Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, I have to admit my mistakes." Li Yang sat next to Zhang Bangsha and slowly said, "At that time, I hadn't taken the college entrance examination yet. Liu Dao didn't let me go to the classroom, so my roommate arranged for me to occupy the internet cafe. Don't worry, it's almost there. That night, I was too lazy to play in the internet cafe, so I went to the river to blow the wind. Then a girl with a particularly good figure came to talk to me. At that time, she seemed to have encountered some problems. You know, the Green Water Group is quite chaotic behind the scenes, and there are many gaming forces, but these are not the main things. The most important thing is me. I was tempted by her beauty and I was jealous of her figure. Then I accidentally gave her, is that all? Jiang Bangsha felt that it was a bit too plain. Just because of being tempted by her beauty? And until now? Even if Li Yang said that he coveted the other person's money, she thought it was reasonable that he fell in love with her after being together for too long. If Li Yang really wanted to be attracted by her beauty, why didn't he get Xiang Yu? Isn't Xiang Yu more beautiful than anyone else? If he really wanted to be attracted by her beauty, why didn't she smell the scent of Song Yu on Li Yang? Song Yu is not good looking? In Jiang Bangsha's opinion, Song Yu is very attractive. Li Yang said seriously, that's all. Later, I found out about the Green Water Group and helped a little, and then everything became muddled. This is why I didn't dare to give you a clear answer before. If it weren't for you taking the initiative, we would probably still be friends now. It's just that I feel guilty. What about the child? I have handled the accident properly, and it won't cause trouble to our future life. How did you handle it? Aurora Studio, that's the best project I have, and I can make money lying down in the next few years. Did she accept it? Yes, I accepted it. Li Yang definitely couldn't say that Bai Qing gave him money. That would weaken Jiang Bangsha's presence. After all, the reason why Jiang Bangsha has been working hard is to provide herself with a little help. Although she didn't provide anything for him openly, she did help him a lot secretly. But Jiang Bangsha never approved of that. Instead, she felt that it was causing trouble for him. The best way was to weaken Bai Qing's help to him. Jiang Bangsha made a subconscious comparison and found that she was not in a psychological disadvantage. Once she was told that without Bai Qing, Li Yang's wealth would shrink by 50 or even 100 times. Without Bai Qing, Jiang Bangsha's own wealth would shrink by 2 or 3 times. Then, psychologically, Jiang Bangsha couldn't raise her head in front of Bai Qing. What if she had a crazy idea and felt that Bai Qing and Li Yang were a better match? Who knows what would happen next? Jiang Bangsha thought for a moment, I can give her shares of 1 Liu capital, as many as she wants. Li Yang hurriedly said, if you give it to her, what should I do? My Jiang automobile is in need of money, and I will soon ask you for help. We have invested nearly 20 billion. And now we can't even sell 10 billion worth of cars. We have to upgrade the production line, develop more new technologies, and expand the production center. Preliminary estimates show that without 20 billion, this series cannot be completed. Jiang Bangsha, then I can give her 1/3, no need to give it to her. If she wants it in the future, we will give it to her. Now we should focus on ourselves and make more money. What if she asks for too much? Moreover, any consequences of this matter should be borne by me. If I let you spend money, I will only feel more guilty. After saying this, Li Yang felt that Bai Qing was likely to want to kill him. Anyway, it would be fine if Jiang Bangsha could be stabilized, and he would find an opportunity to create a clone. Jiang Bangsha lowered her head and whispered, am I late? No, you're just right. Li Yang put his arm around Jiang Bangsha's shoulders and added, if it weren't for you, I don't know how boring my life would be. I never thought I could do anything big. It was your appearance that gave me the opportunity. A multi-billion-dollar company, investing tens of billions in building cars, all of these have your participation, but I don't seem to have helped. You understand emotional value, right? Because of you, I want to make a career, so that no one will say in the future that I'm a gigolo and that I'm not worthy of you. You can always be by my side, and the emotional value you provide me is something that even 100 billion or 1 trillion can't buy. Jiang Bangsha raised her head and glanced at Li Yang, suddenly laughed, leaned on him and said, why are you so patient? Li Yang broke out in a cold sweat when he heard her say am I late, worried that Jiang Bangsha would suddenly have a heart attack. This is not patience, this is the affection between family members. Who can be without some small emotions among family members? If you don't even have this tolerance, how can you be considered a family? You are worse than friends. Jiang Bangsha came over and said, Master Li, I want to kiss you. After Dao Ying and Zhang Yaoding came here, they saw a lively Jiang Bangsha. Zhang Yaoding had a good relationship with Li Yang and they could chat well, but Dao Ying was relatively cold and only had eyes for Jiang Bangsha. After coming in, she began to ask about Jiang Bangsha's condition and took a look at the medical report. Less than an hour after the two of them arrived, Wang Kiping and Li Liqin also came. Zhu Ning was of course there, but she just checked into the hotel. Jiang Bangsha was surrounded by 4 parents, and her originally lively personality immediately became restrained. When the parents asked her, she wanted to do a somersault to prove that she was fine and had no problem. Li Yang didn't say much either, just helped with some things, such as arranging rooms for them, getting toiletries, bed sheets and quilts, and going downstairs to buy vegetables. Wang Qiping and Dao Ying were polite for a long time because of who would cook. Zhang Yaoding and Li Liqin exchanged opinions on Li Yang's age. Li Yang, who will only be 21 after the Chinese New Year, is not of legal marriage age and must wait until July 8 next year. The peaceful life of the two families began to ripple at this moment. In the past, no one knew whether the two would be able to get together and get married. Now, everything has been put on the agenda. At night, Li Yang went to Zhang Bangsha's bedroom for the first time in broad daylight, which also meant that the two families officially faced this relationship. In the past, the two could only sneak to the new house and would never let the elders see them living together. Not seeing is equal to not seeing. It's like the sense of ceremony of a wedding, which is not just a sense of ceremony, but also to let all relatives meet once, which will put pressure on divorce in the future. Zhang Bangsha leaned on Li Yang's shoulder and asked, "Is Sister Neng here too? There is room at home, so why don't you let her come and live here tomorrow? She doesn't want to come much? She's already renting a house. Anyway, my parents are not planning to leave in the short term and can take good care of her." Yeah, Zhang Bangsha didn't think about anything now. After the parents of both sides were in place, she felt at ease. It's just that I was cared for more, and there was less private space between me and Li Yang. At least I couldn't kiss and kiss everywhere. The next day, Li Yang went to school and started his life in the second semester of his junior year. Every day after school, he came here, had dinner with his family, chatted with Zhang Bangsha, and dealt with company matters. After staying for a few days, Zhang Yaoding left, and Li Liqin and Wang Qiping also went to live in the house rented by Zuning, but they would come to see Zhang Bangsha every day, and help clean and buy things. Life entered another normal track, and everyone became busy. It was as if they had returned to the era when they were running around for the family. Whether it was Dao Ying or Wang Qiping, they hadn't been under pressure for a long time. Even if Zuning was pregnant, it was far less than this time for Wang Qiping. Jiang Automobile slowly delivered cars according to production capacity, and there were more and more reviews about Jiang Automobile on the internet. The first batch of people who got Jiang cars were booked by some media for test drives every day, and they could earn tens of thousands of yuan every time. Those with more channels have already earned back the money for the car. At the end of March, the first round of financing of Wanliu Capital was successfully completed. Convolution Group took 6% of Wanliu Capital's shares for 18 billion. The news that Wanliu Capital was about to IPO also came out, causing quite a stir. Because fund companies rarely go public. If private equity wants to go public, many conditions must meet the requirements of public offering. That is almost impossible for private equity. It is much easier for public funds to go public. Unfortunately, going public is a chicken rib for public funds. If the scale is small, it cannot meet the listing requirements. If the scale is large and the project is stable and profitable, why should it go public? Going public means distributing profits to others. Fund companies are guaranteed to make money regardless of drought or flood. Who is willing to do such a thankless task? Basically, those who can make public offerings qualified for listing are not short of funds. Many people don't understand Wanliu Capital's operation this time and don't understand why. In early April, several funds of Wanliu Capital completed liquidation, including the previous Wanliu Global Selection. Instead, another fund, Wanliu Global Allocation 1 Year Closed Mixed, was officially issued and closed on May 1st. Users who purchase Jiang cars can redeem points. Li Yang successfully passed a qualification exam and joined Wanliu Capital in a cooperative way. He was still in college and could not sign a labor contract, so he could only participate as a partner. But the money he deserved would not be less. He first allocated Wanliu Capital's own funds, and then patiently waited for other funds to enter the market. Anyway, the net value started to run from that day. His main holdings are Nvidia, Boeing, Tesla, Weibo, and Alibaba. The quota of $5 billion was easy to stuff in, but the operation time was a bit longer, buying a little every day. After Li Yang started the operation, Zhang Bangsha often went to watch. He didn't go back until 12 o'clock in the night. Li Yang had to stay until 3 or 4 in the morning before leaving. After returning, he didn't go to Zhang Bangsha's place, but found a room alone to rest. Dao Ying witnessed all this. In terms of work, she admired Li Yang very much. He could handle so many companies, as if he always had energy. Zhang Bangsha was the same. She was pregnant and had even had some morning sickness recently, but she insisted on going with him, staying from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock at night. She didn't understand why they had to work so hard when they were both not short of money. It was understandable to become bigger and stronger, but life should not be just about work. In general, she was very satisfied with Li Yang's attitude towards life. He basically doted on Jiang Bangsha and never saw him lose his temper. Li Yang missed many morning classes because he was catching up on sleep. Jiang Bangsha would review Li Yang's operations every day when she woke up. It was not complicated, and it could even be said to be very simple. Even a novice could do what he did. But she was not a novice, and she could see the meaning behind Li Yang's operation. In short, Li Yang's operation was extremely purposeful. Others would ignore the most important point, but she would not. The most important point was to select stocks and set the direction. Li Yang easily determined the most difficult process. His way of thinking must be different from others. What is the logic of these stocks? It is definitely not as simple as looking at the capital side, and there is nothing surprising about the capital side. Even if Li Yang enters the market every day with 100 million or 200 million US dollars, it will not make much of a splash when it is placed in these stocks with a total market value of more than 1 trillion US dollars. Until Jiang Bangsha saw piece of news. Aurora Studio and Colorful launched a co-branded graphics card, and the number of online reservations was more than 100,000. This project should have been confirmed last year. Even if Colorful has no technology and is just a foundry, it is impossible to solder a PCB board in a short time with NVIDIA's technology. At the same time, the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds 100 Cities League is in full swing. As long as you enter the top 64 in the country, you can all participate in the sharing of 5 million bonuses. If you can enter the top 32 in the country, you can share a 10 million bonus pool. Next is the top 24, sharing a 20 million bonus pool, the top 16 sharing a 50 million bonus pool, and obtaining a PCL club quota. Among them, the champion will enjoy 10 million in the final bonus pool. This is a league with a bonus of over 100 million. And the various rules and regulations are very complete, especially about the protection of the players. The PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds professional player protection regulations established by Aurora Studio clearly stipulate that in the professional competition, if you play more than 20 games each year, that is, you have successfully clocked in this year and successfully clocked in for 3 years in your career, you can receive a subsidy of 1,500 yuan per month after you turn 60. If you have successfully clocked in for 5 years in your career, you can receive a subsidy of 2,000 yuan per month after you turn 60. If you have successfully clocked in for 7 years, you can receive a subsidy of 3,000 yuan per month. Note, appearances include but are not limited to coaches and analysts. All funds are partly derived from tournament prize money. Any PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds tournament will draw 30% of the prize money into the welfare pool. Aurora Studio will also inject 20 million US dollars into the pool every year. At the same time, 20% of the player transfer fees will be drawn to ensure the stable allowance of future esports players. This means that Aurora Studio has officially formalized esports. At that time, all funds will be packaged into a financial product and handed over to One Liu Capital for operation. Jiang Bangsha slowly understood Li Yang's intention to enter NVIDIA. He started planning a long time ago, and he has reached the final stage of entering the stock market. With this layout, she would definitely not do it. What is the purpose of investing in Tesla? Li Yang met Li Xiao again in mid-April. At this time, Bitcoin had climbed to $1,000, and Li Yang knew that it would climb to $20,000 by the end of this year. At this time, Li Xiao still wanted to sell Bitcoin. Chapter 249, Not Even Buying a Dog. Li Yang thought that Li Xiao would not sell Bitcoin anymore, because Bitcoin was rising very well. As soon as he arrived at the tea house, Li Yang saw a giant car. After seeing Li Xiao and finding the NFC key of the giant car, he knew that the car belonged to Li Xiao. There are not many giant cars in Beijing. After all, the service center in Beijing has just been completed, and only about 20 to 30 cars are delivered every day. In such a big city, you can only encounter 1.5 a month, even if you drive on the road more every day. Anyway, this is the first car Li Yang saw. After Li Yang came in, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, brother, you are now worth hundreds of millions of dollars." Li Xiao hurriedly said, "Brother, you are too flattering. Although the price of Bitcoin has risen, the transaction volume has not risen. Even if I want to cash it out, I can't do it. This is why Li Xiao went to Li Yang today. Bitcoin has indeed risen, and his worth has also risen. But it is still the same as before. The transaction volume is insufficient. He sells dozens of them every day secretly. It's okay, but if it exceeds 200 or 300, it's easy to get into trouble. You don't need to sell too many. If you sell 300 bitcoins every day for a month, the market will be under pressure. After all, the entire network only trades a few thousand bitcoins every day, and occasionally there are 10,000 or 20,000 bitcoins. The trading volume always hovers between several million US dollars and 20 to 30 million US dollars. If you really want to ship 20,000 or 30,000 bitcoins, you still have to trade privately and not enter the market. Li Xiao has studied Bitcoin for so many years and knows better than anyone that at this time, if a large-scale cash is cashed out, it will definitely collapse the popularity that has been gathered with great difficulty. No one comes into play. Even if cash is cashed out, it is nothing more than a return on investment or a small profit. The remaining bitcoins will have to be smashed in their hands. Li Yang asked, I see that the Bitcoin trading volume has doubled compared to last year. This should be convertible, right? Li Xiao said helplessly, but the price of Bitcoin has tripled. Relatively speaking, this year's volume has shrunk. He didn't believe that Li Yang didn't understand. Li Yang said, this is a good thing. The increase in volume is promising in the stock market. A big market is brewing. I have to congratulate you on your net worth of $1 billion or even $2 billion. Li Xiao must have known that Bitcoin was just missing an opportunity at this point. After Li Yang sat down, he immediately said, Brother, I want to sell another batch of Bitcoin. Li Yang was surprised and said, Brother, you should not be short of money, right? I feel that Bitcoin will definitely reach $2,000 or even higher. Don't you feel it's a loss if you sell it now? Li Xiao said seriously, I feel that Bitcoin can reach $20,000. Then you shouldn't sell it. Li Yang didn't know what this guy wanted to do. He had such great confidence in Bitcoin, and he came to him. Shouldn't he regret selling 15,000 to him? He spent less than $4 million in total, and now those Bitcoins are worth $15 million. Li Xiao's expression became more serious. He said word by word, I want to build a platform, but I'm short of money. I want to find you to join me. Li Yang waved his hand and said, no. It's illegal to speculate in virtual currency in China, and it's even more illegal to build a platform. For this kind of thing, you should find someone else. Li Xiao is really brave. He dared to do something that he didn't dare to do in his previous life. In essence, Li Xiao is a madman. It's not surprising that he has such an idea. But Li Yang doesn't need to do it. Is it profitable to build a Bitcoin platform? It's too damn profitable. Even if you don't know the future trend at all, it's easy to make tens of billions of dollars, because in 2 years, the Bitcoin transaction volume will be too large. Just like brokerages, why are brokerages the first to move in the bull market? There is great competition among brokerages. There are hundreds of brokerages in A-shares. If a Bitcoin trading platform is established, it can at least take up 30% of the market share. In a market with a daily transaction volume of billions of dollars, what does a 30% share mean? The transaction fee for Bitcoin contracts is generally 20,000 yuan for placing orders and 15,000 yuan for taking orders. Based on the minimum daily trading volume of $2 billion, the daily handling fee is $1.4 million. It is not uncommon for Bitcoin platforms to take up 30% of the market share. Those platforms that often go bankrupt usually have a 10% to 20% share. If Li Yang wants to do it, he will never go bankrupt once. Slowly, the share can be expanded. Bitcoin is open all year round, and at least $400,000 can be earned every day, which is more than $100 million a year. This is still an underestimate. In fact, in 2 years, Bitcoin will be extremely crazy, with daily trading volume exceeding $10 billion, and even on a certain day, the transaction volume will be close to $80 billion. The average daily transaction volume is $20 billion, which is easy. In that case, $1.5 billion to $1.6 billion can be earned in a year. Moreover, there is no necessary connection between contracts and spot trading. Bitcoin contract trading is greater than spot trading, and even several times that of spot trading. For example, Binance, in 2019, the average 24-hour trading volume of Bitcoin contracts was $29 billion. By 2021, The daily transaction volume even exceeded $76 billion. Of course, including Bitcoin contracts and spot. Their market share is only 50%. This is also the reason why the CEO of Binance was willing to be fined $7 billion. He has the most money in his hands. If he uses the power of the platform to secretly eat up a batch of contracts, the profit will be even greater. For example, now, someone opens a short contract, and the platform eats it directly. When the other party's position is liquidated, the money can be eaten smoothly. It is not against the rules, it is just an internal privilege, faster than others. If someone opens a long order at this time, the platform does not care, and lets other players take over the contract, just earning the handling fee. The subsequent long orders make money, and the platform does not need to pay. This is the most perfect. Bitcoin fluctuates greatly, and there will be big fluctuations every year. You can easily make a lot of money with the help of those contracts. In particular, the larger the market share of the platform, the more contracts there are, and the more opportunities there are. He is both a referee and a player himself, and he is not afraid of anyone in terms of the rules. Before Li Xiao came, he thought that Li Yang would definitely refuse, so he said, "Brother, you don't have to show up. I can show up myself. Brother pays the money and I pay the Bitcoin. We each have half of the share. Even if something really happens, it can't be traced to brother. I will take all the blame." Li Yang refused again without thinking. Forget it, forget it. I don't like to do illegal things." Li Xiao was silent. He has already made a lot of concessions. But there are not many rich people he knows, and even fewer rich people are willing to cooperate with him. He also knows Yu Minhong, who is worth tens of billions, but now he can't play with him at all. Li Xiao finally said helplessly, "Then I will sell another 10,000 bitcoins to my brother." After selling, he got his money back. The current market no longer needs him to support the bottom. It's just a pity that if you miss this time, it will be difficult to follow up. In the rising stage of Bitcoin, being a platform is the most profitable. He believes that within a few years, the trading volume will definitely increase. Li Yang thought about it and said, "How about this, brother, sell me 20,000 coins, and I will introduce you to someone who may be interested in your idea of building a platform." Li Xiao was shocked. He thought he had lost this opportunity in his life. Okay, just like that, on the third day, Li Xiao met a very beautiful woman in a tea house. The woman was very young and fashionable. He took the initiative to extend his hand and greeted her. "Miss Chen, I am Li Xiao." After Chen Pipi shook hands with the other party, the two sat face to face. She was forced to come here by Li Yang. The main reason was that she was a foreigner. Before yesterday, she didn't even know what Bitcoin was because she didn't care about it. Now she knows, but it's almost the same as not knowing. She doesn't even know how to trade Bitcoin. Chen Pipi said to Li Xiao, "I am personally more interested in Bitcoin, but I have heard about Mr. Li's cooperation plan, and I am not very satisfied with it." Li Xiao hurriedly said, "Miss Chen, please speak up if you have any opinions." Chen Pipi, "Before that, I would like to ask you how many Bitcoins you have." Li Xiao did not hesitate and immediately said, 73,000. Chen Pipi thought for a while. According to the current price, it is only more than $70 million, and the most important thing for building such a trading platform is the promotion fee. Even if all these Bitcoins are sold, it is not enough to support this. Li Xiao said, "Yes, but it is unrealistic to get tens of thousands of Bitcoins from the market at once. The money spent is far more than tens of millions, and it may even cost $200 or $300 million. The current low trading volume has both advantages and disadvantages. If you want to buy a large amount of Bitcoin, you will definitely raise the price. It is possible to double the price of Bitcoin by buying tens of thousands of Bitcoins in the short term." Chen Pipi said, "But I only need to buy a few thousand, which is enough to support the daily needs of the trading platform." The trading platform has only three functions. One is to conduct spot transactions and help users to make deliveries. The second is to sell Bitcoins to the other party when opening a short contract, which requires the exchange to hold a certain amount of Bitcoins. The third is to buy a certain amount of Bitcoins from the market as a hedge when opening a long contract, so as to facilitate the performance of the contract later. It is essentially the same as futures, but virtual currency is a little different from physical futures. Li Xiao's capital did not play a big role at this time. Then what Miss Chen wants is Chen Pipai tapped the table lightly with her nails. I will take out $200 million, and you will take out all the bitcoins, and set up an exchange. I will hold 70% of the shares and you will hold 30% of the shares. Li Xiao was silent for a while. If it was before, he would not be willing. After all, he firmly believed that Bitcoin could rise to $10,000 or even higher. But just the day before yesterday, he sold 20,000 Bitcoins to Li Yang, not only recovered his capital, but also made nearly $10 million. With a profit-taking mentality, he did not have such a strong resistance at this time. Even if he failed, it would be okay, he still had a net worth of hundreds of millions. Once successful, let alone 30%, even if it was only 20%, he believed that he would not make less than the current bitcoins. The most important thing is that the platform is guaranteed to make money regardless of the weather. Although it is a bit illegal in China, it is at least a business. At worst, he can go abroad. Okay, it's settled. Chen Pipai stood up and stretched out her hand. Happy cooperation. After a few days of discussion, the two sides went to Gangcheng together, established a company in Gangcheng, and signed documents. Then it was mainly Li Xiao who organized the team, while Chen Pipai promoted the Bitcoin trading platform named Huobi. Of the $200 million she invested, $160 million will be used for this, and the other $40 million will be used for employee salaries and other virtual currencies on the market, such as Ethereum. Li Yang resolutely ignored this matter because it was a mess and it was very likely to backfire. The reason why Chen Pipai came forward was mainly to keep a backhand. Anyway, whoever makes the money will make it. And with the platform, it will be convenient for him to ship the goods at that time. Boss Bai, your aunt is not here for a while. Are you bored? Bai Qing heard Li Yang's words and said nervously and helplessly, husband, can we not talk at this time? I forgot. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Bai Qing wiped the sweat off her face and said weakly, Penguin Games and Bluehole have updated. They are getting closer to us. They have lowered the frame rate of the game screen, and the threshold of the entire game has been reduced by half. In addition, the existence of free games has increased rapidly in the past half-month, with an average of 500,000 to 600,000 online every day. If it weren't for the 100 Cities League attracting too many people's attention, I'm afraid their momentum would be even stronger. So, Boss Bai is still amazing. He easily defeated Penguin Games. My husband is still amazing. He defeated me. I don't even have the strength to move my fingers now. No strength? Why don't I believe it? I'll try it. Li Yang did not go back to Jiangbangsha that day. He even stayed in the dormitory for the next 2 days. Wait for the smell on his body to dissipate. Just the smell of the dormitory. As long as he stays in there for 2 days, Jiangbangsha will not be able to smell anything. On April 30th, the last batch of funds arrived. The next day, Li Yang deposited all the funds. This time the position reduction was completed. There may be minor adjustments in the future, but the overall change is not big. The position will be held until April 2018, and then the contract will end and the funds will be released. The points of Jiang Automobile can only be used in the next round. At this time, the new round of recruitment for Jiang Automobile and Lufshu Xiandi has ended. Lufshu Xiandi will open in the next county by the end of the year, so some preparations should be made in advance. Jiang Automobile directly recruited 3,000 people this time and is undergoing intensive training. So far, the number of employees who have signed labor contracts with Jiang Automobile has reached nearly 8,000. The new round of graduation season is coming soon, and at least more than 1,000 fresh graduates will be recruited. They are all high-quality talents that Jiangcheng has won. Although Jiang Automobile's current production is not good, it can't sell many units a month in the entire market. From 3,000 units per month at the beginning to more than 1,000 units per month now, it is estimated that only 20,000 units will be sold in a whole year. As for Li Yang himself, the first car is indeed very ordinary, and many technical highlights are insufficient. It can only be said to be in the forefront of the world, but it does not have an absolute leading advantage. Basically, all technical upgrades are placed on the second car. A complete smart cockpit, upgraded assisted driving, and a more efficient 3-electric system. The breakthrough of commercial technology is sometimes determined by money and the market. Money without market means low efficiency. Market without money means even lower efficiency. With both market and money, it is not that difficult to improve the efficiency of many technologies by 10%. It is not a disruptive upgrade. Li Yang has already seen the prototype of the second car in the G series. In his opinion, it has a bit of the shadow of M9 and is a large SUV. The first car will also be upgraded. Anyway, the service population of the coupe and SUV is different. For the coupe production line, one is enough for the time being, but the large SUV production line must be at least 3. As for the reason, the whole world likes big cars. As for why there are so many small cars abroad, there's only one reason: they can't afford it and can't afford it. Only Chinese people can afford to buy a large displacement car with a salary of 6,000 yuan. Even if they feel bad about spending 1,000 yuan a month on gas, it won't hurt. Because other places can be saved a little. But foreign countries can't save a little. Every breath of air they breathe is taxed. Even if they buy a large displacement car, they can't use it as much as they want. After all, the salary is constant, and the monthly fixed expenses cannot be reduced. Big cars are eternal. Li Yang knows that the future belongs to intelligent driving. The more users there are in the past 2 years, the better it will be for the intelligent driving algorithm. Anyway, Li Yang doesn't know why Kyandu started to study intelligent driving in 2016 and spent tens of billions, but still couldn't figure it out. There are many big guys over there, and they don't know how good they are at playing the bidding ranking algorithm. Anyway, don't even think about finding useful information in their search box. It's just that intelligent driving is difficult to give birth. It was originally the first echelon with a far lead, but a few years later it fell to the 4th echelon. Any new force's intelligent driving is better than them. Li Yang estimated that it was probably caused by corporate culture. No matter what Kyandu invested in these years, it failed, and it also castrated its own forum. The internal structure of domestic old internet companies is too bloated, and it is basically all about various interest struggles. No one really wants to do things. Anyway, as long as the project is established and the money can be obtained, it will be fine. As for the result, it is not important. Li Yang silently glanced at his next work arrangements. Wanli Capital IPO, the collision between Kuwaipei and Kuwaishou and Daoyan, the new round of fixed increase of Lushu Group, the new round of expansion of Jiang Automobile, the Aurora Studio, which is nominally in charge but actually has to steer the general direction, and the Starry Sky Secret Room Museum, which has a small project but plays a significant role. The Starry Sky Secret Room Museum now has nearly 2,000 employees, and Li Yang must have to spend some energy. Among these big projects, there are many key projects that he has to take charge of personally. Well, it's okay, there are only a dozen or so, and the little money in hand seems to be not enough to spend. On May 9th, Wanliu Capital's IPO was approved and officially raised 60 billion yuan from the market. As for the fundraising method, all securities accounts that are eligible for new listings can get a quota of 500 shares. After the specific information came out, the whole network exploded. Wanliu Capital looks like it is here to take advantage of the market. A market value of 300 billion? Only a fool would be willing to pay for it. Isn't this bullshit? Even if there is a quota, it was immediately met with a large number of abstentions. Even dogs would not buy Wanliu Capital if it plays like this. Chapter 250, The Child with Songyu. After the reorganization, the equity structure of Wanliu Capital is still very simple. Zhang Bangsha holds 69% of the shares, Li Yang holds 6%, the National Big Fund holds 5%, and the secondary market tradable shares hold 20%. If Wanliu Capital has a total share capital of 1 billion yuan and an opening price of 300 yuan, then there will definitely be institutions willing to take over part of the chips and bet on the future of Wanliu Capital. As a result, Wanliu Capital has a total share capital of 100 billion yuan and a share price of 3 yuan. It seems that all the shares will be distributed to everyone. Who still wants to play this? There are so many retail investors in it, and they can never be cleaned up. With such a low price, there is no threshold for participation. You can buy one lot for 300 yuan. Who knows how many bottom warehouses there are? For institutions that want to manipulate the market, the bottom warehouse is the most terrifying thing, and it may jump out and step on you at any time. These are all experiences. Wanliu Capital has taken all the unfavorable factors. The plate is large, the stock price is low, and the share capital is dispersed. Yangshan and Jiangshan Bar. This long-named forum is mainly for screening. At this time, Li Yang Bar has millions of followers, and even a forum culture has been derived. But there are too many people and too many people. Li Yang's die-hard fans later created a Yangshan bar, but it was soon occupied again, with 300,000 or 400,000 followers, and the information in it was very confusing. In the end, under the leadership of veteran fans, Yangshan and Jiangshan bars were registered. This name is long and difficult to pronounce, which successfully avoids being found by those people. Even if they are found, because there are only 20,000 followers, no one will find fault, and they are basically discussing the problem seriously. Today, the title of a pinned post is, "Brothers, are you going to go for it this time?" The people here are very realistic. They basically made money following Li Yang, some made little, and some made a lot. For sure, we must go for it. It's just that we don't have the quota. 500 shares are not enough to fill the gap. Damn it, I never traded stocks before, so I don't have the qualification to buy new shares, not even 500 shares. Yeah, I didn't even buy funds before, let alone a stock account. Now I want to buy but I don't know where to buy. Brothers, to be honest, this is really not a good opportunity. According to last year's performance, Wanliu Capital is indeed worth 300 billion, but it has basically reached its peak. This year, Jiangshan has not made much operations, especially after clearing out more than 300 billion funds. The performance pressure can be said to be very great. Then are you going to go for it? Go for it, but I'm going to wait until it breaks the issue price. This time, there should be no institutions willing to take over, and the probability of breaking the issue price is very high. I will build a position as soon as the issue price breaks. How low can it break? Who knows? It may fall to 2.5 yuan, or it may fall to 2 yuan, or even more than 1 yuan. Just say you are sure I'll buy it sometime. $2.70. I don't ask for much, just 10% more than my brothers. Brothers, according to the reliable information I got, Wanliu Capital's listing may fail, because there are too many people who give up. There is no institution to back it up, and there are at least 40 billion chips that no one is willing to take over. Damn. What kind of justice is this? I want to buy but can't, and there are people who can sell but don't want to. Where are they? Where are they? I still have more than 1 million in my hand. Buy them all for me, brother. That's more than 40 billion. Even if everyone in our forum takes out 1 million, we can't buy it all. Can't we go public if we can't buy it all? The equity has been divided. There must be someone to take over, right? If no one is willing to take over 20% of the shares, then what's the point of going public? The latest news is that Jiang Automobile points can be exchanged for equal shares. Wanliu Capital and Jiang Automobile have made it clear. Fuck, doesn't this mean I have to buy a car? My family has 3 cars already. If you don't have the channel, just buy a car. I thought the official website of Wanliu Capital would release it, but I didn't expect it to be released through this channel. Don't big deposits have points? Now big deposits can be transferred directly to the full amount, and the points will be credited immediately. Unfortunately, the financial management has closed the market and there is no way to redeem it. Alice, this is equivalent to a discount in the funds. 1,400,000 can only invest 700,000. If the stock price does not double, it is equivalent to loss. Brother, your car is worthless, right? My family already has a car. What's the point of buying an electric car? The price of the electric car will be halved when you buy it. Why don't you see Jiang Automobile in the second-hand market? Only a few cars have been delivered in total? Wait a minute, there will be more. Forget it. I'd better buy it in the secondary market. Wanliu Capital will definitely break the issue price. It will be cheaper to buy it after the break. Even if someone believes in Li Yang, for various reasons, the brain will still make the most beneficial decision for themselves. No one in this forum is harsh, as long as they don't say anything too unpleasant. Anyway, everyone is just trying to get information and gain benefits. As long as Li Yang can help them make money, that's enough. Only Li Yang who can help them make money is an idol. Ning Hao is not included in them. He was quite busy during this period because he formed a team and successfully entered the top 32 of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds 100 Cities League. Their team consists of 4 power players, and they are basically in the top 500 of the FPP of the entire server. Although they can't compare with those top clubs, and the entire club has no rules to play, they still rely on their strong individual strength to reach the level of a first-class team. It's a pity that they were eliminated in the top 24 and failed to enter. Those teams are too strong, and many of them are formed by rich second generations, and they basically have everything they want. But even if they can get to this point, Ning Hao is very happy. It doesn't matter if you don't get a place in the PCL, the prize money in the first few rounds is already generous enough. When they entered the top 64, they divided up a prize pool of 5 million, with an average of about 80,000 per team. When they entered the top 32, they divided up a prize pool of 10 million, with an average of 300,000 per team. This is not calculated according to the ranking. All teams are divided equally. Even if they are the last in the top 32, they don't have a coach or an analyst. They just rely on their recklessness. After deducting the food expenses during this period, each person finally earned 90,000 yuan, and the tax was covered by Aurora Studio. Ning Hao has never earned so much in 2 months, even when he was at the peak of his power-leveling career. At this time, the 4 members of the team were sitting together eating a farewell dinner. At the dinner table, someone said, "Brother Hao, someone said they want to sign a contract with us." "What do you think?" Ning Hao said. "You are still young and can go." "I can't do it. The other 3 members of the team are only 21 years old, and the youngest is only 18 years old. It is the right time to make a living from esports. The game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds can accommodate many professional players because there are too many people in one game. Especially now that the game is popular, the signing fee for professional players is not low. They have at least made it to the top 32 in the country to prove their strength. If they had a coach and analyst, they might be able to impact the top 24. But Ning Hao is old and his operational reaction is not as good as the other 3. He is just more mature in thinking and is the tactical core of the whole team. But those professional teams are not short of people like him. What if it is Koala Team? Don't Koala Team have people? Ning Hao certainly knows Koala Team. After all, it was formed by a rich woman. The tens of millions of signing fees shocked the whole network, but the players of Koala Team didn't play very well. 2 of them were under the age of 18 and couldn't play. One of the players who signed at a high price didn't play at all after entering the rhythm of the game. So in this 100 cities league, even though Koala Team has a perfect system, it still stopped at the top 32. The Koala Team is going to reorganize. Their manager Wu Xianqi contacted me and wanted me to go there for a trial. I asked someone and found out that the Koala Team has very good treatment. As long as you pass the trial, you can sign a contract of 500,000 yuan. It is the leading existence in the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds club. That's because they like you, but they don't like an old guy like me. Ning Hao is already 25 years old. Entering the esports circle at this age, he is a real old man. But the Koala Team asked all 4 of us to go for a trial. Don't you want to try it? Ning Hao hesitated. He has also been paying attention to the news of Wanliu Capital's listing recently, but he has no money. He really wants to support Li Yang, even though he knows that Wanliu Capital will break the issue price after its listing. He thought about it and said, "Okay, I won't be busy these days. I will go to the Koala Team for a trial first. It just so happens that I have time to take the 4th subject test." He just finished the 3rd subject test and went to play the game. The 4th subject has been delayed until now. "Brother Hao, can you drive us when the time comes? I'm a novice who just got my driver's license. Do you dare to sit in the car?" "Ha ha ha, everyone says that Jiang cars are very safe. Isn't it time for us to test it?" 2 days later, Ning Hao took his brand new driver's license and came to where he parked his car. He didn't have a garage, so he could only park his car outside. In the past 3 months, he only contacted Zhang Mengaiyu to help charge the car twice. Every time he charged, Zhang Mengaiyu would wash the car and send it back, which is also one of the services of Jiang car. Therefore, the car has been weathered for 3 months and is still brand new. He didn't dare to take his good brother with him, but got on the car and tried it himself. Sooner or later, he would have to experience these first times when getting in the car. The first thing he did was to recall what he learned in the driving school. Step on the clutch and release the handbrake. "Where is my clutch?" After more than an hour of dawdling in the car, Ning Hao took the first step in his life. Suddenly, the car shook and made a beeping sound. A speeding car passed by his car, which scared him into cold sweat. Damn, driving is too dangerous. Fortunately, the anti-collision system of Jiang Automobile is awesome. Because of intelligent integration, driving an electric car is much easier than a training car. At least you don't have to worry about the problem of sudden stalling. After driving for 2 hours, Ning Hao liked the feeling of driving. Maybe it's not the car he's driving, but freedom. The feeling of doing whatever he wants is irreplaceable. Bai Qing was very angry at this time. Because Wu Xianqi, this guy, brought the koala team to an end. She was still counting on the koala team to enter the top 16 and get a PCL quota, but they were eliminated in the top 32. On the other end of the phone, Wu Xianqi said cautiously, "Auntie, I have already started retraining. In fact, it's mainly because of your rule. Our two best players can't play this year. They have to wait until the second half of next year." Bullshit. Why don't you admit that you are incompetent? Yes, I am incompetent. Auntie, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get angry and hurt your body. Bai Qing, Wu Xianqi, this guy, really can't be angry. This guy, if you dare to say he is wrong, he really dares to admit it. As for whether to change or not, hurry up and try again. You must grab the best players on the market. There are still 8 PCL places to compete in July. You must win them. Did you hear me? I heard it. Bai Qing, who hung up the phone, was still a little indignant. The koala team spent a lot of money. Li Yang on the side comforted him. How about I play in the upgrade game in July? Li Yang is still capable and talented. Moreover, experience is more important than anything else in this kind of gunfight game. No. It's too unfair to ask you to play in the upgrade game. Okay, after entering the main game, I will definitely bring you a championship. Bai Qing hesitated. Do you really want to play? It must be. I will definitely do what I promised. Li Yang also has to maintain his popularity. Without popularity, it is not convenient for him to do subsequent marketing. Besides, he knows very well what an esports event needs. Although PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very popular now, if a real competition is held, there may not be many people watching. Watching a game is a kind of emotion. This game has just come out. How many people have feelings for it? As soon as he came on the court, he represented feelings. If this event is to be held and built into culture, he must play a lot in the early stage and set a few benchmarks. The future space of entertainment is huge. And it can even be said to be a century-old cornerstone. He did not covet more games, such as MiHoYo. This one game is enough. One game is enough to derive countless gameplays. Whether you like to play shooting games or not, it's okay. After all, it's not just the competitive mode. You can also make hide and seek. You can also make a few challenge maps. You can also hunt for treasures. You can also create my world. The transformation from a single symbol to a multiple symbol is the foundation of a future game. For example, if LoL hadn't added the cloud top tactics, the number of players would have dropped sharply. Bai Qing was a little dazed when she heard Li Yang say this. During the Chinese New Year, she said she wanted to get married, and Li Yang agreed. She was happy for a long time. But recently she has become more and more hesitant, mainly because she feels that she can't help Li Yang. For example, the sales of Jiang Automobile have fallen sharply, and no one can do anything. Only Wanliu Capital. Wanliu Capital has accumulated too strong expectations of making money, and directly revitalized the entire Jiang Automobile. No company in the world can do this. Since Wanliu Capital and Jiang Automobile made their cards clear half a month ago, the order volume of Jiang Automobile has skyrocketed, from about 1,000 units per month to 30,000 orders in half a month. Although the follow-up is still not optimistic, Zhang Bangshi can sell 30,000 cars for Jiang Automobile with just one sentence. She only has 1/10,000th of this appeal. She can sell 3 cars with a call, her, Chen Pipei, and Wu Xianqi. Li Yang's business empire is the same with or without her. But without Zhang Bangshi, it is another. The more Li Yang emphasized that he must do what he promised, the more conflicted she felt. Li Yang did not stay here for too long. After all, this is the chairman's office of Aurora Studio, and Li Yang just came to take a look. Half an hour later, Li Yang appeared in the Starry Sky secret room. He hasn't seen Song Yu for half a year. At the end of May, the capital was still a little chilly, but Song Yu still wore a cool gray corset with a khaki A-line skirt. After Li Yang came to the lounge, she saw Song Yu's outfit and asked, "Sister Song, aren't you cold?" Song Yu squinted and said, "No, I'm still young." After that, she held her chin with both hands and looked at Li Yang intently. She hadn't seen Li Yang for half a year. Li Yang called her a few minutes ago, and she changed her clothes as soon as possible. As for why she carried such a cool little outfit with her, she didn't know. Anyway, it didn't take up much space. Li Yang stared at Song Yu for a while. Even though she had long been immune to beauty, She still felt happy when she saw Song Yu's delicate face. "Sister Song, you buttoned the wrong button." Song Yu hurriedly took a look. There were indeed 2 buttons on the collar of her shirt. Maybe she was in a hurry, so she simply buttoned them. Because the fabric was soft, she had never noticed it. She glanced at Li Yang, then suddenly raised her head, revealing her snow-white swan neck, and said, "I can't see, can you help me button it again?" "No problem," Li Yang agreed with a smile. Then he reached out and unbuttoned the wrong button, and then buttoned it again. His fingers inevitably touched Song Yu's chin, and Song Yu squinted his eyes, as if he was very happy. As for shyness? What is shyness? This thing does not exist in Song Yu. Done. Li Yang clapped his hands. Song Yu immediately said, "It's a bit tight, help me untie another one." Li Yang said unhappily, "I'm afraid if we continue, we might make some mistakes." Song Yu smiled and said, "It's not a mistake for me, I'm happy. You have no conscience, you haven't come to see me for more than half a year. How can the Starry Sky secret chamber be considered our common child? You say you don't want it, so you don't want it, there's no way. My wife and I have a new child. You are wrong as the mistress, and the 4th mistress is wrong. The 7th mistress is right. You, the 7th mistress, should understand, and the child is grown up, and it doesn't need parents to take care of everything. It can live well on its own." "Oh, Zhang Bangsha is pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't even tell Xiang Yu. Maybe you wanted to wait a little longer." Song Yu looked at Li Yang with a strange look, and she reacted. Li Yang wanted to fleece them. "This is an old tradition. I have been busy in the past 6 months and have never had the opportunity. This kind of thing will only be late, never absent. If she is absent, she is not used to it. But she has no pubic hair, she is a woman." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.